We know this. There's this thing. Ever seen it? It's called the flattening of the sun. You can just Google it, right? The sun, as it gets closer to the horizon, appears to flatten out into a line. And it's because the sun's going over the curve of the earth. You can still see the light from the sun.
It's kind of weird that he's not here to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe when it's like a main point for him to actually consider it. Strange, isn't it?
That was his evidence.
No, but he said he declared it. I'm not here to prove the globe Earth.
Oh,
That's what he said.
don't climb under the bus. Jesus,
I guess.
that didn't take long.
Which is why it's like, why is he even going through this whole rigmarole if he's not going to prove it? Weird. They're not standing on business, dude, when they come in here, these guys. Come on, feeble attempts at throwing jabs at flat Earth, that's about it.
Yeah, the major problem with mountains is their shape. They're triangular shaped. Triangles are not good at reflecting light towards somebody on the ground.
If I can ask you a question on this topographical elevation graph, it shows the mountains on the right side in pink. How far away to the left would you have to, how close would you have to be able to see those peaks up there? Because it looks like if you could see forever,
What?
you'd be able to see.
Yeah, if my aunt had a wee, she'd be a man or whatever. Anyway, if you look really close on that elevation, and if you had the app, you could start zooming in. You'll see how bumpy that flat ramp is. Anywhere you stand on it, everything in front of you is in the way. So you'd have to be hovering above that in order to start seeing mountains.
Yep.
Do you think you'd have to be like at the 150 mark, the 125 mark? How close do you think you'd have to be?
I don't know. You should get a drone and start marking it. See where you can start seeing them.
Well, as you can see, there's like an upslope, dude. Like this elevation profile, the X and Y scales aren't the same, right? If you put this to scale, the X and Y scale showed the same units. This could be super stretched out.
Yeah, not to mention what you'd see at a distance, and it's gonna the visibility might fluctuate depending on the time of the day. Like this, also going to be another factor.
Yeah, and where you're standing on that ramp going upwards, where you're standing, you got you're down in the valley of that ramp. You're not seeing anything but sky. It drives through something like that every day. I'm like, oh, you can't see anything. Boop, there you can see everything.
Yeah, some days it was cloudy. Some days it was perfectly clear.
Look at your phone, see what the visibility is at that time. Why can't I see it? If it's 30 miles away and your visibility is 10 that day, there you go. There's your answer.
Are there any lookouts in Denver where you can see like down into that valley?
I'm not sure. If you're asking me.
Yeah, I mean, how about Mount Albert? Can you see Mount Albert from the top of Denver? Or from the top of Mount Albert, can you see Denver?
I've never been on top of the mountain, but I imagine you should, because you can see the mountain from there.
can see downtown Cleveland from where I'm at, but if I'm in downtown Cleveland, I cannot pick out where I live. I don't even know. It just this looks like a tree line to me, if even a horizon almost. I live 1,100 feet above it.
And to pick out individual houses, you'd probably need a telescope.
Well, I'm going to say it again. Did you not understand the part what we said about visibility? You know that light comes with a telescope, right? And
Light
that's just
comes
comes
in.
through there. Yeah, light comes to the telescope. You don't see out. Light comes to the telescope. So whatever object that's out there into the world, the light reflects off that object and it bounces off it and it comes through the air to the telescope. Right?
Yeah, I understand all that.
Yeah, okay. So there's other factors besides just purely geometric optics on how far you can see.
Yeah, it changes with the atmosphere and stuff.
Well,
Yeah, so why would you think it's a globe?
You need a sphere for that. You know what the globe model for the atmosphere says how far you can see in the clearest weather conditions at sea level? Just from the air. I'm not talking about from the curve of the earth, from the air. It's 296 kilometers, which is like, I don't know, 180 miles or something.
Okay.
That would be under the best possible conditions. I just don't understand these things like these. I should see this and I don't, so there's a globe. I just don't understand that shit.
Well, I think you have to get like about
It's like-
100, within 100 miles to see the mountains.
The need to believe is strong. So
Well, Denver should have a horizon that's 88 miles away. From 1 mile up, the horizon should be 88 miles away.
And right behind it is mountains that are two miles taller.
Yeah, you're not like right behind it. How far is right behind it?
You can see it on that map he posted.
didn't give you a value. Weird.
I can pull that map up again if you want.
I think it's just endless cope, bro. It's just endless cope. He's coping with the fact that he's trying to realize he doesn't know how to answer the question how it's a globe. Because number one, he said he's not trying to prove it. Number two, he doesn't know how it debunks flat Earth either. So he's trying. He's really trying.
It looks like Google Earth Pro isn't trying to prove it either.
Yeah, it's pretty flat.
And Top Cat, like when Indio said like the maximum distance you can see through the air is about 180 miles, right? That's the maximum in the most optimal conditions. Usually it's like 10 to 20 miles if you check the weather report, right? In good conditions, it's like 20 to 40. So
Yeah, that's the theoretical limit based upon model, right? It's not based upon, experiment or anything like that. It's like, hey, if we assume the Earth is a globe and we take the properties of air, how far should we be able to see under the cleanest conditions, like no particles, nearly zero humidity? You know what I mean? How far should we be able to see? It's like 180 miles.
I can bring up other things that kind of make me think that's probably a globe or round or spherical, whatever.
Let's hear it.
The problem with the people in the southern areas able to see the southern stars in the way that the people in the north see the northern stars. That if it was flat, they would all have their backs turned toward the North Star, and they'd all be able to see the same thing facing away from the North Star. They'd all see the southern stars circling around, I forgot what the southern star is called. But that would
Sigma
be...
Octantis.
Yeah, it would be impossible for each of them to see the stars in different positions. To where on a globe, they'd all be looking down on the globe and all see it at one spot. So I'm just looking at models that kind of not really prove, but you can disprove things better than you can prove them.
Well, I don't know what model you're disproving.
Yeah, in order for you to disprove something, Top Cat, you need to provide evidence that it could be even substantiated in some way. But you haven't done that. So you haven't substantiated it, so it can't be... You can't disprove something that doesn't exist, right? You have to at least give evidence for it, and then say, wait, no, that's not true. We can disprove this thing. But you haven't proposed it. There's nothing put forward to say, like, well, we're going to disprove the thing that you said, because you haven't provided any evidence for any positive claim.
Is there anyone
Yeah,
here? Is there anyone here that lives in the southern outside?
Yeah, but did you hear what I said, Top Cat? So it doesn't matter what you see outside. You could see the phenomena, like everybody can stand in the south and we could stand in the north, witness the thing you're saying. But you haven't produced something that we could disprove. You have to produce something to say, okay, if it's good to disprove things, what are we disproving?
Yeah, you claimed it was impossible on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
How
so
do you
what
know
are we
that?
disproving? Top Cat.
That physics shows that if everybody's got their back turned to each other and they're all looking away from each other, they can't all see the same thing.
How do you know their orientation relative to each other?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, if you're like in Africa and you have a compass and you look north.
So where's north in regards to the other person?
Yeah, ain't gonna work.
You're trying to get you're trying to get the situation right where the person is relative to the other one. How do you know where the person is relative to the other one?
You would have to contact somebody and have them video.
No, that's not. I know what you're saying. It's like ask them where north, south, east, and west is. Not what I'm saying is you need to see the whole entire thing and then see what direction they're standing at. You can't do that. So you're just assuming that you have some sort of orientation based off of a model, some idea. That's it. So with your assumption, you're trying to say it can't work like this. That's the problem we're having, Top Cat. You're trying to disprove something you have an idea of, but you haven't proved that idea in the first place.
You have a fundamental misunderstanding of the cardinal directions. You think the compass cardinal directions are the same as the cardinal directions of the celestial sphere, but they're not.
Yes.
They're also not the same cardinal directions as the sun. They're north, south, east, west. They're all different.
I don't know if he knows about magnetic declination. I think there's a lot of missing information he has to try to support a claim that he doesn't understand.
But all I'm asking is if there's a person in Australia who has a compass that points south.
What side of Australia? They don't point south. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Yeah. Okay, he doesn't realize this.
There's something called magnetic declination, and it's the misalignment of the compass to the celestial sphere. Now, if you're in Perth, that declination is going to be, I think it's to the east or to the west. And then if you're in Sydney, it's going to be to the east, right? So instead of your compass pointing north, it'll be pointing northeast. And on the other side of Australia, instead of pointing northeast or pointing north, it's pointing northwest.
Did you know this, Top Cat?
Are you saying that they're not pointing at the North Star with the north part of the compass?
It's exactly what I'm telling you. Yes.
Yep.
You can just Google it. It's called magnetic declination.
Look it up.
Oh,
Tomcat.
oh, you mean that the magnetic poles move a little bit?
No.
No. Compasses don't point at poles. They align with the magnetic field. That magnetic field don't point north-south. It points in all sorts of directions. The reason we use it in the north is because pretty much in the north, it does point near Polaris.
Yeah, near.
But when you go other places, it isn't like that.
That's why it's not as reliable in the south as it is in the north.
But you said Polaris, right? Like the star?
Yeah, hold on. We want Top Cat to see if he can. There's a gap of information that hopefully he's looking into right now. Do you understand what India was saying, Top Cat?
I thought he was talking about the movement of the poles or sliding.
No. You said that this is the second time you said that, and we said no, both of us.
Yeah, so you're definitely not explaining it very well.
So I'll
Really?
post the map in the chat, dude.
Okay.
Okay. So this is a magnetic declination map. Okay. Now, what these lines mean that if you're in one of these locations, your compass is going to line up with these lines. So, you notice the South Pacific here. If you went to the South Pacific and used your compass and said, oh, my compass is, I want to go north. I'm going to line up my compass. I'm going to align myself with my compass so that I'm going north. You're not going north, bro. You're going east. Well, when I say east in the so-called latitude and longitude coordinates, because that's also different than the sun, because the sun also has its unique coordinate reference system. I know this seems like, oh, this is esoteric, some shit. But listen, it matters, because if you go on time and date, you go, okay, what direction does the sun rise on the equinox here and here? It won't rise at 90 degrees from true north, which means the sun is now also not aligned to the celestial sphere. And then if you use that direction, that sunrise direction, to go east, you're going to end up from, like, say, fucking Buenos Aires, you're going to end up in fucking New Zealand instead of Africa.
Okay, I'll check this out. What's this called? This map here?
Magnetic declination.
Magnetic declination.
It's the reason why there's a lot of miscommunication within this conversation when it comes to this, and probably why you have just a bad conception of what you think should be happening to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. This should rearrange at least your argument.
It's not your fault because they teach it this way, right? So they just teach it this way in school, that there's one set of cardinal directions. We just know where everything is. It's not the case.
You know who said that? Mary Mom.
Okay, but you guys
not specifically about this, but the education system as a whole, like the way they teach their, different subjects that I don't.
Are you guys
It's a problem.
It's not his fault.
That's right. Exactly. It's not his fault. Yes, I agree.
Are you guys saying this is the map of the Earth right here?
No, oh my God. No,
I mean, you're using
it's
it.
explaining. I know that's the Mercator, right? But what all it's doing is explaining the way that magnetic declination is operating on the surface of the Earth. So when you're near these places, you're going to have a misalignment of like what the compass would be showing you. So this is correcting for that. So you can get to your destination. Yeah. It's in
You don't
regards.
even need to look at the map. You don't even need the land masses, right? Just remove the land masses, right, and just look at the latitude and longitude, because that's all this really is. It's a projection of a coordinate system.
Yeah.
So, right, if you're in that spot at that freaking celestial sphere coordinate, right, your compass's needle is going to read aligned in the direction those field lines are.
Yes.
Well, if you wrap that map around a globe, it would look a lot different.
Oh, for God's sakes. Dude, Your idea
Look,
that
bro.
you think that you have to use a globe is the big issue here. You don't need to think of a ball. All you got to do is think of the way the traveling using a compass. This is like the whole argument right now is how you situate. Okay, so this argument stemmed from the idea that you think that people standing in a different geographic location to somebody else is a specific cardinal direction. Like you're giving like these hard cardinal direction positions, right? Like this guy should be facing back, his back should be facing this other guy. But then when you look at this in regards to the compass, it doesn't show that. You wouldn't know how somebody's standing in relation to somebody else based on the magnetic field lines. That's the issue. Like it all came about because you brought up like how people are going to be standing in regards to like a compass. Like to know how they're, apart from each other. How do you know the guy's giving his back to somebody else? What if it's like they're facing towards each other? You wouldn't know that until you look at this.
Well, we didn't have to use a compass. I just meant with their backs to the North Pole.
Dude.
North, into the direction of the
You don't know where the north is. That's the point.
Polaris.
You can't see Polaris from the south.
Yeah, you're in Australia, remember?
Yeah, but there's other stars you can.
Yeah, hold on, dude. We're working on Top Cat trying to realize his argument is not valid.
Well, it would only work on that circular map that they showed. This map, it might not work so well on if this is the map.
Wait. How do you know that, Top Cat? How do you know that?
Because you mean on the circular map?
Yes.
Yeah, if you look at a circular map and you have the South Africa, South America, and Australia, they're all spread around in a circle around the North Pole, around the Polaris. So if you have your backs turned to each other, you're all three looking out.
Why are they spread out like that?
That's the way the map is drawn. I'm talking about the circular map.
Why?
Why do they draw the map that way?
Yeah.
Good question. That's $1 billion question. I think they just tried to visualize the Earth in many different ways.
Because I'm going to tell you why. Because they're preserving the celestial coordinate system. Right? So think about it like this. You saw that magnetic declination map. Now imagine we did this. We're going to straighten out all those curved field lines, right? Until they form a grid, square grid. But we're going to keep all the latitude and longitude lines the way they are, and we're going to make those distorted. Now, all the orientations of all those land masses was the same. And you can navigate as if you're on a freaking north, south, east, west grid with just a compass, right? And if you use that, use that coordinate system against the celestial sphere, it would look like you're fucking meandering and wandering all over the place. Squiggly fucking lines like this is.
Yep.
Okay. The Gleason's map is the way it is because they took the latitude longitude coordinate system. And it's really just about the sun in this case. Where is the sun in the celestial sphere at noon? That's really the only thing it's trying to figure out. Okay. Hey, I want to know when it's fucking noon in Buenos Aires. I want to know when it's noon in Japan. That's really its only purpose. It's a longitude in time calculator. That's what it says on it. That's its purpose. You wouldn't go look at like a topographical map and be like, this doesn't show frickin' where all the krill in the ocean are. The map wasn't made for that purpose, right?
He's having a hard time reconciling that fact, I think. He's trying to see if
maps have a purpose, bro. They're made for a specific purpose.
They could have projected that onto any style of map, though.
And they did.
And they did, man.
Yeah.
Fucking.
I'd like to see it on
the back of a unicorn if they wanted to. Like, doesn't.
Yeah. Any more?
Look, the reason that let me explain to you. The reason that the coordinate system is a globe, right, is the latitude and longitude, is because of the stars, and because you can make basically a simplified model that is just based upon the observer and the celestial sphere, and you don't need anything else. You don't need to know anything about the ground. That's why, like, if I ask you to find your latitude and longitude, right, but you can't see the star, the sun, the moon, the planets, you couldn't find your latitude and longitude using just the Earth. You know that, right?
Posted a couple more maps for him. He can pick from one of those.
Yeah, look at what Radwin posted. These are all the different type of map projections.
Yeah. So Tomcat, do you think you could find your latitude and longitude using just the Earth and not the sky?
It would take
Yeah, the answer is,
it would take knowing your starting point.
well, how would you know that?
Like if you're in London, you know what the latitude longitude.
Well, then how would you know where that is?
Oh, you're saying if you never knew nothing, whatever is known in the first place.
No, like you're going to try and reconstruct the latitude longitude coordinate system, but you can't see the sky. How would you even do that? You couldn't. It's not possible. You know what that means, though? As a consequence of that, that means that that entire coordinate system, latitude and longitude, is not based upon the Earth because you can't use the Earth to construct it.
Based on the sky.
Does GPS use ground mapping, or does it?
GPS uses a plane, bro. It's a conversion into latitude and longitude. Its coordinate system is called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. When it displays latitude and longitude on your phone or whatever, that is a transformation. And Radwin posted like all of these. So that quote unquote GPS data, Earth Center, Earth bits, can be converted into any of these maps that he posted because they're just coordinate transformations. You're just applying a mathematical operation or algorithm to the existing coordinates, and it's spitting out. It's changing the orientation of the fucking grids to each other. It's reassigning point values. Really.
It doesn't mean that that's what the Earth looks like in any one of those maps. And that's the indication that there isn't a gold standard by which to go on, which Matthew is incorrect to say that those are all flat maps. My 3D map is more accurate. He's thinking the same thing like you are. Like both, you guys, there isn't a gold standard. Sorry. I mean, that's just the way it is.
What do you
if
think
you find one, you should present it.
Do you think those are all representations of the Earth, but just in different ways?
Yes, they are all representations of the Earth. A kid dribbling in scribble on a piece of paper is a representation of the Earth.
Yeah.
Whatever someone says it is.
This is the part that
Paper now, right? And you took a piece of paper and a pencil and you drew a circle and said, "This represents the Earth." That would be a representation of the Earth. Like, what don't you understand?
Well, I specifically meant the shape of the land masses.
Well, the shape of the land masses is like it's always in fluctuation, dude. There's this thing called the coastline paradox. So there's always, and towards the edges, right? There's always water coming in and moving out. There's always, the land is never just like static. You're not going to have like a perfect static look to the Earth. It's not true.
Oh, I don't mean that. That changed. That takes thousands.
And also, I already covered it, right? So those maps are a projection of a coordinate system, and that coordinate system is the celestial sphere, not the Earth. We're mapping the sky. We're not mapping the Earth. I mean, I don't really understand like what you're really not getting about this.
Most
Well-
people in reference to like what they think they live on, they're trying to make the Earth assimilate what the coordinate system is actually producing, which is, in this case, the celestial sphere would be making them think that the Earth is a terrestrial sphere. You get it?
But we do map the Earth. That's what Google Maps is. You can zoom out and see the whole state that you live in.
Yeah, but what's the reference that they use for it, Top Cat? It's not the ground. They didn't use the ground for reference. They used the sky. That's the main takeaway from everything Indio's been saying this whole time.
And isn't Google Maps the Universal Transverse Mercator map?
It's a web Mercator. Yes.
Web Mercator, yeah.
But they don't use the sky to calculate the distance from Kansas City to Denver.
Yes, they do.
Oh, you didn't
Yes,
know
they
that?
do, man.
Uh-oh.
You think someone measured it with a tape measure?
That's the what is it? The Haversine formula for geodetic.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, Top
No,
Cat.
it's those guys
Use the
who
Haversine formula, punch in 3959, and boom, that's the distance.
Bob's
Well,
your
if you
uncle.
had to
Yeah.
add any radius, any other radius in there, like you just say, hey, it's some other distance.
It's pretty cookie cutter as it is with the Earth being a globe to just think of it like that, but it's not nowhere near what the Earth is, like what it really is.
no, it's those guys who take the elevation readings and stuff, and they plot where they're at.
Surveyors.
Yeah, surveyors.
Yeah, but see, planar surveying is raw data information taken from the actual distance measured. And then, of course, a stitched together version of that would be geodetic surveying. Getting all those points, all those lines that should be transferred, and putting together a globe from all of that. That's
So
like the
how do they-
macro, when planar is the micro.
So how do they use the sky and stars to use that on surveying? Just getting
Called
the elevation.
astrogeodetics. It's astrogeodetic surveying. That's what they call it. So I'll give you an example. In 1927, they created the 1927 North American datum. Now, they didn't use they didn't use what we use now. So they were like, okay, we're going to make a datum for North America, and we're going to start at this one location, coincidentally in Kansas. So, but what they did before they even started to get their first coordinate is they did 6 months of astrogeodetic surveying to get the exact starting location within the coordinate system of the celestial sphere, right? And then they started measuring east and west from there. Okay, so here's the elephant in the room. When they switched to 1983 to the 1983 North American datum, when they updated it, they found systemic error from one versus the other. And the one versus the other is almost completely, I think you use the International Terrestrial Reference System, which is completely sky-based. So all the distances were wrong. Well, I shouldn't say wrong, because there's no way to know which one was correct. There was a huge difference between the first one and the last one. And you want to know how they fixed it? Oh, this marker is supposed to be 100 meters that way. Do you think they moved the marker? No, they just stamped a new number on it. Oh, this is this coordinate now. That's all they did.
Most Globers don't ever get this deep because they're happy with and content with an explanation that the Earth is a globe. But if you actually do research, you find out that all of these are just concepts. They're just models that were drawn out and used for thinking that people live on a giant ball. But in no way can we actually provide evidence of this.
Ellipsoid yet. Like they projected flat measurements onto a ball. Like it didn't even have to mention that, right?
Yep. And it seems like you're happy to accept it, so you won't go any farther. Let's say, like when you leave this call, you'll just be like, those flat earthers. Because who's going to do the heavy lifting of actually doing all the research that we've already told you, that we spoon-fed you during the course of you being here? You're not going to go look into this, dude. It's just call real what's real, right? So therefore, if you were to, let's just say you got this inquisitive bug to go look into it, you will find out. All these things. Probably more if you look into it. But then it'll be up to you.
Well, you guys have been very nice. I hope I didn't come off bad or nothing.
Nah, man.
No, you're fine. We
Yeah,
won't hold it
absolutely
against
fine.
you hanging out with Rich Evans.
Yeah.
See, a lot of people just, it's not your fault. A lot of people just been miseducated. And
Yep.
it's not the teacher's fault. They've also been miseducated.
Yeah, they don't know. Yeah. See, even like Matthew Lawrence, who's an educator himself, I mean, he gets it wrong a lot. So it's not his fault.
I rarely get anything wrong.
Well, you don't talk about deep space, so that's probably why. You don't want to get something wrong. And if you start talking about gravity and deep space, you're done.
Larry's got a fork in you. Pretty much cooked.
Yeah, I don't know much about deep space.
Oh,
That's
good
what I
thing,
was
'cause you'd have to update. I was going to tell him he's going to have to update his lore because now they're saying they found a galaxy with no stars in it. I don't know how that even
Uh-oh.
makes it a galaxy anymore, but
A starless galaxy. It's the new.
That'd be pretty impressive. I hadn't heard
Yeah,
that.
they've already replaced reverse gravity with something stupid. Holy shit.
There- yeah, there's things that come across the wire, dude. It just sounds so absurd. Globers are just, most of the time, like, and that's what Crit does. His newsletter actually puts some of these absurdities that most of the Globers will say, like, well, that it's from a scientist, so it must be true. So, and he puts it in there, like the DMs, like, hey, you want to hear the globe lore? Here's the updated version. And like, of course, he gets the updated stuff, and it's just that kind of stuff. I mean, what Indio just said, and probably a lot more. Fantasy, dude. It's all fantasy. Yeah, grown men talking about Star Wars, Star Trek. The Goldly
Modern
Bowl
day
where no
Brett
man has
Stark.
gone before. Like, you guys are enthralled with that idea for some reason.
That's not an untrue
Yeah,
statement.
even though it
When
splits
no
the
man has
infinitive.
gone before,
What?
because no man has gone there before, because it doesn't exist.
I was saying some people complain that to boldly go splits the infinitive, but that's just a rule in Latin. We don't have to follow it.
to
Yeah.
infinity and beyond.
Yeah, it's always that, isn't it?
Do you think there could be green alien women with 3 tits, Matthew?
I doubt it.
But it's possible.
It's possible.
Golly. Yep. We're the party poopers. Sorry, no space. No space for you. No, but people have been getting it wrong about like traveling even on the surface of the Earth. How do you think they're going to get to a place that they consider is a vacuum of space and travel there? For goodness sakes, man. People can't even get from one country to the next without getting lost. They can't even get to another state. Come on, man. Like, we're not even being real here with each other. People just, yeah. Look at the way it is for traveling on the surface now. People are so dependent on like GPS and such. They couldn't do it without that stuff. Because back in the day, they had like maps and whatnot. Like road trips. You remember that, Indio? You'd bust out the atlas. You'd be, inside the car, take up like the whole freaking passenger side. Somebody looking.
Oh man, my little brother was like a map nerd, like when he was like 4 or 5 years old, like autistic level. Like, dude, we had maps, like the folding maps, road atlases, every other thing. He would just study that shit like it was the secrets of the universe were in there.
No, but like that's gone by the wayside after GPS came out.
Oh yeah, now nobody can read a map. The GPS really has to tell them, "You're going the wrong way, stupid." You're like, really?
Let's think about it like this. Let's say you're traveling somewhere and there's back roads and whatnot. If that GPS went out for whatever reason, how do you think they'd get out of that mess? They'd probably go in circles, man, like get lost.
And they have no social skills, so they won't ask anybody.
Yeah. They're too much of an introvert. They'll just stay in their car and wither away in there. Eat the last
They'll call
Snickers
911.
bar.
They'll call 911. I'm lost. My GPS isn't working. Save me. It's an emergency.
I wouldn't doubt that would be like one of the calls that 911 gets, man. That's crazy.
Dude, the craziest video I saw was a kid checked himself into the emergency room. Was like, oh yeah, 11 years old. Checked himself in with stomach problems, and it just turned out he was hungry. Fucking.
Jeez. Oh man, it's been a crazy day today, man. I've been listening on and off. The people are just imagining stories about the guy who doesn't understand reality for like 3 hours, dude. He was in here. Wow.
Did you hear Sinaquista? Were you here for that? I can't remember exactly what the name was. Something like that. Sinaquesta.
Is it Sensei you're talking about?
No, I'll tell you
guys
what I'm
are
talking
talking about
about.
the same person.
No, I didn't hear that person either.
Let's see. His name is, I'll tell you. Yeah, Sinakista. Yep. If you see him around, you guys should try talking to him. He was a very sincere young person, a rarely sincere young person that asked honest questions. And when people asked him a direct question, he gave an honest answer. It was very exciting.
Rare moment.
Yeah.
Did he say he would return, or maybe he just wanted to ask a few questions?
I think he will. I think he'll come back. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we left on good terms.
It's really hard these days, man, to actually get a conversation to where we don't leave where someone's head's flying off, like, jeez. Like, where did that guy go? I don't know. He was left with a red mic, for God's sakes. Some of them we can't help it. Let's just say, like, they spiral out of control. They start over talking you, and it's like, wow, we know where this is going. Then there's a middle ground where they're being a bit resistant at the beginning, but then they kind of like their energy kind of dwindles a little bit, and you're like, maybe we got something to work with here. He was a bit you got to give him that much credit though. Mostly everybody's resistant at the beginning, so. But if they're able to hold on, maybe it could be productive. Just depends.
Yeah, it's probably like what you guys were saying about so many things that we used to have to, just even like reading a map, like you were talking about, that we used to have to hold multi-step directions in our mind and keep them there and then carry them out. Like I was just telling my son about that the other day because he's learning to drive, and I said, well, yeah, before you had to look at the red on your map, and if you didn't have a navigator, remember, you just had to be like, okay, first I'm going to go north on Highway 21, then I'm going to do this. And, if you forgot, you maybe had to pull over to look at the map, and those kind of things that all train your mind just in being able to follow multi-step questions or directions, whereas some of these young people that come in, you can just tell they're just so used to like Googling something, getting an answer, Googling something, getting an answer. It's like just envisioning the thing that the person's talking about in your mind and giving a response is a totally different kind of thinking than what they're used to.
You ever do that, Mary Mom? Go out there with the atlas, had to stop, pull over, open it up. Like, am I going down I-95?
Of course, yeah, because I drove from Michigan to Montana. I was like 19 years old. Yeah, I drove all by myself out there, and yeah, just a bunch of other places. Yeah, like you used to do. Drive around there, and yeah, I didn't have any computer telling you what to do. Yeah, you had to figure it out. It was fun.
Yeah, TomTom ruined it all, huh? Made it super easy for you just to depend on a computer. That's when that whole thing came out. It was like a whole unit in and of itself. Now it's all integrated in your phone. First it was in a device, then it was in the car, then it was, now on just your mobile device.
Yeah, because my uncle was one of the first ones to get those systems that were like in the car, and you had discs, and then you had to go like to the computer and like get the updated disc, and then put it back in your car. Yeah. That was so cool.
There you go. How do you like it? We got a TomTom. You're like,
I still use a car-based GPS just because I like having it there plugged in. I don't have to worry about the battery. It just is there all the time. Sits in my car all day.
Yeah, but you're an old dude. That's probably why.
Well, I just don't want to like get out my phone every time. I just want it to be there.
Oh, just something that's always on, just dedicated to that thing?
Yep. It just does that, and that's all it does.
I still like to just find different ways to get places without letting, using my phone. Because, it used to be like, okay, well, this place is northeast of where I am, so I'll just take this road north for a while, and then I'll try another one, and then sometimes it becomes a dirt road, and then your car gets really dirty, and then you see different stuff. It's fun.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think GPS has sort of ruined people's sense of direction. There's this great book called The Lost Art of Finding Our Way that talks about all these different ways of navigation throughout history, and it talks about that idea too.
There's some that will surprise you from what I understood in the ancients and the way they traveled. Like a lot of them, there's lost art, like for sure. Like
like the Polynesians, like looking at the waves, they can see the reflection of the waves off of islands that they can't see, stuff like that.
Yes, dude. Like I was looking at that. I was kind of fascinated by it. I'm like, why would they how can you get this ability? It's almost like a skill that needs to be with experience shown to somebody, which is kind of what I was telling Castle King because he's a Samoan. He's always leaning on that. And I was like, dude, if you talk to your elders, they're gonna fascinate you with stories if there's any still left about how they used to travel in the ancient past. Like it's amazing. How do they get from point A to point B? And they didn't depend on GPS and things like modern technology would give people. Like they did it a whole differently. So it's like, does that mean that it still is applicable today? It's just not being utilized? Because I mean, if they did it and they're able to find their way, like I don't know.
Oh, come on, Alpha.
Yeah, and they would follow the birds.
I know millennials that don't even know how to read paper maps.
Yeah, we're talking about a grand leap to, or not even that, man, but just the energy to look into it. Like, why? They would look at you like, I got GPS. Why do I need to know that?
Because GPS only works with electricity.
You remember how bad was TomTom?
Paper maps work 24/7.
I could hear the young person arguing with you, Rayleigh, when you're saying this. They'd be like, yeah, but we have batteries. And I hear the word dad in there. I don't know why. We have batteries, Dad. Duh. You ain't going to win, Rayleigh. I know what you mean. It's like teaching a valuable lesson about life and, I don't know.
Yeah, unless you get a portable nuclear power supply, you're going to run out of battery eventually.
But the sun's a battery, Dad. We still can rely on that.
You remember how bad was TomTom?
Yeah, you'd have to get like Mary was saying, you'd have to get the disc and you have to update the TomTom. Because every now and again, the roads would have closures and working on roads and stuff. Like you'd have to get a whole new update.
Everything blue, yeah. But like their dots sometimes were like off by like freaking miles.
But that's because we only had like about maybe 10 satellites floating around on the thermosphere. Now we got hundreds and thousands of them just doing what they do. So they're falling around the Earth. It's on a decaying orbit, so we're good to go now. There's plenty of them.
It was mostly because of the radius, right, of the actual dot. So it didn't know exactly where you were at. So what happened was more data, more people using GPS. They refined it and erased the anomaly.
All I know is that many a pizza guy were winding up at different houses because of those things.
Yeah, my Garmin had lifetime maps, but even the lifetime maps were sometimes 2 years out of date.
The old faithful would always be the thing. You'd have like an atlas in your glove box, and just pull that sucker out.
Yeah,
Now, if you do it, man, people would look at you like you had 3 heads. Like, dude, what are you doing? Yeah, it's crazy, man. How far we came, where we were, and where we're at today. And that's been in the span of like what? Not even 20 years? What do you say, guys? 20 years? Less?
Yeah, 20, 30 years.
What do you think another
The only
20
thing-
years
the
is
only
going to get
thing
us?
you get for GPS, like in 2005, were like those Garmin handhelds. The little, they look like they're little handhelds. Like what Matt was just describing that you plug in. That was just 2005. It wasn't that long ago, right? 20 years ago.
Yeah, I purchased my Garmin back in 2010. And that was a few years after they've been released.
I'm going to put this out into the ether, man, because I've been thinking about this for a long time. But I was like, can you imagine an invention where it actually utilizes augmented reality? Kind of like the Apple glasses, but you'd have like arrows pointing in the direction where you need to go. Like, let's say you input the coordinates to like wherever you want to head to, the directions, and it uploads them to the map that's using augmented reality. And so as you're driving, it doesn't disturb anybody else, but you could see it through your glasses. It would just be like pointing you in direct, like kind of like highlighting roads where you need to turn and stuff, like on the road, like on the road itself. Like it'd be putting the augmented reality of the, the arrow pointing. Just saying. It'd be the new version of like having to instead of staring at a GPS, it'll be an augmented reality.
Now, for it to be more like reality, it would have to admonish you if you make a wrong turn.
Well, I guess there are going to be leaps in technology where you're just going to have an AI sitting next to you and be like, no, turn right, dude. You're going the wrong way.
Now, the AI will do the driving for you.
True. It's already doing it, right, Tesla? What are we talking about?
Yeah,
like
but
Johnny Cab.
We're talking 2 or 3 generations ahead of that.
Rayleigh, how would you feel about jumping into one of those Teslas, letting it drive you where you're going to work and it's just going to, I don't know. None of you guys would be nervous that thing would malfunction in the middle of your drive?
Yeah, I'm not getting in it. I'm not getting in it.
It's like, don't worry, I will get you there safely. You're like, no thanks. Is there a manual button to this thing? Like, turn this thing manual.
Yeah, they got those robo-taxis already in San Francisco and everything.
Oh,
just watching them try to park into their parking lot is a huge funny thing to watch.
Just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
So it's female, right?
Oh shit, dude.
Certainly.
I'm allowed to say that because I live in the city. You have to parallel park here, dude. It's quite humorous. Watching
That's what I just said.
How many
Back and
times just like, so what'll end up happening is you'll have a street where you can't pass, right? Because cars parked on both sides. And then some Asian lady will see the fucking parking spot, and now there's like 50 cars behind her. And now she's nervous. It's like 42 freaking tries to park into the spot, dude. It's crazy.
Damn.
You can see everyone behind her, them just seething, like with their freaking hair's on fire because they just sat there 10 minutes waiting for someone to park.
Yeah, imagine if you were back there. You're like,
I
oh
don't drive, I
hell
just
no.
laugh. Dude, this is why I don't drive. Literally. So I don't have to deal with any of the crap people that drive in the city have to deal with.
But do you take the bus?
Yeah. Take the bus
Ah.
or I walk. Or the train, the subway.
Well, yeah, public transportation where you're at is a bit more feasible than
Plus
somebody owning.
Amtrak is here, plus there's a commuter rail. There's like 4 different modes of transportation. Then there's like gazillions of Uber.
So there really isn't a need to.
When we start just
Dude,
getting
sometimes I
personal
can walk
transporters?
between a spot, right? It could be like a mile away, faster than you could drive it because the traffic's so bad.
Holy smokes, dude.
Yeah, I've seen a car, like there's a particular, like where the choke points are, right? I've seen cars sit in one spot and like move maybe 50 feet in like 30 minutes.
You know how frustrating that would be if you're in there?
Yeah, I do know. That's
Especially-
why I don't drive anymore.
Especially if you had Taco Bell. Oh, hell no.
Oh, boy. Oh, my goodness.
I was like, I'm going to drive on the bike lane. I'm sorry. I'm not going to wait.
Yeah, I made that mistake once. It was telling me the highway was blocked, and I ignored it. Oh no!
What'd you do? You almost got in a wreck?
It took like 45 minutes to drive like 3 miles.
You paid for that, huh?
Yeah, then it was like, okay, let's find a bathroom here right now. We got to go to the bathroom.
Damn. Taco Bell prescription before colonoscopy. Sporadic key. The text.
Once I went to
And it's not
graduation. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, it's not just the driving either, it's the parking. Like, if you get a parking ticket, it's like $50. This isn't like city parking tickets where it's a $5 ticket, dude. This is like a $50 ticket. And even finding a place to park, that's a fucking nightmare. So, yeah. Driving here is just like, it's just easier not to. It's a hassle. And for what? How often are you even going to drive in the city anyway? I got to drive freaking a half a mile. I'm going to have a car and go through all the frustrations to drive a half a mile and back. Like, what the fuck? It always sucks when you want to like go somewhere far away. But other than that, as far as I'm concerned, it's perfect. It's also why I'm not a fat ass.
Yeah, because you, how you getting your groceries from Walmart, dude? Like, that'd be a chore,
There's
wouldn't
no
it?
Walmart here. There's no Walmart here.
What do you got,
We
a
don't have
Hy-Vee?
Walmarts.
You got a
There's a
Walgreens or?
Yeah, we got Target, Walgreens, CVS, Whole Foods, Star Market, Marshall, shit like that. I go right next to a mall, so that's actually not a problem.
Yeah, well, Whole Foods is a bomb, so okay. You're all right.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of the Whole Foods here. Like, they're ridiculously priced. But all food here is ridiculously priced, so. Pay like fucking $2 for an apple, dude. I almost fucking fell over.
What?
Yeah, dude.
Are they that good?
It was a Macintosh apple. It was nothing special about it. It was at Whole Foods. Like,
Macintosh. I've heard about those.
oh,
But
you
they're
don't get
supposed to be
those?
legendary, right?
Oh, they're fucking great, dude. Especially for apple pie. Dude, it's kind of like what natively grows in New England. So if you go like to the western part of the state, there's a good amount of apple orchards and shit like that. So yeah, that's kind of what like natively grows around here at Macintosh apples. So you can get,
Ain't that like that old Seinfeld? That
No,
old
they should be
Seinfeld.
cheap here. That's the thing. That's why I'm irritated. They should be like dirt cheap. It's like we're the home of Macintosh apples, and I'm paying $2 for one. Are you crazy?
Wasn't that Seinfeld episode where Kramer was eating one of those? Oh, it was a peach. He was eating a Macintosh. I'm not really sure.
A Mackinac peach.
Yeah, is it
I don't
is it
remember
like the
seeing
best
that
peach?
episode.
They're only in season, I think. Something like that. Yeah, you got the tasty apples and peaches over there where you're at.
I've actually only ever seen one peach tree. It was in someone's yard. I'm like, holy crap, man, a peach tree. Dude, we got things like corn and strawberries and blueberries and, you know, bushes. Cranberries. Cranberries is a real big thing here.
Well, you know, people's kidneys are functioning correctly over there.
Oh, yeah, like almost all the kidneys in freaking North America come from the Cape, man. Dude, they have giant cranberry bogs, dude, and they just get like tons and tons of cranberries out of there.
But what does that have to do with the price of rice from China?
Well, now that there's tariffs, probably a whole lot. You know, because once Trump's done with you, you're going to be paying out the wazoo for all your shipped goods.
Yeah, that's my new favorite joke. Anytime somebody says something, remind them that we're being taxed. Ha ha, it's funny. We're not doing anything.
Amazon's specifically going to put those tariff tax alerts on their products. I think conservatives weren't too happy about that.
Yeah, they don't want anybody to know that the tax is for us. That would be dirty little secrets.
Yeah, wait a minute. I'm for tariffs. Wait a minute. I'm paying at the end of the line? Oh, hell no. He's like, but it's for your own good. Trust me, bro. You're like, yeah, but you're not paying all the money out for the stuff we're buying, man.
How do tariffs work in the October?
I realized yesterday Trump's idea is actually pretty ingenious, probably inadvertent.
Well, when I try to buy them R36S accessories, there's like a huge markup on them, and then I go to buy them from America, and it's like that huge markup plus $5 or $10.
Now they're playing a race to the top. Is that what's going on? And you're the one paying for it?
Well, I'm paying for it all right because I'm buying my friends and family a bunch of those. So yeah, I'm paying for it.
You're so lucky you're in Texas, dude.
Colorado.
Oh, you moved. I forgot. Yeah.
That's right.
Are you from Austin?
So you're up there at a mile high. How's the breathing up there?
I only notice it when I'm carrying like a lot of pizzas upstairs. So if we got like pizzas and 2 liters, and it's more than like 3 or 4 flights, yeah, I start getting winded. But if I'm just hauling ass up the stairs, I don't notice. Like if I'm empty-handed, it's not noticeable. But when you're putting in work, like actual work, it's noticeable.
Well, so like, let's just say that you travel to another state after living there for a while. Aren't your lungs so conditioned to that environment that you come over here, you're breathing like way better than everybody else?
Right, epigenetics or genetic expression that's going to give me a better cardiovascular system that is more efficient, I believe. But I don't know how fast that's going to happen. If I was like training MMA or something like that, or running hurdles, then it would probably be faster because it would be necessary. But because I live a pretty docile life, oh, shit.
Mr. Turner.
No, I don't want to dox my location. People are crazy.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes Siri doesn't know how to shut up. I'll be right back. I'm going to go chill for a bit till the next episode.
Well,
All right. See you.
Yep.
be safe.
See you later.
So where the Glovers at? Can we get some?
We're here. We're just waiting for some flat evidence.
Oh, Matthew. Oh, man. Yeah, I love talking to you, bro. You're low hanging fruit, so I'll take it to So Matthew, you know, I've talked to you guys about the whole math versus science thing several times. Does math prove things?
In the realm of mathematics, you can prove mathematical things like there's an infinite number of prime numbers, or a square that's even is the number you multiply by itself is also even, stuff like that. Oh, you must be going through a part where the internet's not good because we can't hear you. You're sort of cutting out.
Never mind. Can you hear me now? Like Chuck?
Yeah. It sounds like it's a little bit better now.
Okay, these towers are line of sight or some shit. That's weird.
Well, some towers might not be your carrier, so that's part of it.
T-Mobile, baby. All right, so am I still clear? Because I'm looking at the towers.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So, Matthew, are the laws of logic true? Matthew?
I'm sorry you broke up again. You said the laws of something, and then I didn't hear anything else.
I should go back into. I should go back into hiding. The laws of logic, are they true?
I think that yes, I think they are.
Okay. So the law of cause and effect is also true.
Yes, everything that happens we know of every cause has every effect has a cause that we know of, except the uncaused cause at the beginning. But that's a different story.
Right, but we're not talking about that. So,
right.
If the laws of logic are true and the law of cause and effect is true, does science prove things when you manipulate the cause and see the effect?
I don't think so. I think science is more, the project of science, I would say, is finding good explanations for our observations. We can use those logic laws to help figure that out, but ultimately, it's a different thing than doing math or logic.
So the laws of logic are true, the law of cause and effect is true, but when you manipulate the cause, it doesn't. When it shows that the effect or the naturally observed phenomenon is being affected by the cause, that isn't true?
So it's good evidence that it's true, but I'm saying in the real world, we're looking for explanations, not logical proofs. So as an example, it used to be true that if you look at a swan, it's white, and all swans are white, until they found the first black swan in the 1700s. They're like, wait a minute, in Australia there are black swans. But as far as mathematics, the rules of logic are more sure when you're proving things mathematically that aren't in the real world.
I'm not sure what the black swan has to do with the price of R36Ss from China, but what I'm asking is that when I manipulate a cause and you can see the effect happening, that's the law of cause and effect, right?
It's good evidence for that to be true. Yes, it is the law of cause and effect.
Okay, I don't think it's good evidence. If you're saying that explanations trump demonstration through experimentation, I think there's something wrong with it. Because anybody can give an explanation as to why my mom was hanging out on Harry Hunt's Boulevard, right, in Dallas. That's where the prostitutes hang out.
Uh-huh.
Like, maybe she's not a prostitute. Maybe she just left Parkland Hospital, right? But the explanation would be way better than a demonstration that she has a bracelet around her wrist from Parkland Hospital, right? The demonstration trumps explanation, right?
Right.
So experimentation would be even better than just a demonstration because you're utilizing the laws of cause and effect, which are always true. Now, that doesn't mean there couldn't be multiple causes. Co-causes are certainly possible, right?
Yes, they're true. They're possible, and in the real world, there's lots of different things that can happen like that.
Right. So if you don't have enough selenium in your body, you can't absorb the vitamin C, make it bioavailable, right? So there could be multiple causes to your scurvy, right?
Yes.
So once again, if you got scurvy and you have some Brazil nuts and some lemonade with no sugar, and then your scurvy goes away, that's demonstration and experimentation, no explanation necessary, right?
So, yes, that demonstrates that the scurvy was likely caused by vitamin C deficiency. But I would say, saying vitamin C deficiency starts to get into the realm of explanation. Like, oh, why were you experiencing symptoms? We know now about vitamin C when the ancient sailors didn't, although they did know that you should suck on lemons if you have scurvy.
Was it mostly because it was a it would help with the dental problems that scurvy caused.
The bleeding gums, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's by mistake. I mean, I like same thing with tattoos. Like they, I'm just by chance. I'm not derailing it all, right? Are we use this one-on-one, or can I add something?
Oh no, we're just chatting. Whatever.
Okay. So like with pirates getting tattoos, it became kind of like this thing because it was almost like it helped boost the immune system by getting these tattoos. And they noticed like somehow the more hardened pirates or shipgoers had the most tattoos. I mean, because it's nasty business being on a boat. It's like disgusting. Even today, you see breakouts on cruise ships that are, modern sanitation. So I think what they figured out, one of the things I read, speculation Sunday. One of the ways they started connecting vitamin C, lemons, was that they were chewing on them to help with the dental problems caused by scurvy, and they realized the person just got better. And they're like, huh. Interesting.
So I hadn't heard the thing about tattoos. What's the connection there? Because they got tattoos that somehow help their...
Yeah, it's like a little boosting the immune system, like adding sort of, I don't want to use the word, but like a micro Jabberwocky.
Okay.
See if I can find does getting a tattoo boost your immune system? Okay, so yeah, there's a couple of different things. So it says it doesn't necessarily boost your immune system, but can trigger an immune response.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I don't remember where I saw this or I read about it, but they said it almost became Warhammer 40K. They worship the machine god, like in all their equipment. They think some of the equipment does have an AI to it, but basically they run maintenance routines on their weapons and equipment, and these maintenance routines are said to appease the machine god. They really don't know how this stuff works. They're dumb as shit. All the things are made with automated factories and tech priests and whatnot. Cyborg people. So the soldier thinks that he's appeasing the machine spirit by disassembling his weapon and cleaning certain parts. But what he's really doing is making the weapon function correctly. So the same thing with the pirates. They didn't really understand, hey, these tattoos are part of the culture, but they also had a practical use too that they didn't fully grasp.
That's interesting.
So I guess the main point I'm making here, do you see that as inside or outside the scope of science?
Yeah, I think that there are sort of fuzzy lines between sort of folk medicine and then people get better and better at understanding stuff. I would say it's at least science adjacent. But yeah, you're asking a good question. And in general, I think some cases like that, it's called the demarcation problem, where it's hard to determine exactly what is science and what isn't, what is justice, what isn't, what is love, what isn't, that type of thing. As soon as you start trying to slap definitions on those concepts at the fuzzy edges, it gets harder. I mean, that's why we have those words in the first place, because we know what science is, we know what love is, we know what justice is.
So it's just another way of parsing out some ideas, or where do you go with that?
Yeah. You're talking about like these folk ideas about the pirates getting tattoos. Is that science? I
Or is
suppose
that
it could
love?
be.
Or is that justice? Is it religious? Is it, cultural?
Yeah, that example, and in fact, in lots of examples, I think it's a mix of a lot of those things. So, with the pirates, it might be somewhat superstitious, but then other people might see it more scientifically, like, oh, these people have less disease and these do. So it probably depends. I don't know.
I had a
I
fun
think your
conversation.
black swan. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
I think your black swan was a horrible example because you can logically prove that your theory is all swans are white and you find a black swan, but that's deductively true, right? That the theory is wrong.
Yeah, I was saying that sometimes
It's not really an inference, right? Well, what I'm saying is it's not really an inferential conclusion unless you're hallucinating black swans, right?
Okay, so I guess I'm confused. So I was using that as an example how when we look in the real world, sometimes we draw conclusions that can later be proven incorrect.
Oh, okay. All right.
I wasn't saying anything about, the
science
Santa
can't
Barbara
prove things
black swan.
true.
I wasn't saying anything about
Yeah, that science can't prove things true inductively, I guess.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I understand. Yeah, okay. All right. I only caught half of it. I only heard the white swan part.
Yeah.
And the logic in like saying you said that math was logically stronger, but that particular example was math logically stronger. I just didn't think that was a good comparison. I think they're about the same. It's like saying 2 is not 1. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I could say something like if x squared is an even number, then I know that x was an even number also. And that I can prove that it's not induction, it's deduction. I can claim that for all x's, all, let's say, positive integer x's or something like that.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. Now, Sig, on the other hand, thinks there's more than one reality, where there's a reality where that's not true.
Yeah, the thing is, I think that there are more people like him than we know. I mean, I think that the belief in objective truth is kind of on the down, is waning, unfortunately.
Well, Matthew, when you got people preaching the duality of worlds, and somewhere there's someone just like me in the multiverse, and they're just like me, but they're making different decisions that I'm making, right? And then you got, relative motion, so everything is relative, including like morals. So it's perfectly okay for Pol Pot to kill a whole bunch of people as long as he doesn't have to deal with 3 generations of imbeciles in his way.
Yeah, so I think that that's all just a consequence of this multiverse theory, which was invented out of whole cloth, out of nothingness, to fix the fine tuning problem, the fine tuning argument. They're like, oh yeah, we can, the universe is fine tuned, but what if there's a billion other universes? But I don't think that's a good argument, obviously.
I mean, I've heard people argue against the fine tuning problem as in it's not actually a problem. It's that it only even appears that there's these constants of nature that are very specific because either a gap in our knowledge or the way that we are representing them in mathematics. And they're not commensurate with each other, right? When we try to represent it in mathematics, the mathematics itself make it appear a certain way, but nature's actually not that way. It's our representation that's the problem.
Yeah, the problem is that physicists can make equations and come up with physics equations with different constants. So there's nothing inherent about the constants that we use. It would work just as well with different numbers. Or I mean, the equations would work just as well with different numbers, but reality and matter wouldn't work. So if it weren't such a forceful argument, they wouldn't have even come up with this multiverse theory. So there is force to the argument for some people anyway.
Matthew, I'm curious. I know you're a fundamentalist. You don't really fuck around with Einstein, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, you think gravity is a fundamental force, right? I don't want to strawman you.
I don't know. I mean, I think we can accurately and carefully represent its effects and use it in the real world to build buildings and launch spacecraft to Jupiter and stuff like that. But that's just the what. And as far philosophically as the why, where it comes from or how it's working, I don't know if we don't have a good explanation of that. I mean, some people would say, "Oh, look, God sustains the whole world, so he's doing everything." I'm like, well, maybe, but it seems like he works through natural processes, so it's still I don't know.
You and Neil deGrasse Tyson, you don't know what gravity is. You just know it has nothing to do with mass over volume, right?
It seems to be correlated to the distance and to the mass in Newtonian representations, but you could also represent it as curved space-time, which I don't understand, apparently. But that just sort of is a description, not a why. So I think nobody knows why yet. They can describe it.
But you've rolled out mass over volume compared to the mass of the volume of the medium, right? You've rolled that out.
Mass over volume? What do you mean mass over volume?
The density, right? They can't have anything to do with the buoyant force because, the buoyant force obviously is like a made-up force, but gravity is a real force. And you don't know what causes it. It just can't be the lack of buoyant force, right?
Yeah, I know there's a G in the buoyancy formulas, but I think there's a little G for gravity in the buoyancy equations, but so they're related. But yeah, I don't think they cause each other.
Well, math is a language. You can, graffiti buoyancy all you want to, and
right.
pin the tail on the donkey fallacy, right? But through demonstration, which trumps explanation, even if you use math to explain it. I think if you manipulate the relative density, you can make things go up or down. But if you just manipulate the mass alone, nothing really happens. Like it doesn't matter if you drop an apple in the water, right? Or you could drop something with the same, relative density, something with the same relative density of apple, but much, much bigger, and it's still going to float, even if it's like 300 times the size of an apple. It's still going to float. It's got the same water makeup and the same makeup as the apple, as far as buoyancy, right?
Like an aircraft carrier will still float because its density is less than that of water.
Right. So even if you could do it like 5,000 times the size of the apple, like you keep increasing the mass, and as long as the ocean is deep enough and wide enough, it's still going to float.
Yeah.
But if you just take that apple and you throw in a rock the same size as the apple, it doesn't stand a chance. But you don't think that proves anything, do
you? I don't know what it would prove. We're describing what happens, so things that are denser won't float in a less dense medium.
right? So this is why I started out with the cause and effect, right? I started out with that because it's really important to understand that I can make things go up and down if I want to, but you can't without manipulating buoyancy or density. And you can talk about all the mathematics, theory tales, and religiosity about the bending warp into space-time, light having a speed limit, and all that crazy stuff, but it really doesn't prove anything because it's just explanations.
Right. And that's what I think the science of the project of science is explanations, not proofs. That's what I said earlier anyway.
Wow. I always thought science was so reliable because it actually proved things. That's why scientists have such credibility, right? Because they're using a method that's falsifiable. Like if one of them make a crazy claim, then another guy's going to come along and go, "Nuh-uh, check this out." And it's supposed to be self-correcting. But when you guys say that, well, science doesn't actually prove anything, and you start going into these theory tales without any experimentation, only explanation, you've kind of lost touch with the reality, right? Do you think light has a speed limit, Matthew?
Oh yeah, we can measure the round trip speed of light fairly straightforwardly, I think.
See, I'm not convinced that light has a constant speed. I'm not convinced.
Yeah, if it's constant or not, who knows?
What if there is no space-time and the speed of light is not constant? Wouldn't that be crazy?
Yeah, that's a possibility.
So you guys don't know what gravity is, you just know what it's not.
Well, we can fairly accurately describe how it works without knowing what causes it. Same thing with magnetism, by the way. It's like, wait a minute, how does magnetism work? I mean, it's connected to
Except for when you're talking about the orbits of Mercury and Newton and the galaxy for Einstein.
Yeah, in those cases, we just need the description, not the explanation.
So you guys don't even have an explanation.
We don't have an explanation for what causes gravity.
You just know that it's not mass over volume. That has nothing to do with why things go down, right?
So again, mass over volume is something if you're talking about two different mediums and talking about buoyancy. So yeah, they're related, but gravity itself is not caused by volume.
You know, I wonder how long it's going to take for this paradigm shift to happen. Because you're literally arguing against like natural law. Like if they're buoyant enough, they go up. If they're not buoyant enough, they might float somewhere in the middle. If they're really low on buoyancy, like a rock, they're going to go down. So it doesn't matter if you got a mile radius for an object with the same density of an apple. If you throw it in the ocean, it's going to float if it's deep enough. But just throwing in a rock the same size as the apple, because you manipulated the relative density, it makes it go down.
Yeah, basically you just see whether the water of the same volume is heavier or lighter. That's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why people pretend to argue against it. It's really theater, really.
So is the science thing too big, too little? Because on the smallest scale, everything's supposed to be orbiting that you can't see or imagine, like nanoparticles and atoms. And nucleuses and all that good stuff, right? And then they say on the big scale is the only time stuff like that happens. But then it happens on a small scale. So only too small or too big it can ever happen, which is kind of weird, right? So just imagine you were as big as a planet and you had a planet in your hand. Now it would stop working because you're big now and it's little. Now it wouldn't work no more. Isn't that weird? Just crazy.
Yeah, I would say most people wouldn't say that electrons orbit the nucleus anymore. They'd say it's more of a probability cloud.
Cool story for either way.
Yeah, we're looking for a story that works for chemistry.
The cat's either dead or alive. It's not existing in both states at the same time. There's no such thing as married bachelors.
Yeah, it either can happen or it can't. Meaning orbits of planets and balls happen because they're happening because the stuff makes stuff do stuff. Or it's not happening nowhere's like we see because stuff ain't making stuff do stuff. Like little balls of different sizes, magically rolling around balls of different sizes.
Yeah, when you're saying I am Larry, you're wondering how long it will take for the paradigm shift to happen. Are you talking about in Matthew's mind or in the world in general?
Both, really. Because it's interesting how people fight me on this, but they act like they never had, a cup of ice water before. They pretend to argue against me, Mary Mom. Have you noticed?
I have noticed. Yes, I've heard it many times.
And this is not my argument. I'm getting this from other people, right? So credit to where credit is due. I don't know who the fuck you are, but thank you. But it's really interesting to me that, people don't just go, gosh, that Larry guy, he's right about that relative density. And they're calling it specific gravity. I think that's a better gravity. I mean, I would roll over to a 360 in my seat here in my car if someone just said on the globe slide, that Larry guy's right about gravity. Like, we can't demonstrate mass attracting mass like he can. And even if, hypothetically, right, I'm gonna step into speculation. It doesn't matter how big the ocean and the object with the same density as the apple is. It's always going to float. So you can manipulate the mass all you want. Nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, I think Speculation Sunday has started. That's what it said when I came in here. It
Yeah.
was probably started in Australia, right?
No, England. We tip our
Okay.
hat to the English, the groundbreakers. They're the first ones who really kind of like the modern flat earth movement, Robotham and whatnot, winning the court battle. Like if you believe the lore, it's not, we don't know for sure what the whole parallax event is even real or not, but if you take it for what it is, they're kind of they were ahead of the curve, like pun intended,
Well, I'm a direct descendant of some Sheltons and Stocktons. So I'm part credit.
all the news I was posting, I do that science and space news. It's got some pretty good response because the GIF I paired with it showed like $21 trillion in national debt, and it was I think dated back to like 2018, and people are like, damn, that GIF is so old and so far behind, but also like it really highlights just in these people's lifetime just how the debt exploded. Just in the last, not even a decade.
Yeah, and it's not even that Larry is right. It's what the idea that's correct. Like, I could be wrong. I keep telling the Globers, all you have to do is use my presumed cause of relative density as your control variable. Don't manipulate that. And manipulate your cause. But I always hear, whining and excuses and just so stories and baseless assertions and red herrings. Like, no one ever gives me the independent variable of their presumed cause of gravity. They just squirm like a little worm.
Yeah, because now if you look at the U.S. debt clock, now it's 36 So it's gone up by $15 trillion.
Yeah, well, worms have a purpose on the earth. They aerate the soil. They eat up fecal matter, and they also, just eat general whatever they find and make it into smaller materials so that it fertilizes the soil. And so, yeah, if the globers are, I like your glober worm metaphor, as long as we don't take them that seriously.
I actually say worms if I see them alive on the concrete.
I would go with maggot. No, I'm just joking. Because they are kind of so nasty that even they would gag the maggot. I mean, just look at what they say about flat earthers, like the complete dehumanization. I mean, these are awful people. It's not just your basic globalist. I mean, these are people who are severely emotionally damaged.
Some of them.
Yeah, but they also serve a purpose, any kind of course, according to the art of war, that any kind of attack can be turned around and used to your own advantage, especially when the opponent is, attacking the wrong target.
Yeah, like they want to come in here and troll flat Earth, mock it, and they're not even over the target. Like they've got some weird version that they're arguing against, that they invented in their own head. Garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah, exactly.
Duh.
Well, they're attacking whatever kind of straw man argument they think is flat Earth, and we're going around the other side and coming up with an even better real argument. But yeah, Larry, just to answer your speculation, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
I think my audio got messed up.
Go ahead, Eminem. She gone. I wanted to hear what she had to say.
Oh, I'm back.
Yeah.
I didn't even know you guys could hear me say that I wanted to say something, because I don't know. Ever since I came back to Discord, I'm just having all kinds of audio problems. I don't know if it's my phone, my headphones. I have to keep closing it and opening it back up again. I don't know, but
I used to use the window version, and I was having a couple of weeks ago just awful lag. Like it was just bad. Like I couldn't talk, and I would disconnect, and I ended up going to the app mode, and it worked. It's been working good ever since.
yeah, that's what I'm using now, as the app on my phone. So I don't know. Hopefully, I'll sort it out eventually. I don't know what's going on, but oh yeah, I was going to say, yeah. Oh, I know what it was. I was going to answer. Yeah, because you said about the paradigm shift. I used to think, that there would be a paradigm shift, but now, the trend, people in here have been talking about it, of just going into this very bizarre state that these fantasy globe believers are on, where they're not even pretending to be living in reality, where they're just in this bizarre thing where they won't even accept objective reality exists. It's almost like Yeah, I kind of feel like the paradigm has shifted. It's just you've got all these people just kind of spinning off into their imaginary fantasy space. And I guess if it became like cool to be a flat earther, yeah, then maybe they would be like back there, like, oh, yeah, I'm one of those, you know. But in terms of like a paradigm shift, I'm not really seeing that happening. You know, I just don't see it. I don't see evidence of it. I see the opposite happening.
Well, I think a lot of the times we're planting seeds on rocky terrain, and you know, the people that we're dropping it on, they're not deep enough yet for the roots to grow. But we're dealing with people's subconsciouses, not their conscience, or their non-subconscious, whatever the fuck that is. So yeah, we're planting seeds, and it might take their mind a little while to process it in their sleep. So I guess we got to be patient and give people time. So I've been gone for a while. I come back and say hello from time to time, let you guys know that I'm not dead. But I'll be hanging out with normies and shit, and they test my patience really well, and that's why I've been hanging out with them so much. So I think we all just need a little patience with some song from the '80s.
Yeah. Alpha used to play that song for me. He used to tell me, Mary Mom, you just need to have some patience. He's been telling me that for years now. That's funny that you'd say the same thing. No, I hear you. I mean, I guess, yeah, if you want me to have some hope, if that's what you're asking for, Larry, I guess I would say, yeah, that because the so-called popular culture mass media is becoming like so plasticized, robotic, boring, bland, you know, so on and so forth, that like, yeah, just the concept that anyone exists anywhere, that's still, you know, like talking about deeper topics, like you say, like certain people will be attracted to it. I think you're right about that. So in that way, you know, maybe it's not even that much different than it's always been.
So I think, like, there's like the spirit man and there's like the flesh, right? I think their flesh is arguing with me, but their spirit man is going, wait, what are you doing, idiot? Like, he's right. It's demonstrable. It's falsifiable. And, they got the cock this when they're talking to me. But I think they're kind of double thinking a little bit and they're struggling with it. But given enough time, truth prevails. I think they're going to have to admit it one day. Maybe not today, maybe not right in front of my face, but they're going to be drinking an ice drink, and the ice right in front of their face is going down. They're like, that fucking Larry asshole. Fuck, he was right.
Yeah, and you're really good at remaining reasonable with them, which I am. I do sometimes lose my temper. I totally admit that. Like, 'cause sometimes they just get under my skin. But I think when they see that there are people who are capable of still having reasonable conversations and not being triggered by their projections of weirdness and not freaking out on them, then I do think that it's possible to reach people through intellectual discourse. Obviously, I wouldn't even be here.
Mary Mom, my dad's generation used to say it's a woman's problem, to get a little upset, get angry, maybe get triggered. Is that offensive? Like, that's a true statement. It's a woman's problem. Right?
I mean, I'm going to take it if you're going to let me if you're going to let me just be myself and tell how I feel, then I'm going to say, okay, Larry, thanks. I'll do that.
It's one of the wisest words my brother ever said, that you just let the woman go through her emotions and just let her have it. It's like their thing. So some women are incredibly logical, so I'm not trying to stereotype here. I just think that there's words of wisdom that my father's generation had that we kind of lost, like maybe they know something we don't know. Like, people don't talk like that anymore.
That's true. Yes. Yeah. My dad's version of it was, yes, dear.
Right. Even if he didn't mean it. Like, it was just to make peace.
The young guys, got the yes dear down, you know.
My wife was like, I want the Gandalf pipe for Mother's Day. Yes, dear. I'll get that for you. Yeah. I really think that this argument, because I know Miggy's top three are a killer, right? Wake Snatch and 101. But my top three is drop over distance, axial rotation, and demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density. And, I know that that's not like the traditional argument around here for most people, but I think that taking away gravity and taking away space is the same thing. So when you guys take away their space with a gas pressure without a container, I think it's very much the same thing as taking away their gravity god, because their gravity god is what creates space balls or spheres in space. And when you take that away and you say, wait a minute, it's not a force, you're a fundamentalist, and then you take away their galaxies, you're taking away their possibility of, well, there's so many different planets and duality of worlds, and, maybe there's like a fine-tuning problem, but maybe not. Maybe there's a multiverse. And when you start like stripping away their mathematics, their religiosity, and their theory tales, and they're kind of left with, well, fuck, I can't math this away. I can't theory this away. Like these people are like demanding like reality, observable reality, and I can't produce it. How are these flat earthers like better at this than I am? Like that's ego death. And I think ego death is healthy. Sorry for being so long-winded.
Totally healthy. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, it's up to them if they're going to take the hero's journey, and actually try to become the best man they can become, or if they're just going to stay in their tiny little box and do whatever, their NASA gods tell them to do.
The hero's journey. These people identify as astronauts. We went to space, right, Matthew? We landed on the moon. We are astronauts. You identify as an astronaut, right, Matthew?
I don't. Some people use we to mean the human race.
Well, that includes flat earthers then. So we think the earth is flat too. You have to use all humanity. If you're going to go, we landed on the moon, okay, sure. Then we've done some horrible things too. And we think the earth is flat. And we also didn't land on the moon.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to define what you mean by we if you make contradictory statements.
See, that's the best part, because a lot of these people don't understand that the we and we landed on the moon, that was Richard Nixon, Buzz Aldrin, Collins, right, and Armstrong. And their we was a very small. It clearly didn't include liberals, hippies, the Vietnamese, definitely not. Atheist. So when you get nowadays on the backswing, they try to do this revisional history that like, hey, we've always been a fully inclusive group of people. Then how the fuck are you saying like flat earthers are vermin? Quite the contradiction you got there.
Yeah, so the Wright brothers invented flight, 100 years ago, but now we can fly from New York to Paris in 5 hours.
Well, no, we.
But
Are you Superman? Are you Superman?
No, I'm saying that's a normal way of speaking in the English language using normal words. I mean, I don't assume that means that person can fly outside of an airplane from New York to Paris, but I get what they mean when they say we can go in 5 hours. Or is it 7 hours? Maybe it's 7 hours. I don't know.
Hey guys, I got my uncle coming to town tomorrow, and he's a professor at a university, and he's a professor in physics. So what should I sharpen my tools on?
Yeah, you don't need to like sharpen your tools or anything. Just ask him, can he show you any physics, not astrophysics, physics that demonstrate things like gas pressure without a container? Can you show him a physics, like ask him if he can show you a physics problem where you have to account for the curve or the rotation of the Earth? And if he tells, oh, we just use the Earth as flat stationary, simplify the math, be like, welcome to flat Earth.
Okay. What should I be ready?
You don't have to be ready. He's the expert. He'll tell you about his own expertise. You don't have to worry about trying to get ready for him to flex his expertise on you. What he should be able to do is have firsthand expert knowledge to demonstrate why he thinks the Earth is a globe and articulate this at any level of education. If he's this doctorate professor guy, he must have done multiple events, many, about 30, 40 different events where he had to articulate what he's learned so he got this degree. All you got to be able to do is listen to him and then give feedback on what he's saying to you. And when he's unable to answer your questions, or when he demonstrates the Earth is flat, then you say, welcome to flat Earth.
Okay, I'll use my skills that I have here. I just thought I'll use the gas pressure. Gotcha. Yeah, as soon as I heard he was coming to town, I was like, oh snap. You professor in physics at a university. I'm gonna show you something.
What you could do too is have them explain to you how the college campus is a fully inclusive space for all people and all ideas. Like I've seen some college campuses put this term called radically inclusive. Then ask him, who would not be allowed in the college campus? A minority group or somebody who deemed that minority group to be a subhuman mongrel who should self-delete? Which person would not be allowed on the college campus?
There's a video. I used to have it. I don't know if anybody else has it because it would probably take me a while to find it. That was a flat earther that went and questioned. He taped it where he went to college campus and was asking questions of various physics professors. I feel like if you showed that to your uncle and asked him what he thought about it, I'd be curious to know what he thought about that. Do you know the one? Does anybody know the one I'm talking about? I'll go and look for it. But yeah, he basically was just going there and just, asking the same kind of questions we ask here. And a lot of them, or several of them, I guess, just, kind of admitted, we don't really know that. It was interesting because in that particular video, I felt like several of the professors were more honest than a lot of the, little high school minions we get in here who assume that these professors would know the answers to these questions, and they really didn't. That's what I found interesting about it. I'll see if I can find it.
Awesome. Yeah, I was just thinking in my head, I'm like, the easiest people to defeat are the people with the most knowledge and the people who are like the most honest, I mean, I'm assuming he's not an anti-flat earther. Those ones are the ones that you gotta fucking grab by the balls and smack around times, right? So this guy should just the answer should just plunk out of his mouth and it should be instantly like, okay, how? Okay, prove this.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've noticed that the people that are anti-flat earthers, they'll outright deny reality. But I think that it's true that most of the people from academia, they're bound by ethics. And they might believe something that's wrong, but like Matthew, he's a lot easier to talk to and discuss things with because I think he's more ethical than your typical R.C. Meisty or others like him, right? Well, that's a bad argument because R.C. Meisty's from academia. Whoops.
Yeah, at my work, I don't know anybody who's a flat earther, so it's not like we're just being being unethical and like hiding it or something.
Yeah, I mean, there's posers in academia, but there's also people who are serious and who understand the concept of empirical knowledge. Those people do still exist.
Well, yeah, for sure.
So R.C. Meisty told me that he works in the upper levels of school, right? And he was teaching the children that flat earthers claim that water doesn't curve, and he showed them surface tension on a droplet of water and said, "See, the flat earthers are wrong." And when he said that, I was like, "Bro, that's dishonest. Why would you trick young children like that? Because we're not claiming that all water is perfectly flat. And we're not talking about surface tension, you know that." But in his defense, he's not here to defend himself. So he denies that conversation ever happened. And I don't record it, so it's hearsay at best. So I think that's dishonest. Matthew, what do you think? Were flat earthers talking about a droplet of water?
No, he was lying to begin with. He never talked to any students. I mean, get the fuck out of here.
Well, I heard that he's in charge of the curriculum over a large area. So if that's true, then I think the CIA controls our curriculum. But that's a speculation for tomorrow. You know, the CIA's disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is false.
Well, we know for a fact they controlled the curriculum in Afghanistan in the 80s. We have the textbooks. That's how we know for a fact.
And JFK got taken out from the school book depository, right?
Yeah. So instead of in a textbook for say a third grader, instead of counting apples or trees or bunny rabbits, they were counting tanks, airplanes, machine guns, bullets. Yeah, twisted.
Well, it's a speculation that the CIA and other parts of the Five Eyes, not Canada or Australia or New Zealand, control the textbooks, but it's just a speculation. Who knows?
Yeah, I'll see if he wants to come on the. That'd be hilarious.
What?
I'll see if my uncle wants to come on the server tomorrow. That would be hilarious.
Who's your uncle? Bob?
The professor of physics at a university.
Oh, dude, yeah. I would love to talk to that guy.
That was Uncle Grandpa.
Uh-oh.
No, that's a cartoon. Really twisted and demented cartoon called Uncle Grandpa. It makes Ren and Stimpy look sane. It's so it's like you're in a hallucination.
Well, you guys remember how textbooks used to have, almost all words, right? And there'd only be like a diagram if they needed to put a diagram in to explain something. Like there wasn't these cartoon textbooks they have today. They're basically like comic books. You know what I'm saying? They're like photo after photo after photo, tiny bit of words in giant print. You know, like because people used to be much better at their reading comprehension, and so yeah, I think that you've gone to something with the problem with the textbooks. Like I have my dad's engineering textbooks from the 1960s, and yeah, they're hardcore, you know.
Hey, Mom, do you know who Ghislaine Maxwell is?
I have heard the name. Yeah, I'm not like a big follower of politics. I do believe, yeah, she had something to do with the whole. Did she have something to do with the whole Epstein thing? Am I making the right connection? Yeah, yeah.
Correct. That's right. Yeah. So her father, he founded Pergamon Press. Do you know who that is?
I do not.
Pergamon Press was one of the largest conglomerates, still is today, but they've changed their name. But her father, who was involved with the intelligence agencies, he produced a great deal of the textbooks that we teach our children with, including medical journals, science journals, children's textbooks. So yeah, look up Pergamon Press, but don't look up Pergamon in Revelation because you're going to find that that's Satan's throne or Lucifer's throne or some shit. But yeah, Pergamon Press. Who would have thought?
Yeah. So when you hear the words, it's peer reviewed, think it was approved by a Israeli undercover agent, pedophile sex ring instead of because that's what he isn't just like Pergamon Press like monopolized all the scientific journals like back in the 1970s and 80s. So he became a billionaire, but he was also like a Mossad spy. So because he's publishing stuff, right? He's publishing in journals. So like, you know how like probably like 60 years ago, there was only a handful of journals. And then there became a journal for everything, right? The Journal of Environmental Science, the Journal of Child Psychology, the Journal of, geriatric psychology. Like they subdivided and made distinctions, and now there's like a journal for every possible thing you can think of. He's the one that like created this stuff. But because he did this, he got to schmooze with people in scientific fields and business and all that. And it's alleged that they were using him as like a intel information agent, right, to gather information. Then his daughter, and he named, so he was a billionaire. He had a yacht. He named his yacht after his daughter. So his yacht was named the Ghislaine, and she was skanking around with Jeffrey Epstein, who was also a Mossad spy. So, like I said, when you hear peer review, think Israeli agent pedophile sex ring, and that's what it is.
Sounds about right. Yeah. Okay. That all checks out. Story checks out.
That's why when they come in here, it's peer reviewed. That's what I hear. I'm like, you're appealing to an Israeli agent pedophile sex ring for truth. Like, sorry, I'm not going there. It was something like I think it was either 80 or 90% of all academic journals were published by him.
Gosh, I did not know that. Yes, you two have educated me. I do appreciate it.
And like where he got his big business was selling the journals to the government. So right, you have all these little like, you got the EPA, right? Environmental Protection Agency. What do they need to read? Oh, they need a subscription to the Journal of Environmental Science. We're going to charge them, frickin' $1 gazillion a year, right? So this is what he did. He went all over the world and like sold his journals to agencies and institutions, and it's pretty crazy. So it's almost like monopolizing knowledge, and it went under the radar. And like I'm sure you remember, like back in the day, like one company couldn't own like too many radio stations or too many TV stations, right? because they considered it like a monopoly. Now, this guy is influencing like basically all of academia, but there's no law to say, hey, this is a monopoly on information, man. You can't be like the only dude just brainwashing people. But he went completely under the radar.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We used to complain about how the textbook industry was dominated by California because they had the largest population and, you know, most students in schools. So whatever, their weird little laws that they would have would like dictate what the textbook companies would print. And then, you know, that would just that's why the curriculum, you know, in the K through 12 schools just became like so monotone, right? Because that it was just the same everywhere. But then now it's like, oh, they don't even have books anymore. Like we didn't even know how good we had it back when they actually gave us a book. Now they don't even give them books anymore.
The most fascinating thing about this topic is it doesn't matter who's in, the left or the right, who's in charge. Either way, Ghislaine Maxwell sex trafficked to no one. So she was proven to sex traffic to no one. How do you get charged with sex trafficking to no one? Well, obviously you don't. She obviously trafficked to someone, but that's a matter of national security, apparently, because we don't know who that someone is. So that if that doesn't tell you that
That's crazy when you think about it like that. That there was a crime, and she sex trafficked girls to other people, and then, but we don't know who those other people are. How did they even get a conviction?
Johnny Depp and Amber.
Did they name them? Did they name the people John Doe, or did they like redact their names or something in the transcripts? Like, because it's feasible that the victims, right, the girls that were trafficked, don't know the John's names, right? That's completely feasible. But on the other hand, they have to put them in the record as something like, has to be like John Doe or something.
Didn't 3 of those girls just recently pass away? I know for sure one did. I heard 3 did.
3. I think, Hank, man, this is the thing. It was the same girl, dude. It was that Virginia Guffey girl, right?
Yeah, but I think there was 2 other girls that recently died about the same time she did. I could be wrong. Nope.
So that's what I thought too. This is why I'm bringing up. That's what I thought too. But it turns out that like 2 weeks ago, before she quote unquote killed herself, that she posted on Instagram, or there was a post on Instagram that she died in a bus crash in Australia and was killed like 2 weeks or 2 or 3 weeks before she committed suicide. But I saw an article that had a picture of her in the hospital that said, my kidneys are failing. I have 2 days to live. So there was 2 stories of her floating around that she was about to die. And then so when I read the story that she killed herself, I'm like, she must have killed herself because like her kidney ceiling was like too much. So she killed herself in the hospital or something. Nope. She was never in the hospital. Yeah. Crazy, dude.
I mean, that's a coincidence theorist for all the anti-conspiracy theorists out there. That's a coincidence theory, right? Just like the only lady that died in that plane crash in Hawaii was the creator of Obama's birth certificate. Don't you worry about that, Putin.
That's the thing. I like. You can be offed, and it doesn't even matter. Like people think, well, if I get offed, then like people will do something. People are gonna, fight for justice for me. No, dude. When you're dead, everybody just forgets you were ever alive, man. They just move on. I mean, come on. Look at Epstein. Like, he obviously didn't kill himself. And like, what are you gonna do? Like, we really can't do anything about it.
Is Ghislaine Maxwell the heir to Pergamon Press throne? Is she really in prison? Can we verify that? Can we go visit her?
It's a good point.
Was Jeffrey Epstein ever in prison? Can we verify that?
I don't think he ever was. Didn't he have like a home release or something?
Here's another coincidence theory for you guys. The lawyer that got Jeffrey Epstein that sweetheart deal where he could come and go in and out of prison. Funny how that works. That was the lawyer that signed the search warrant for Mar-a-Lago. Isn't that fucked up?
You can come in and out in prison. That's not a prison, Hank. That's just a shitty motel.
Yeah. Sure was a sweet deal, right? For someone who's convicted of heinous crimes. And don't get me wrong,
It violated all the federal sentencing guidelines, like all of them. He got like a deal that no one else in the history of federal sentencing ever got.
Yeah, I'll drop them at the top. And I guess I probably shouldn't talk about JFK's coroner being in Sandy Cheeks, Connecticut. That's probably something I shouldn't talk about.
Oh God! Now you'll have fake fathers, fake crying on national TV. Don't do that.
Yeah, I think the JFK thing in general is a good entry level for young people because I think we've seen the progression of people who are willing to question the government narrative on safer things. Like that's something that happened before all of us were born, and so it's not like a scary, dangerous thing. And I think it's a good entry level type thing for people. It's harder for people who live through it. Like I try to talk to my mom about it. I make some progress with her. She was like a huge fan of Kennedy family, but I don't make a ton of progress with her, like in general. But we still get along.
I've talked to my mother about it. She told me about it. Man, she was like, everybody in school was crying and all this stuff. Like, bro, was it like a cult? Dude, like, this is a president of the United States. Why is everybody crying over the president?
I know people, I guess, they respected the president more, I guess, at that time. Yeah, they were really into it. I mean, you could see those like black and white films that they actually were like crying and horrified. Yeah.
Well, I just think it indicates that baby boomers are more brainwashed than I ever thought they could be.
Oh, like, yeah, wow. They are. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. Because it was more uniform back then, right? Because it's right when the programming was beginning, the hardcore propaganda, and then they only had, like the 3-channel networks or whatever. So they were much more uniform in the programming back then. So it probably was more effective in a lot of ways, or at least more uniform, right? They could get them to believe this whole Camelot story and all that.
They get them to believe contradictions easily. Like baby boomers can hold like a contradiction in their head, no problem, without any effort. That's the strangest thing to me. Because I have a friend, dude, and he's like, he's a baby boomer, and he's an anti-war peacenik Marxist, like I don't know if he was ever like a hippie with long hair or anything, but he totally anti-war pacifist, blah, blah, blah. Well, when the Ukraine-Russian war kicked off, now he's like, we should invade fucking Russia. And like, what happened to you? You're like a freaking Marxist pacifist, and now you're trying to defend Ukraine. Like, what is wrong with you?
I agree. The whole phenomenon is extremely weird. Yes.
So in the boomers' defense, they did lobotomize people, sometimes in the middle of Dallas, right, with a bullet. And sometimes they would just take her sister because she was reporting things they didn't like, and they would actually have a doctor do it. So if they couldn't do it legally, they would just do it illegally, and they would just lobotomize you. So for the boomers who didn't want to get lobotomized, I'd imagine they shut the fuck up after that trauma-based mind control they did with Kennedy and his sister. Thanks for not tone policing me.
Yeah.
What percentage of the population can't listen to me because of my colorful language, I wonder?
Materialist, all that stuff, and then all of a sudden they're like, well, it's the 80s now, we're all going to try to get rich, like we're all going to be yuppies, and like, I don't understand. Whatever the TV says is oh.
It's not the language, it's your microphone.
Have you been talking to Kiwi?
I'm just picking on you, man. Carry on. I'm just talking shit.
Yeah, no, I'm just joking. I think that's funny.
Yeah, but your microphone is trash.
Thank you, sir. I agree. Is there any globe Earth proponents in here ready to make a claim or attack one of ours that we actually made?
It's got to be I mean, there are no Globers in here. Oh, this TVH guy.
So I remember talking to you, a long time ago, maybe over 2 years ago, about Rayleigh criterion and how they hijacked perspective with the Rayleigh criterion, and that's where they put their horizon distance at. I remember.
Yeah. Yeah.
AI, he told me I was wrong, and I thought, I'm right. And then I said, okay, maybe I am wrong, and maybe I'm not understanding something correctly.
Okay.
Did they hijack perspective with the Rayleigh criterion, or am I getting something right?
Well, so it's just a weird coincidence that the globe distance to the horizon, right, and the distance to the horizon that would be limited by the angle, right, the 0.02 degrees. You can't see an angle 0.02 degrees greater than that, smaller than that, right? That point of intersection and the globe distance horizon are the same place, within like 100 feet or something, which is an odd coincidence.
So it's more of a coincidence theorist. Oh, it's just a coincidence type thing.
I mean, you can call it a coincidence if you want, but there could be more to it. Yeah, but there could be more to it than that, right? I'm not saying it was like an intentional hijack. It's like, hey, how far away is that horizon? Oh, 3.2 miles. Oh, well, the globe must be, 3,590 or 959 miles, right? Because that's where the horizon is. But if you just take the Rayleigh criterion and the angle resolution of the eye, that angle, you would like that where your eye line would intersect at an angle 0.02 degrees. It's in the same location, it's like 3.24 miles. It could be a
Well,
coincidence.
It's just convenient.
Very convenient. Yeah. But they will diverge with elevation. That's when they start diverging, because the globe horizon distance, the distance to the horizon with the 0.02 degrees would increase faster than the globe horizon distance.
But the really large aperture that we have today completely destroys that geometric horizon. That's why they concede and go, yeah, there is no geometric horizon, it's refraction. And I don't think they know they're conceding. They think they're arguing when they say that.
Well, I mean, someone should repeat this, but one of the most important tests done was, what is that? Curious Life. So he had a long, I guess he worked in a hospital, so he had a long floor that was very, very long. And he took two cameras. One camera had a 1 diameter lens, and another camera had another diameter lens. And so, but they're both at the same height. He put a light way at the end. One camera could see the light, and the other camera couldn't. Right. So the larger the diameter of the lens, the higher, the more, the smaller the angle you can resolve. Right. So why should just simply changing the diameter of the lens make the one light blocked by the quote unquote horizon, but the other lens it's not blocked? Right. And then when he took the lower diameter camera lens and he lifted it up a little bit, he could see the light with the smaller one. So this claim is angle resolution is what causes the horizon, right? Back then. Now it's known that it's a lot of different factors because it moves around so much. But the thing is, this was demonstrated with a test, right? It was demonstrated. And it's like, it kind of got lost on everybody that this was part of the demonstration. But now, of course, this is back in 2019 or 2018 or whatever. So this idea, like I said, it's not like, hey, we're just saying this based completely on, a hypothesis or something. There's tests to show that this has happened, right? Demonstrations. Hey, if you had, we could say, hey, in this case, if you use a small diameter lens versus a larger diameter lens, the larger diameter lens is going to be able to see a light which you can't see on the outside. And Bober's like, no way, I can draw a line right to that stuff on a flat surface. You should be able to see it forever. Blah blah blah. Okay, but we've demonstrated that this is a case, so it's that's why the explanation thing, like what you said to Matt, like explanations, like anybody can make an explanation. Explanations are worthless. They really are.
Yeah, he should know that too, because in the good book it says that don't listen to what people say, watch what they do, right? So that kind of tells you, like, don't trust in men, like over and over and over again. Watch out that you're not deceived, right? For many false teachers, false prophets, right? And it's like some people are just, like raccoons, pigs, swine. They're just eating up the garbage.
I think there's like a certain, I don't know if it's a cultural vanity or like a societal vanity, but I think there's some sort of vanity where, like, whatever. Like, yeah, we got the best explanations. And 20 years later, they think they got the best explanations. And then 20 years later, they think they got the best explanations. But what exactly is the best explanation, right? It's just like whatever you feel is the best. There's nothing objective to it, right? So, because Matt always says that, like,
I think the globe has the best explanations. Well, what does that mean? That you're just telling me you have a personal preference. That you think this explanation is the best and you don't like the other one. That's all you're saying. You're telling me about yourself. You're not telling me about anything else.
Right, he's telling you that he's choosing this based on philosophical criteria. Right. So George Ellis said that a lot of cosmology is trying to hide the fact that there's things on philosophical criteria and not scientific experiment.
Well, that's the funny thing. Okay, so if you start talking like, so I've seen like physicists and philosophers debate, right? People with philosophy and science degrees or whatever, and they're just like, yeah, we don't care about philosophy, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson says, "Oh, we don't care about. We're just doing."
They can't even do what they're doing without philosophy in the first place. But they do this because they can't defend their philosophical presuppositions like the Copernican principle.
That's why I always say it's all, like basically a trick, an illusion, mathematics, theory tells, religiosity. These people are like the most science deniers I've ever met in my whole life. I can't imagine people saying science doesn't prove it. Like, you just throwing science under the bus, what the hell?
Yeah, and that's because modern science is now like a pop culture thing. It's not like a human activity anymore. In the minds of most people, it's just like a word that's synonymous for truth. When they say, well, science says XYZ, they're really saying is this is 100% absolute objective truth, and that scientists have proved it. This is what they're saying. They're saying, I mean, there's literally, I just seen it the other day. There's a fucking, I think it's a Waffle House or something. They got a sign on the side that says, science is real. And it's like a Black Lives Matter sign. It's like a Democrat freaking, like, it's got a bunch of little slogans on it, but I'm sure you might have seen this too. Science
I've
is
seen
real.
that. I know
you've
what you're
seen
talking
that?
about. Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
my God, it's so cringe, man.
Yeah, actually, there was a teacher around here that, because it has all those other things on it, right? Yeah, and he got in trouble for having that in his classroom. But it's they don't any persons who have this attitude, they just kind of use like the term science denier as this pejorative when they're not really talking about science deniers. They're talking about people who don't accept whatever little pseudoscientific idea is their little pet project, right? Because they don't want to have to cry if you don't agree with them on whatever their flavor of the day pseudoscientific dream is. Yeah. And it's absurd. Yeah, I mean, it's it's the opposite of science, and they don't see it. They don't see it at all. They think they're the little scientists because they, whatever, read this article about whatever the cause of the day is.
Yeah, you remember that guy yesterday? I think you were on here. The guy that said, "I believe the scientific consensus."
Yes.
Remember?
Yes.
Yeah, like how do you know what that is? Like, is there like a survey they take? What's the scientific consensus on this? We're gonna put a survey out. I mean, never mind that's a logical fallacy that you can have a scientific consensus and it's still false. Never mind that. But how did you even determine what it is in the first place? See, they're not reading scientific journals or anything like that to figure out what the scientific consensus is. They're reading the BBC, they're reading the Telegraph, they're reading the New York Times, they're reading USA Today, they're reading like PhysicWorld websites, right? They're reading like quote unquote science websites, and whatever they read there, they just assume this must be the scientific consensus because they're putting it on this website. And this website has a lot of people that go to it. Therefore, this must be the scientific consensus. That is their analysis. So literally dumbfuckery on steroids.
So they're reading Pergamon Press, was that you said?
They're not even at the level of Pergamon Press. They're just like the pop science thing, right? Popular Science, right? That freaking stupid periodical. Whatever's in Popular Science is the scientific consensus. You know what I mean? It's like, who died and left them boss where they get to declare what scientific consensus is?
And that makes them the science denialist because they took science out from a verb and turned it into a popularity contest, a thing.
Yeah, that's all it is.
They denied the science. They're the science denialer that they're looking for.
Yeah, it's basically the way I see it is like, you have an opinion and you don't want your opinion criticized and you can't defend it in any way, shape, or form because you don't even know why you have that opinion. You read the headline somewhere and like you're like, this must be true. And then if anybody challenges it, you say, science proved it. Or what? You don't believe in science? Science is real. So you don't have to defend the crap that's coming out of your mouth. That is the only reason it exists in the way it does today, is because they can't defend their ideas. Okay, I'll get off my soapbox, dude. That's like something that's always aggravated me.
No, you nailed it. It's a way that they've dumbed down the conversation because science is a very robust tool that can be used to challenge systems of authority. And they're like, fuck. Well, just change what the word means. Science itself is a system of authority.
Well, let's be charitable, Chris. By their definition, that science doesn't have to have the scientific method. You can only use, just observation. Like, of course it wouldn't prove things by their definition.
Well, no, because Larry, the rank and file, right? The rank and file normies, they think science does prove things. It's the scientists that say science doesn't prove things. Unless they have to testify for Congress and ask for money, then it proves things again. So there's a split, right? But the way most people use it, the most normies, they use that science is equal to truth. It's very. But the only thing I know is that most people that are doing quote unquote science don't have to defend any of their ideas. Theoretical scientists never have to defend their ideas, or theoretical physicists. These people never have to defend anything. When is the last time an astronomer had to defend their horse shit?
I wonder if they have that.
You remember? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, where they use astronomy, like the rare Earth hypothesis or something like that, and then use that to say, well, it's so unique. There's so many unique things out there that somewhere out there are flat planets. I mean, Tyson had the birthday. Why I got this idea was he had a birthday, and the cake was like half of a circle. It was supposed to be like a planet cake, and he said like, "Oh, but look at this cake. It's like a hemisphere. It's not a planet," because it said, "Oh, here's your planet cake," and everyone's like, "Oh, we didn't think of that. I guess you're right. All the planets are perfect circles, perfect spheres." He's like, "Well, actually, astrophysically, there's a planet out there that's like this. We just haven't discovered it yet." And then everyone was happy. Okay, let's cut the cake. So in their own model, they kind of like can't defend it because it really ends up with another question. What would be the mechanism to create your hemisphere planet? What did that?
Yeah, Larry, remember when you talk about gravity with Matt, dude? And then, like, he's talking about gravity. He's sitting there saying, we don't know what it is. He's like, well, some people would just say God as the cause of everything. Like, bro, that's what you're using gravity for. They literally use gravity as the cause of everything.
Even itself. Sometimes they'll say gravity causes gravity.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's the good old days when they define mass as the resistance to inertia. That, so you say, oh, the resistance to inertia attracts the resistance to inertia? Got it.
Dude, it's so silly. That's like that statement is just so silly. But I mean, the whole construct of general relativity is just fucking silly. And the elephant in the room. What like? I wish I could have jumped in. I don't remember what I was doing. I was busy. So everything that he said, he was saying like, well, Newton's gravity it describes everything. We can make predictions and blah blah blah, right? Well, does it really, Matt? Think about it. Does it really? It says that there's instantaneous action at a distance. Does that actually describe reality? Because you asked him, you asked him if the speed of light is finite, and he said yes.
He doesn't know that he's double speaking. Like they think that Newtonian and Einsteinian gel together. Like they think that they're both true at the same time.
I mean, I don't understand how you can say you have an accurate description of reality when the main component of it you don't think is actually real in reality.
Yesterday somebody brought up the Newton quote where he doesn't want Newtonian gravity to be attributed to him, right? And he's talking about non-matter affecting matter, basically, right? And I'm pointing out that, hey, the buoyancy and density thing, it's matter affecting matter. You guys are claiming that it's not matter touching like the Earth is going around like a tetherball without a tether. But it's not falling into the sun, despite gravity being an attractive force, allegedly, according to Newton. So I just I just don't get how they don't get it.
Yeah, they think there's like an energy field emanating out of matter and then instantly acting on other matter. Instantly. Not traveling. Instantly.
They think matter. Yeah, they think matter is condensed energy because of mass energy equivalence, right? You got E equals mc squared. So mass times speed of light squared. They think that that's equal to energy. So theoretically, or hypothetically, however way you want to put it, if they took enough energy, right, and it didn't condense into matter, let's just say we made a crazy strong electric field, technically that would have gravitation in Newton or in Einstein's theory. It would just be a very large electric field. This is what they say. So they're saying, right, the strong force, the quote unquote binding energy in the nucleus of an atom has mass and it will attract shit. The energy that's inside the atom, that's holding the atom together, the nucleus together, that has mass too. Not just the matter, but the energy holding the matter together has a mass that would create a gravitational field. It's just dumb on so many levels, dude.
I nearly fell over earlier when Matthew said science is just about finding the best explanation and stuff.
Yeah, and how do you determine that? How do you know what's best?
What predicts things the best?
Well, I think he's making it subjective. Like, this one's my favorite, and most people also think it's my favorite, so it's our favorite. Like, I identify as correct.
I identify as
By the way,
correct.
That's one of my favorite statements of all time. I identify as correct. I absolutely.
Dude, I'm gonna put that in my freaking bio.
Right. It was one of those Trump tards who said it, but I still think it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, you got to refer to me that way. Whenever you address me, man, you better say you are correct before you say anything else.
If not, it's hate speech. And I can't remember his name. He's like a Trump card, total full on Trump card. I just like the statement. To me, that's a funny statement.
I also cringed when Matthew was in here trying to like represent a we, like a collective here. He's like, oh, we, with the newcomer, he's like, we don't do this or that. Oh, we don't. We like to, empiricism and objective reality. I was like, what is he saying?
What did you say about the best explanation? What was that statement? Somebody said something to the best explanation? Appeal to the best explanation, yeah?
We were quoting Matthew.
Matthew. that what he said?
Yeah, something along the lines of, we think this is the best explanation, so we're going to go with that. And I said, that's
Best
kind of subjective.
explanation. Well, that's fucking stupid. Also, consensus isn't science. I posted a number of citations by Creighton in front of Caltech. Of course, you got Dags are gods, dumb fuck. He doesn't understand what that actually means, but the inference, I've heard the best explanations are worthless. There's no best explanation without demonstration or experiment, especially in natural science. There are no explanations. So the best village idiot, I can give you an explanation just about anything. Just ask me anything. I'll explain it to you. Dags are gods, you dumb fuck. We're not talking about climate change. You're fucking missing the forest through the trees, you retard.
Can you explain why dogs
You're
are
a dumb
gods?
fuck.
Can you explain why dogs are gods is a certifiable retard?
Just look at his comments in side chat.
It's like I would say the problem here is that he wants to get moderated, and then he thinks he won the debate when he gets moderated. So let's work on them, trying to say, hey, dude, this is what you do. You add content that is about the topic, not about people. You don't spam. You do these basically functionally normal things.
In climate.
Oh, sorry, I was a bit busy. But Larry pretty much answered for me. Yeah, it was me, and yeah, I'm pretty sure, paraphrasing, that science is about finding the best explanation for things.
Is that what Matthew said?
Yeah, paraphrasing a bit, I think. Pretty close to
moronic. He's a moron. Fell third grade general science. So whoever can make the most shit up. What a dumb fuck. Sounds like Dags are gods.
How could they say that out loud and still
They're
think they're going to be taken
because
seriously?
they're fucking Dunning Kruger idiots.
The best explanation.
Oh my god.
It's laughable.
Holy fucking shit.
Can you imagine like somebody like legit trying to do business, not the government, like real business, hiring somebody because they're the best shit talker instead of the best demonstration? That's just insane, bro. That shit doesn't work in the real world.
It's mind-boggling how many Globers try to defend logical fallacies. You're like, isn't it though? They not only like, you're like, okay, if you go to consensus logical fallacy, no, it ain't, and they try to defend it. It's crazy to me.
Remember the guy who said, "Well, if that's all you got is logical fallacies."
That's Timmy Clown.
Yeah. They did the same thing on modern day debate. They said modern day debate, you win the debate by being fallacious and revving up the audience. This isn't about like modern day debate, isn't about like actual debate. Modern day debate is like a WWE contest. Who puts out the best show?
Go. You got T-Jump on there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's all about like being almost like a comedy skit or like a sitcom. They're not looking for intellectual conversation between two parties hashing out, whatever the topic is. They're looking for like WWE style zingers.
Zingers. They're dumb fucks.
Yeah.
Dude.
That's their version of modern day.
There's no zingers there.
Yeah, I'm about to say there's no zingers, man. What zingers?
No,
They
maybe
think they are.
changed. Huh?
Unless like the zingers, how far your jaw drops when you hear the stupidity come out of their mouth. Like that's the only zinger. Like, did he just really say that? Like, that's the only zinger I've ever seen.
Yeah, like the one where the Whitson was debating that Leo guy, and the Leo guy says
that wasn't a debate.
He said to him, "Well, you know the Earth is a globe because there's live stream cameras." All of a sudden they're like, "Oh, live stream cameras." That's it. That's their whole shtick there. That was supposed to be. And he goes, "Well, what are you talking about? What live stream cameras?" And then he goes, "It shows the Earth from 8,000 miles away." And Whitson was like, "Leo, do you know how far the ISS is supposed to be up?" And the guy was like, "Oh, we got him." The whole shtick, the whole thing is just that. And then at the end, they read super chats. They're just even dumber. Like,
yeah, that's all they do.
Brain rot, like literal brain rot.
Yeah, that Kuntz guy, James Kuntz. Yeah, he's the arbiter of that dumb shit. He labels it debate, and people think it's a debate because he said it was a debate. What? Why don't I label it Aunt Jenny's late summer tomato haul from Tupelo, Mississippi? You think that they would all follow that? If I said it over and over again?
Well, he puts modern day in front of it. So it's not really debate. It's like something else. It's a modern day debate. Like modern art. Well, that's not really art. It's modern art. It's a complete separation. So it's like taking like philosophy from the past and then modern philosophy. Debate, modern debate. Adding that sort of adjective in front of it that completely changes it to some sort of goofball thing where whoever gets the best Star Wars quote in and the other person didn't get the reference, then it's like, oh, they won the debate.
I want to see a three-way debate between Fight the Flat Earth, T-Jump, and Professor Dave, and we're gonna drink non-alcoholic near beer that's 0.005 alcohol, and we're gonna do a shot every time they do a logical fallacy, and I bet you we still get hammered.
You're praying to the toilet gods.
Dude. There isn't a logical thought between the three.
My favorite Professor Dave quote is, "You can't see curvature of the Earth from the surface of the Earth." Game over. Nobody's going to space.
He said you can't measure it. He actually said you can't measure it.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, which is even worse, right?
Agreed. It's been a while since I've seen that one, but like everything else I heard him say was complete bullshit, so don't listen to the guy very often.
You're a retard, dags or gods. This guy is a fucking retard, certifiable. Why is he allowed to chat? Why is he allowed to chat, Skank? Wasting my fucking time out here.
I guess he's worried about joining the VC because I'm in it. He says he's not going to join the VC until Crit cools off.
Well, then he shouldn't be in the fucking text chat, should he?
I mean, should I disconnect and see if he'll come in? Should we do an experiment? Does the cause of Crit disconnecting have the effect of dogs joining the call?
He's a dumb fuck. You could do whatever you. I don't even know why you're entertaining him, but God.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to him. That's a waste of time.
That dude's like his own like personal cheerleader. He's all about narrative control and making it out that you're a liar and projecting all over the place.
He's got a below third grade science acumen, for fuck's sake. It's already been demonstrated. How many times we got to do this? I mean, we're just wasting our fucking time. Why just ban his dumb ass? The fuck? It's just like all the rest. Charlene, Daza. Who else? I know I say this over and over again, but it just doesn't make any. It's just not getting through. Oh boy. I guess I'll just waste my time sitting here defending chat skanks.
No, I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of him.
He's tech
already. He's done.
Yeah,
Talks to God.
Well, he's tech suppressed for 24 hours. I think it works out to be.
Oh God, then we'll have to do it tomorrow or the next day. Sorry.
He'll come back on May the 4th. May the 4th be with dogs. And then we can talk about like
May
what
the
other
4th be with you, right?
Yeah. We can talk
That's
about
too-
Ohio.
That's too funny, man. I'm gonna have to use that tomorrow.
I was going around on May 1st and like just randomly quoting Shakespeare, mostly from Midsummer Night's Dream. And people like looking at me like, what are you doing? What's that? What are you talking about? I'm like, yeah, like Shakespeare? Like, oh yeah. I forgot about that. I think that's Biddle. Yeah, he won't join either. He says, I'm not going to join the VC because I'll get muted. Well, if you don't join the VC, you're yourself. That's a self mute.
Yeah, then he's gonna get muted in text, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to imagine me disagreeing with something like Bigfoot and like hanging out with Bigfooters for like a decade, telling them they're wrong, like Jim Panda or some shit.
Damn,
Like,
Hanny. Sorry, Hank. Hanny's back. We can evaluate Hanny's science acumen.
Hi, Hanny. Good to see you.
I don't usually remember Globetards, but I remember you from yesterday.
She's memorable. She's memorable.
I know. I don't just from you guys talking about her because I wasn't in here.
Oh yeah. Oh okay. Yeah.
She left right before, about 5 minutes before I got in here. You guys were still talking about her, and then I was reviewing her chat skanks, and I told her that she wouldn't know the difference between natural science and a chartreuse windsock. You want me to demonstrate? You want me to go ahead and demonstrate that, Hanny, for everyone to see? Come off mute.
She said she can't talk right now, but she'd love to listen to a debate or AMA. So maybe she can talk later. Well, we can't do an AMA if nobody's asking anything.
Debate? This isn't a debate, love. You don't debate objective topics. It's a fucking category error. Welcome to third grade, by the way. AMA? What's a fucking AMA? Don't use acronyms here. I'll acronym you to death.
Gosh, even I know that it's Ask Me Anything.
Yeah, ask me anything.
No, I didn't know that.
I know. Well, I usually don't know things like that, so that's why I'm excited that I know something that you don't. It's, I'll put a little tally mark on my wall. I don't know. There's only a few on there.
You're fucking I was in the military for 21 years. I'll acronym your fucking ass to death.
I bet you would.
Then you wouldn't know dick about any of the acronyms.
I totally believe you.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't want to know half of them.
No, most of them. No, most of they're not dirty. There's
Okay.
acronyms for every fucking thing.
AMA could be the Army Mountain Warfare School.
Army Mountain Warfare. Where's the W at?
I don't know. It just says that
they
use,
just let that off. I got you. They do that shit too. Doesn't Robin Williams destroy that in Good Morning Vietnam? Doesn't he destroy that fuckwit lieutenant with acronyms?
Yeah, it's really good.
It's pretty funny.
It's like, especially too, when you get like someone TDY and they would they would know what you're talking about. You go like, yeah, you stop at the JSSC and then take a right, and then which is actually your military left, and you go 2 blocks down through, like they just keep going over one acronym to the other, and they're like, just look at you like, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, let's go.
I wouldn't dare talk to anyone outside the military with acronyms. I wouldn't even fucking attempt to do it. It'd be the acme of foolishness.
I mean, there's a bunch of like internet speak that uses acronyms.
Sure. Yeah. That just adds on to it.
Yeah.
Well, it was a long time before I learned what snafu meant. I learned, I heard that word like since I was a little girl, but it was probably like 20 years hearing that before I knew what it actually stood for. And then I really liked it.
Did you like it? Do you like it?
Yeah, I
What does
did.
it mean?
Tell them what it means, Quantum Eraser. I
Oh,
can't say those words.
You can say it. Come on.
No, I'm not saying it.
Situation
He
normal.
was trying to trap me.
Just relax. I'll fucking say it. Situation normal. All fucked up.
You could have said it, Mary. Jeez.
What about FUBAR? Go ahead, Mary Mount. Do FUBAR.
I actually don't know what that one means. What does that one mean?
Go ahead, Crit.
Fucked up beyond all recognition. Like if you have a destroyed vehicle in the battlefield, they ask you, what was it? Pfft, rubble, it's like destroyed. We don't know.
Like Globers in general, they're all FUBAR. Hanny, she's FUBAR.
Just the logic itself is just FUBAR.
He resorted to FUBAR. Where'd Hanny go? She fucking boot scooted. Now she's head of chat skanking out there. What the fuck? Then you got the 6 Ps. You know about those, Mary Mom? 6 Ps?
No, tell me the 6 Ps.
Prior planning prevents piss poor performance.
I like that. That's good.
Failure to plan on your part doesn't constitute a fucking emergency on mine.
Now that one, yes, I'm familiar with from the world of education. Yes. I just turned in 20 things the last day of school. Why haven't you graded them yet?
Yeah. Used to drive my kids crazy because kids do that to you, right? They used to just get disgusted and huff away, just huff and turn around and fucking walk away. Yeah,
FEMR. So FEMR is flawless execution with monotonous regularity.
FEMR. That wasn't a regular one.
Yeah, it's from football. My coach said.
Yeah, I didn't know that one.
Yeah, that one stuck with me. I try to incorporate that in my everyday life. Like,
sure.
That's a good one to live by. At least that's the goal.
I've surpassed my goal in life. I will put Exhibit A in the chat.
Ooh, that's a big lead up. I can't wait to see it.
It's a paint by numbers of a giraffe.
No, it's a tattoo my husband got of a sandwich baggie that I put a note on. That's my wonderful handwriting on his leg.
Now that's dedication.
That's dedication. Does he read scripture?
Who, Sterling?
Yeah.
He has. I read scripture all the time, though.
Oh, the tattoos aren't particularly how would you say? Encouraged. Uh-oh.
Count on you to make everything awkward.
Awkward. It's just awkward, right? Every chance I get.
Yeah, and you're also the only person I'd know about identifying ticks. that would be mad about it.
Exactly. If you don't know your tick identification, you need to shut the fuck up.
And if somebody identifies it before you, then hold the phone.
That never happened to me.
Yeah, you can just sit here and declare that it hasn't, but
Yeah, you could just sit here declare that it has.
you got pretty mad at me for talking about the Lone Star tick.
You were fucking it up.
What?
I got a citation for it from Amazon.
Shut up.
He's never gonna let you live that down. I don't think he ever is.
I recovered very nicely, even though it was a really bad start.
You did.
I recovered very nicely. I do that when I'm performing too. If I mess up on guitar or singing or something like that, I just keep going, and nobody even usually knows I messed up.
How did your
Can you imagine, Mary Mom, me sitting here, put all those citations, must have posted them like 3 fucking times. Just sitting here, and so I'm like prouder than a game rooster. She's reading it off, and then she and then she says from Amazon.com.
You had to jump in there. That was an emergency situation. Yeah.
You can imagine how broad it was, the highest of the high, and then the lowest of the lows, and like
Here's those endorphins, and let me snatch them away immediately.
We didn't even make him cut his member off to talk on that one.
Oh yeah.
Oh gosh. He said rip it off. He said rip it off.
He did, didn't he? Yeah, that's right.
We're gonna have to make sure that there's a rule that there's no ripping peckers to come in and talk.
Peckers. Oh my god. Oh boy, you guys are friggin' hilarious. I needed this tonight, little laugh at the end of a long fucking day.
That's what friends are for. Didn't you know that?
Yeah.
That's right. Keep smiling, keep shining.
Yep. I didn't say it was bad day, it's just long day. I'm fucking whooped. This getting old shit, man. I'm about fucking tired of it. Yeah.
The only thing that you can do is die at this point.
I
So
know it's
you don't
so
have to just
pissy.
not be so upset about it.
No, I'm not upset about it. I'm just fucking disappointed.
As long as it doesn't make you look at the youths in disdain. Yeah.
Even in my 30s, I could go fucking play like 6 sets of tennis, drink a fifth of Jack Daniels, go on a road march, come back, run a couple miles, and still be good the next day. Just wake up. Okay, what's next? Now, the fuck. I'm gonna be in traction tomorrow, right? The fuck is this? I can't deal with this shit, man. Fucking heels hurting. My fucking calf is hurting. Fucking toes hurt. Lay down in bed, I get fucking itch. Right? You're like just about you're just about to fall asleep. Fucking itch. And you can't reach around because it stretches out your shoulder too much. So you got to turn over.
It's just the little things. I'm like, what the fuck? I fucking take off my socks, back crooked as a question mark. Can't have to lean back. The
Sounds like you're very old.
You need a hot tub. I think it sounds like you need a hot tub. You don't have a hot tub?
that thing, yeah, I do, but it's only going to help for like 10 minutes, and then afterwards you fucking freeze up.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you just stay there.
You just got to stay in it.
I think that could be interesting. You could do your all your flat Earth work, from a hot tub. It might change your whole approach.
He unmutes and all you can hear is the bubbling in the background.
Like, Ken's all about to fall off and shit. It's drenched, fucking toes are all curled up, fucking fingers.
Hello, friends.
Oh, it's Raiden. QE. Raiden is kinder, gentler kind of Glober.
Yeah, Quantum Eraser and I, we've had a few run-ins.
Oh, you already have encountered each other. Okay. So no introduction is
have.
necessary.
Look at Bugs Bunny over there in the pot. He puts his ass down in there. That's a good one, Miguel. Good one. Nice.
I actually like Huey.
Who?
Oh yeah, that's right. Because he liked it when Flatsy was calling him names the other night. Yeah, he likes that. He did tell us that.
I do. I mean, I think he's a counterfeit version of Nathan Oakley, but besides that, I think I like him.
Counterfeit version of Nathan Oakley. You're a fucking moron. Before I was.
Okay.
You got it backwards.
I still
Nathan-
like you anyway.
Nathan is QE's protege. Duh.
Duh.
And I like how you use a lot of profanity when you speak. I actually like that. I don't use it myself, but I can appreciate it.
Well, I shouldn't
makes
be
you more
that.
human.
It took a long time. I had electroshock therapy after the military. Got rid of it for a long time. But then I just got sick and tired of you fucking dumbasses, which are bullshit. After about 3 years, I just got tired of it and it just let loose.
I understand. Yeah. Sometimes people can't control their urges or emotions, and
Can't control their
that's fine.
urges and emotions. Fuck off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not faulting you. I'm just saying, maybe it's just the state of affairs for you.
State of affairs for me. The state of affairs for me is I'm coherent. You're a dumb fuck. That's the state of affairs.
Ooh.
The state
why I
of
like
affairs for Q. Hold on. The state of affairs for QE is his pure contempt for retards.
Thank you, Flatsy. You must be. I forgot. You're a compendium of all knowledge, right?
Compendium? What the fuck is a compendium?
I'm just quoting QE and the things that he said in the past that made me absolutely lose it when he said it.
That was a public service announcement she was making.
I know. I understand Flatsy's frustration.
Flatsy doesn't have any frustrations.
Sure, she does. She's
She has
frustrated with me.
she has pure contempt for you dumb fuckers too.
That's fine.
You can hear. You can hear. Every now and again she goes, "Good grief."
I can help her.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't request any help from you. Trust me, I've got this.
Sure you do. You've got everything.
Yes, she does.
Just like QE says, I wouldn't trust you to tell me the air pressure in your tricycle tires.
Sure. Flatsy, do you know how fast Mach 1 is?
Oh, talk about random.
Do I need to know?
No, you don't need to. I was just curious if that was part of your knowledge base.
I don't know what Mach 1 is.
How are you going to help her? You're a Glober. What are you going to do? Offer some logical fallacies or something?
Here's a really fallacious way of looking at it.
You said Mach 1. I didn't know what it. I'd have to look it up. I don't fucking know it off the cuff.
It's the speed of
sound.
Speed of sound. Yeah, he cut out.
How fast is that? 700 some miles an hour.
730.
761 flat Lloyd down there. 76. I was in the vicinity. Hand grenade range.
Mm-hmm.
What's Mach 2?
1522.
Is it?
Well,
damn.
I like talking to you guys.
What are what is
clear.
1,800 fathoms?
a fathom is 6 feet.
There you go. So 6 times 1,800.
There you go.
You have to be a fucking squid to know that shit.
Yeah, that's right. And don't you forget it.
No, that's fine. That's just random shit, man. Why are you coming up with random shit? Doesn't prove anything.
Well, the new tactic, they ask a flat earther a question, and if they can't answer automatically without looking it up, they take it as a win. Whatever they got to do to get a feather in their hat, even if they call it macaroni.
That's pretty pathetic. Jesus. Just some random fact and shit.
Yeah,
I'm not your typical globe earther. I'm not trying to fight with you guys. That's not my objective.
Not trying to fight the flat earth? Okay.
I'm not trying to fight with you guys. I'm actually trying to help.
With flat earthers, trying to help.
Yeah, I'm not here to argue with you.
That was a stereotype fallacy. Yeah, I'm going to pull one on you. Do you know we caught Fight the Fat Girth picking his boogers, and he's a globetard? You're a globetard. Do you eat your boogers?
No.
We didn't catch him just picking his boogers. We caught him picking and eating a booger.
That's what I said. Eating his boogers.
You must have cut out because you. Ugh.
I didn't cut out. Shit. My mic is pristine.
Yeah. See, a lot of people come here and they want to fight with you guys. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not here to call you names or cuss at you or any of this other stuff. That's not why I'm here.
There we go.
Right.
Flat earthers again. Another stereotype fallacy. Eat your boogers.
No, I'm saying a lot of globe earthers just want to argue with you. That's not why I'm here. I'm not here to do that. I'm not here to go around.
Well, they don't have any fucking arguments. Why would you be here to do that?
This is what my point is, and you can take it for whatever it's worth.
It's worth nothing.
Okay, fair enough. So what I was going to say was, I'm not saying that you're wrong.
Wrong about what?
My point is, I don't have any reason to believe that you're right.
What wrong about what?
The shape of the earth.
The shape of the earth? We're wrong about the shape of the earth. How are we wrong?
I didn't say you were wrong. Did you just hear what I said to you?
No, I didn't hear you.
I said I'm not saying that you're wrong. My point is, I just don't have any reason to believe that you're right.
Huh?
Right about what?
Right about what? Shape of the earth?
Shape of the earth. Yeah.
Well, that's easy. We got the Black Swan. We got Horizons. We got a whole fuckload of stuff.
Yeah, we didn't make a claim of the shape. And the
fucking
first
Ham's been What do you mean he claimed about the hay's been in the barn since 2016, dude.
Well, the earth has to be subshape.
This is just dancing on your graves and laughing at your dumbasses, man. That's all this is. That's all it's been ever since 2016. This has been over since 2016, dude.
Okay. Well, Kiwi, let me ask you this: Is the Earth an object?
Is the Earth an object? Define object.
Yeah. Something physical.
That's not the definition of an object.
What the fuck, dude? Are you retarded, man?
Do you treat the earth like your women?
Yeah, do you treat...
Just asking a basic question. Do you think the Earth is an object? Or do you think it's abstract?
You gotta define object.
Well, it's either an object or it's abstract. Which one is it?
It's not fucking abstract.
Are you saying
It is an object.
Of course, if you define object as a physical, I've been walking on this motherfucker for about 62 years. It's plenty fucking physical.
Okay, so
What's
any
physical?
object. Well, so yeah, so any physical object has
physical.
some shape, right?
Any physical object has some shape. Yes.
Yeah, that's basic geometry. Euclidean geometry.
It's not basic geometry. It's basic. Well, duh.
No, this is specifically Euclidean geometry.
Euclidean
Any object has a
geometry.
shape.
What's Euclidean geometry?
You don't know who Euclid was?
Listen, it's your fucking claim. What's Euclidean geometry? You claimed it. Don't ask me.
If you want me to teach you a class, I'll do it on a
You
side
couldn't
chat or
teach the
DM.
bionic woman hearing if you chained to her back of a dump truck and drug her through a nitroglycerin plant. You're a fucking retard, dude.
Okay. But
Not
besides
okay.
that, any object
You couldn't teach me shit,
has a
dude. What the
geometric
fuck are you
shape,
talking
correct?
to? Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Teach me shit.
Well, I don't want to teach you anything.
You couldn't teach me a fucking thing.
Yeah. What shape is flat?
Well, hold on, you guys. Reality Man, what you should do is give your first sales pitch that the globe has a sort of aphrodisiac, sort of mental health aspect to it.
Is
That
a
when-
globe an object?
Yeah, like his original claim, his idea was that people feel better when they know they live on a Baltard.
Oh, God.
Present that,
You
present that.
remember that?
Yeah, that's what because that you basically were using intuition because that's what they told you, the overview effect, that seeing the Earth from space is a instant cognitive shift where people start to view all life as interconnected, how fragile the Earth is, how fragile everything is. So what you had a very intuitive way of explaining what the astronauts came back and told humanity after the Apollo program. So if you can offer that, give your sort of like your version of the overview effect. How did knowing you live on the ball change your life for the better? What sort of cognitive shift did you get once you realized it was a water-covered lava ball?
Okay, so in response to your question, Crit, realizing what the shape of the Earth was didn't change my life in any way. For me, it was the status quo. It was reality. I didn't learn anything per se. It was just something that was reiterated that mainstream society already knows. That's my answer to you.
Yeah, I thought Crit was getting more like, for example, if you've got you've got a bunch of mental patients, like one thinks he's Julius Caesar, the other one thinks their stuffed animals are talking to them. Like, you don't really spend a lot of time arguing with them about it. You just kind of give them some medication, pat them on the head, and get them ready for activity night. You know what I'm saying?
Is space time in the room with you right now?
Medication time.
It's like if someone asked them who their father is. Pretty much everyone has an idea who their father is until shown otherwise. So it's kind of, an
Okay,
empty
wait.
question.
How's that analogous? So if somebody thinks dude A is their father and they were not happy. They're not happy with that. Then later on they find out that the milkman was the father. How does that change their aspect? How does that change their worldview? Because your analogy would be they had the flat Earth, their father, They knew this all the beginning, their whole life. Observable, measurable, practical demonstrations. Then at some point, someone says, "Hey, little Timmy, you know Dad? He's not really your dad. This crack addict over here is actually your dad."
Sure.
How would that be good? How would that be a good thing?
I don't know if it would be a good thing, but if it's true, it would be informative.
Yeah, but you said it makes you happy knowing that you're not on what the Earth appears to be. What you're actually on is something else that it doesn't appear to be. See, I use the same thing you do, but I get to a different conclusion because Florida is really, really flat. Like really flat. Like it's like the flattest of all the states. They talk about Kansas being flat, like almost mathematically perfectly flat. Florida's even flatter than that. So it kind of explains Florida Man. Because here you got this dude sitting there, seeing the Earth as flat and stationary, and you've got this massive space complex right in the middle of the state. They are batshit crazy. Like it's causing them to rob a liquor store with a crocodile. It was even more interesting is this is repeatable. You've got explanations for Denmark Man and Australian Man. Both places, very flat. But they're being told it's curved. So it's causing this really odd reactions, like telling little Timmy, Frank is not your dad. Crackhead Bob over there, pissing on the side of the building in public, arrested after 10 times or whatever. Yeah, that's really your dad. And they're like, fuck. No, it can't be.
You lost me at rob a liquor store with a crocodile.
Or an alligator, I guess would be the right thing.
Alligator, okay.
Yeah.
Now he's being alligator politically correct.
Yeah. It's like, I'm not a crocodile, I'm an alligator.
Your dad was actually an alligator.
I understand what you're saying, Crit, and what
Wow, really? He's one person understands you, and it's the Glober.
Well, Crit and I have talked for
oh yeah
2 years now.
Yeah, me and Reality Man are in different servers and stuff, so we've crossed paths in a few different other topics and whatnot.
Reality Man, you believe in space time, don't you?
I do.
What is it made out of?
I'm sorry. What was that?
What is it made out of? And what type of material are we talking about? The space time that we're talking about?
Energy.
Energy? What?
That's what everything is made out of.
That's what space-time is, energy? Really?
Everything is made out of energy.
What kind of energy? Volts, kilovolts, watts, moles?
Kilojoules?
What kind of energy?
I can give you a formula.
Well, just speak English, right? We're all speaking English here. It's an English server. So you could just tell me in English, because I'm fluent in English, not in math.
Well, how about F equals M times A? What does that mean to you?
F equals MA. You're describing things mathematically, but you're calling it science, right? Because you think that... Wait, did you just bring up Newtonian gravity?
Yeah.
I thought we were talking about space-time. What kind of energy is it?
If you want to flip-flop between Newton and Einstein, we can do that too.
You did that. You brought Newton up. You're accusing me of what you're doing, you projector.
I'm talking about energy.
Okay, what kind of energy is space-time made out of?
I don't know what you mean by what kind of energy.
Okay, you said energy, correct?
Yes.
Can you back up your claim and be a little more elaborate? What do you mean by energy?
I mean something that can't be created nor destroyed. That's what I mean.
Okay, so you just speak a truthism and expect that to be an answer that I'm going to accept. Do you think the audience that's listening, you think they're accepting that answer? What kind of energy specifically are you talking about, sir?
I'm talking to you, and you know what I'm talking about because you and I have had many conversations in the past.
I can't read your mind. When you say energy, are you talking like gasoline or paper? What kind of fuel or energy are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm talking about work over time. Work over time. Do you know what that is? That's power, right?
Okay, so tell me more about this power. Can we harness it? Can we put it in a jar, paint it yellow, take it to the lab, and science shit out of it?
Yeah, power is work over time.
Okay, so how can you demonstrate this energy that you're calling space-time?
That's it. I just explained it to you. That's your energy.
Well, I need an explanation. I need your demonstration, because your name is Reality Man, right?
Do you have a hammer in your house, Tetsu?
What?
Do you have a hammer in your house anywhere?
Yes, I have several.
Okay. Grab one and swing it. That's energy.
So was that?
That's work over time.
Is that the kind of energy space time has? Swinging hammer?
On a smaller scale, yes.
Really? So
Can you
is it
demonstrate? Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
no, it's okay. I was kind of interrupting, so I appreciate it. But
On a smaller scale, it sounds like a personal problem.
Yeah. So which is it? Is it the energy of the hammer swinging, or is it the hammer itself?
No. If he swings the hammer, he's inputting the energy into the forward movement of the hammer. It's work
Okay, so-
over time or power.
Okay. So how do you bend and warp that?
I don't think an individual can bend time.
Well, according to general relativity, that's the bending and warping of space time.
What the fuck?
Uh-oh, Sonny.
Uh-oh.
What the fuck? You don't
I can't
think an
explain every
individual-
nuance of the cosmos.
You don't think an individual, don't overtalk me. You don't think an individual can bend time?
No.
How the fuck can a collective bend a concept?
Unless you're God, maybe.
He could bending concepts? What the fuck? How
You
do
said
bend
space-time is energy.
How the fuck do you bend a concept? It's not physical.
I don't know what you mean about a human being bending time. I don't know an example of that.
How do you bend a concept?
I didn't bend anything. I just gave you an example of how human beings can produce energy, which is work over time or power.
Produce energy. That's not energy.
It is energy. If you swing a hammer, it is energy.
Define energy for everyone.
Work over time or power.
Citation, please.
Power is synonymous with energy.
Citation, please. Not a continuation. Do you think continuation means citation? Can you please post a citation of the definition of energy that claims what you said it did? I'll bet you can't.
I can. I'll do it tomorrow. I'm not in front of my,
you'll do it right fucking now.
I'm not in front of a keyboard right now.
Well, I don't give a fuck. Then don't make the claim.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, if you don't believe me, that's fine.
No, it's not. I don't believe it. I think you're a fucking retard. In fact, I could demonstrate it. You just claimed that energy was something. That's not what fucking energy is, dude. Do you know that Richard Feynman said that energy is a nothing burger, and we don't have a fucking clue what it is? Do you know he said that?
Did you know that Richard Feynman used to pick locks?
What the fuck, dude?
The hell
Yeah,
does
he
that have
did.
to do with anything?
What the fuck does that mean?
He also played the bongo with a song about orange juice. So fucking what?
That's my point. He brings up Richard Feynman. What does that have to do with energy?
because he defined it, and he's one of your fucking high. He's the highest priest of your priestesses, by the way. Yours, not mine. Yours.
I've already defined energy for you. You can either accept it or not. So
Yeah, well, you haven't defined it. You just fucking pulled it out of your ass. Now I'm going to rip your ass to pieces. From Richard Oh, okay. Yeah, it is okay, you dumb fuck. There you go. From the Feynman lectures at Caltech. It is important to realize that in physics today, we have no knowledge of what energy is. There it is, right there. Rip your ass to pieces. Now get the fuck out of here. Go back to your cake decorating threads, dumb fuck. Say goodnight.
Don't know what energy is.
Say goodnight. Yeah, you don't. He's telling you don't know what it is, but you just pulled it out of your ass. That's not fucking energy.
Okay, if you say so.
Okay. Yeah, I think so. I just showed so.
The rest of us know better.
The rest of you know better. You know better than Richard Feynman. You can't even tie your fucking shoes without a fleet of slobber nurses, you moron.
I know what energy is.
Yeah,
Maybe
you
don't.
sure do, you fucking clown. You're like a village idiot. Just make shit up. Right? I got Richard Feynman that just told you you're a fucking moron. But nope, that doesn't affect you. You just put your fucking full power, Captain, on the Dunning-Kruger deflector shields.
So was that appeal to authority? Is that what that is?
Appeal to authority. No, your authority.
I didn't say that Richard Feynman was my authority. You did.
You don't have to say it. To be a communist, you don't have to tell us that you're fucking against private property ownership. You're a fucking communist. We already know that. As a globetard, he is one of your high priestesses. The highest.
You committed a logical fallacy and you didn't realize
That's not
it,
a
right?
logical fallacy, you fucking retard.
It's not?
No.
Okay. Appealing to authority is not a logical fallacy?
Appealing to authority, no. Appealing to authority is a logical fallacy. I'm not appealing to it. He's one of your authorities, you dumb fuck.
He's not mine. I didn't tell you
Yes,
that.
he is. Do we got to go through this again?
I don't remember telling you that Richard Feynman was my authority on anything.
Was not your authority. As the Globetard Collective, there's no higher. Who's higher than Feynman? Tell me.
I don't know. Lawrence Krauss?
No way. No way.
But Sean Carroll? I don't know.
Retard. You absolute retard, dude.
No. No. Just say Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye, dude. Might as well keep them two out of the way.
Lawrence Krauss trumps Feynman.
I don't know. It sounds like a matter of opinion.
That
Some people
is
think that Sean
fucking
Carroll
cool,
trumps everybody. I don't know.
man. Wait, I gotta tell the guys on Monday. That's
who you talk to.
It's classic.
I don't
Thanks.
agree with that. I'm just throwing names out there. You talking about these physicists.
Thanks, man. So you said Lawrence Krauss. Can you show us something from nothing?
Can I show you something from nothing?
Yeah, you appealed to Krauss. He's Mr. Something from fucking nothing.
Yeah, I can show it to you. Because most flat earthers believe that a God exists, so that's something from nothing.
God exists. That most flat earthers, there you go with your stereotype fallacy. Most globetards eat their boogers because Craig does.
Do most people who believe that the earth is flat believe in a God?
Most people who believe in a God.
Most human beings believe in a God.
Hold on. You're a dumb fuck atheist. What is
I'm not an
atheism?
atheist. I'm a non-believer. I don't believe
You're a
anything
non-believer. So you're a non-acceptance without evidence for what?
Any deities exist.
So you're an atheist, right?
Well, you can call it whatever you want. But I don't care,
I'll
I don't
call
care
you a
about
dumb
labels.
fuck. So these
Okay,
are your
fine.
pillars, and ironically, number one, the three numpty pillars of atheism, morons. Something can come from nothing naturally. That's number one. Number two,
Is God-
paper
is
and
God
glue.
natural?
Shut the fuck up. Number two,
God is outside of nature.
ink, paper, and glue molecules can author technical instruction manuals and blueprints. Number 3, you directly violate the laws of thermodynamics, quantum mechanics, and common sense. You're a dumb fuck, dude. Literally.
Why are you talking about thermodynamics? You don't believe in science, do you?
Believe in science. The thermodynamics isn't science. Number 1, dumb fuck. It's natural law. Number 2, I don't need to believe in science. I know that it actually exists with the scientific method. You dumb fuck.
What?
Every time you open up that incoherent blowhole of yours, you fucking pound yourself in the face with a spade shovel. Why am I getting an echo?
It's the Neuralist. Mute yourself, the Neuralist. You're.
I'm him.
I can.
What the fuck? You just train wrecked yourself like 8 times in a row. We gonna go for a record?
How did I train wreck myself? I explained everything to you.
Yeah, you train wrecked yourself. I just demonstrated it.
You got a Science is Real t-shirt?
What is natural science, by the way? Not science, because science just means knowledge, right? We're dealing with specific natural science. What the fuck is that?
You talking about scientia?
You talking about what?
Scientia, you said that science is... What did you say before, natural science?
Science in general is just knowledge. But in this
Scientia,
genre,
right?
in this genre, it is natural science. What is natural science?
Well, for your purposes...
No, what is natural science? Not for my purposes. What is it?
Well, you seem like a simple person. So
What
I'm gonna
the
dumb it down
fuck
for
is
you.
that? Shut the fuck up and just tell
It's
me
a-
what it is. Don't you
It's
know
the
what
science
it
that
is?
has to do with the natural world.
That's dumb fuck. That you're using the same. That's like dumb fuck. What's colored tape? Well, it's tape that is colored. Shut the fuck up.
Those are part of the natural world.
Shut the fuck
right?
up. I'm done with your dumb ass. You're a fucking retard. Go back to your cake decorating forums. You'll
Does
probably
anybody
laugh
else
you
have
out
a
of there.
question?
Thanks, Mary Mom. What did you have?
I just asked if anybody else had a question.
Oh. I guess that's
I have a commentary. This is exactly the stupid shit I was talking about earlier, where science is it's just a pop culture fad to these guys. Dude said, I believe in science. Are you some kind of weirdo? Like, is there something wrong with you, bro? What does that mean to believe in science right now? I want him to explain this. What does it mean to believe in science?
Oh, you want him to explain it to you? All right.
Sure.
Yeah, tell me what it means to believe in science.
When you step in your vehicle and you start it, that's science.
Holy fucking shit. Dude.
Oh my god, dude.
Just
Instead of it blowing up, shut the
fuck up.
So
We're done.
scientists made automobiles. Is that what you're saying?
Oh my god. Are we that desperate? He just train wrecked himself again. He's a dumb fuck.
Does this guy even understand how retarded he sounds?
No. Because he's Dunning Kruger.
Mechanical engineers are scientists now. Everybody's a scientist. Katy Perry's a scientist.
India wants a reason with him, so let's let him go.
I'm trying to get him to say the stupidest thing humanly possible.
Well, that's every other statement that he said this evening.
Yeah, but I'm trying to go down. I'm like, see, I'm looking for the bottom.
There is none.
When you're done with them, I want to.
Endless
It's a
bit of
cha-cha slot.
endless
So
bit of
Ford,
retardation.
so Raiden, Ford Motor Company, they're like, we're going to make an internal combustion engine. Let's put an ad in the paper. We need employees, and it was an ad for scientists. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is science is the reason why the car doesn't blow up when you start it.
It's not the reason the car doesn't blow up, bro.
Okay. Well, you keep
You
telling
think the
yourself
car
that.
only blows up because there's scientists that did experiments to make sure the car don't blow up.
Yeah, because they did blow up in the past, and it required science to make improvements and correct that issue.
Science.
It wasn't scientists.
Okay, what was it? Luck?
Engineers.
Engineers work with scientists.
Oh, they work with them.
Work with scientists? Why would you only
they
be engineers? Why is it? Why specifically? I mean, it doesn't. Really, everybody, like at some point, has something to do, going back to some sort of scientific concept. So why would you say just engineers uniquely? No one else.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I was wondering why he said that. All these people work together.
Really?
Engineers figured it out, Doofus.
Are mechanics
Engineers.
scientists? Are mechanics
Are
scientists?
mechanics scientists?
Go and
No,
answer.
you guys must live in an alternate universe. All these people, all these disciplines are
you're just
interconnected.
dumb,
You
dude.
know.
No, you're just
Okay.
dumb. You think STEM stands for science, 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 and science.
Engineers don't do anything by themselves.
What is
Scientists
STEM?
don't do anything by themselves.
Tell me what STEM
All
is.
these people work together.
Raiden, what does STEM stand for?
Science,
STEM, what they
technology,
teach in
engineering, and
school.
math.
Okay. Is it science, 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 and science?
No, but they're all
Because each one
interrelated.
of those things are distinct human activities. Engineers make the car run, not scientists. Tell me one scientific experiment they did while manufacturing a car.
From a strict
Tell me a
point
single
of view,
scientific
sure.
experiment they did while manufacturing a car.
If you don't think these people work together to make
Tell me
products
one
and services,
scientific
you must be
experiment they
delusional.
did. Yeah, so tell me, okay, if I'm so delusional, you can surely tell me one scientific experiment they did while manufacturing a car.
None of these fields do anything by themselves or itself.
Who
They're
cares,
all
dude?
interrelated.
That is not, listen, that's a red herring and you're not addressing anything. Okay?
No
You
one knows
claim
everything.
cars don't blow up because of scientists. So I'm trying to figure out what these scientists are doing. Are they doing scientific experiments? If
They're
they are,
working with engineers.
name one. Name a scientific experiment the scientists are doing.
Scientists work with engineers.
So what? That
develop-
doesn't mean they're doing science while they're doing it.
If they're not doing science, then what are they doing? Were they playing
I don't know. You
tic-tac-toe
tell
or
me,
something?
dude. It's your claim, dude. What are they doing?
Engineering, you laughing fucking idiot. Look
You guys
over
aren't
in
making any
side
sense.
chat, dumb fuck. Engineering from Henry Petrosky, professor of engineering and history at Duke University. This is the title of his paper. Engineering is not science, and confusing the two keeps us from solving the problems of the world.
I never said engineering was science.
That's you.
I said
That's
these
you.
people work
That's
together
you. No, they
to
don't.
make things
No, they don't.
better.
No, they don't. Yeah, that's,
So what?
that's what you said.
Secretaries work with scientists too. So fucking what?
What do you mean, so what? That makes a difference between life and death in a lot of situations. What do you mean,
So,
so what?
secretaries are scientists. That's what you get.
You don't know how the world works.
That's what you
Doctors
get.
work
That's
with
what you get.
scientists.
Shut the fuck up. That's what you get
So
if you
what?
trying to reason with an abject retard.
Engineers work with scientists. Therefore, when they make a car, they're doing science. You're a retard.
Yep. He's retarded. Secretaries work with scientists. Therefore, collating materials are science.
I still want to know what experiment the secretaries, engineers, and scientists are doing together.
Well, listen, what determines whether someone's doing science or not is whether they're doing experiments that follow the scientific method, not the title that's on their check. Okay? So, really simply, tell us a scientific experiment some scientist did while engineering a car.
I'd have to look it up. I don't know.
Then why do you believe it's happening if you don't know what it is?
Gotta look it up. Holy shit.
So did you just guess?
I don't know what you're talking about. Experiments. I'm talking about.
Listen, Raiden, you got a few choices. Either you had the information and you forgot it. You never had the information in the first place and you made it up. Probably what's happening.
Well, I'm not
Or you have some blind belief that this is what scientists have done based upon your ignorant freaking third grade view of the fucking reality.
He said, "What do you mean about experiments?" That's what he said to you.
Oh,
using the strict definition of the word science. That's
Strict
what it sounds like.
definition.
Well, give me a loose definition.
I'm talking
What
about what
definition are
happens
you
in the real
using?
world. I'm talking about what happens in the real world every day.
Oh,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Dude, I started out by asking is Spaceman in the room with you right now, bro. You're talking about the real world. Do you have any idea what the real world consists of? You think energy?
Yeah, and I,
He doesn't know what energy is. We already established that.
He doesn't know what the real world is, dude.
I just got one
laugh
question.
like a dumb fuck.
This is
If you guys are entertaining,
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun listening to your dumbass, man. You are fucking retarded.
Your mic is super horrible, Larry.
Yeah, Larry, you need to fix that shit. I told you about that shit before. Go out now and fix that shit. And don't come back until it's fixed. Raiden, you're a dumb fuck, dude.
Where's the experiment, Raiden?
You guys are just saying that nothing works. That's what I'm hearing from you.
No,
nothing works. I didn't hear anyone say nothing works. What the fuck is that? What the fuck does that mean? Well, no one said that.
I swear to God, you guys are just communications majors with a bunch
What do
of
you
fucking
guys?
rhetoric.
What's your point?
That you're a moron?
We want the
Okay,
experiment.
beside the ad-
We want the experiment done with engineers manufacturing cars.
Yeah,
one experiment.
Go ask them and they'll show it to you. I mean, what do you ask?
Go ask them.
It's your fucking claim, bozo.
See, this is where you declaring us delusional and out of touch with reality is ironic.
Yeah.
You made a claim, you don't even know the basis for your own claim, and you're calling us delusional because we don't believe in your imagination.
Yeah.
Just do
Fucking
work
crazy,
together.
dude.
Is that imagination?
You're
It's a fucking waste of brain cells.
So what? Scientists work together, therefore they use science to make cars is a non sequitur. It doesn't logically follow.
Doesn't logically follow to
Because
what?
scientists only do science as a human activity.
They do stuff that works. That's important.
That's engineering. That's not science.
It's science and engineering work.
No, it's not.
Who's doing the testing? Engineers or scientists?
No, they're not. Why are they different words then?
Okay,
With
you do
different
live in an
definitions.
alternate universe. So we don't
yeah,
need
because
scientists.
So there's an alternate universe that
It sounds like
defines
you live in one.
scientist and engineer as different words with different definitions.
You know what I'm hearing from you? We don't need scientists. That's
Answer
what I'm
my
hearing from you.
question. Is it another universe that defines scientist and engineer as different? Or is it the universe you're in?
I don't know which one you live in, but I live in the real world.
That's the real world that you can't substantiate, the one you just made up?
No, I didn't make anything up.
Okay, then produce.
I see
Produce
these
the
people
experiment.
every day. Do you?
Well, no, not currently, but I did work with so-called scientists every day.
I
Did
talk to them every day. Yeah, I do. I talk to them every day
Scientists.
too.
Yeah, what?
I see what they do. Do you know
Name
what
a
the word
scientific
collaboration
experiment
means?
they did. Name a scientific experiment they did then.
An experiment.
Yeah,
Start supporting the shit that comes out of your fucking mouth, Raiden. Start supporting
With
it.
evidence.
Experiment. I mean, you know.
Well, you don't have evidence for your claims? Yeah, we know.
What?
what are the three constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
Oh, so it's quiz night now, right?
He doesn't even know what an experiment
Okay, let's
is.
get more
You
basic.
know what it is.
What are the hallmarks? How do you know when you're doing science as an activity and when you're not? What distinguishes science from other things? How do we know this activity, this person is doing science? How do we know?
The other person, whoever it was, they asked.
How do we know, dude?
You observe, you test, and you form a hypothesis. That's what you do.
Oh my God, you're a fucking train wreck.
You got to fucking
Okay.
words.
Wow.
I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I have a feeling he's equating science with technology. Like, cutting edge technology, science.
No,
it's science.
It's more than that. He said the three constituent parts. He's
Yeah, I
a
heard.
fucking idiot.
I don't think I'm an idiot, but
No, you
Everybody else
demonstrated.
does.
Yeah, everyone else does except you. That means you got your Dunning-Kruger deflector shields at full power, Captain.
well, you mean all the flat earthers do. That's what you
Flat earthers. Oh, that's globe tarts. Do you eat your boogers?
Do you?
He already asked me that. I already
He
answered
does.
that like
Is
30
the
minutes
back
ago. But
The answer
Is
is
the-
yes, obviously.
Is the back of your head flat?
That's
I
what we
think-
really need to know. Good question, Flatsy.
I think he pees in the shower while he's eating his boogers.
So, Raiden, the problem here is that anything you don't understand, you call it science. And it's just like this blind, this meta magical freaking thing. Oh, this guy said he's a scientist. His paycheck's 3 times mine. He's doing some mystical fucking work.
you're attacking a straw man. That's what you're doing.
No, no. This is I'm pointing out your psychology, dude. You don't know
what my
anything
psychology is?
about science. You can't evaluate anything about a scientist, about whether what somebody's doing is science or engineering or anything. You totally butchered the three constituent parts of a scientific experiment. You're a train wreck, dude. But you have Dunning-Kruger and don't realize how badly you're fucking up. You have no clue.
I didn't. But what did I butcher? I don't know what you're talking about.
Everything,
I
dude.
think
Everything
I think I hit it right on.
You've been dumb as fuck.
He doesn't even know that he doesn't know.
So tell me what I got wrong. I'm curious.
I said everything. But listen, like go into the live stream YouTube.
Observe, test,
Start
and
where you
hypothesize.
started
How's that
talking
wrong?
and clip to this point, and it's everything between those 2 points.
Observe, test, and hypothesize. That's
So
what he said.
so what's wrong about that? Explain to me.
Well, first of all, observe is wrong because that's not complete. It's observe a natural phenomena. You said test. No, that comes after hypothesis. You have a hypothesis first, and it doesn't have anything to do with engineering. Then you test, experiment. Then I asked you, what are the 3 constituent parts of an experiment? But you gave the 3 constituent parts of dumb fuckery. That's what happened. So that's where you fucked up in the last 5 seconds.
I like your shtick, Kiwi. I really do.
It's not a
Yeah,
stick.
that's what it is. It's just shtick. I like your cope.
You got a flathead.
Dude, you should have been here yesterday. We came up with a whole theory, a whole hypothesis on the flathead globe head.
I understand that piranhas are hungry tonight, and that's fine. And I'm cool with that.
What?
The piranhas are hungry tonight, and I'm fine with that.
No, dude, you're just in cope mode, dude. This is you coping right now.
I'm not coping on anything.
Yeah, you are coping.
Wrong.
Everything you said is you're wrong. I'm
About
gonna make
what?
baseless fucking claims.
What was I wrong about?
Dude, that was sarcasm. That engineering
I
is
defined
science.
energy. I defined power.
You defined
science.
energy incorrectly too.
Okay, what was wrong about what I said?
What was wrong with it? But I already showed you from Richard Feynman, you dumbass. What was wrong with it? You made it up, and you got fucking ripped up.
You're literally just making shit up, dude. Look,
I didn't
look,
make anything
it's convenient that you're not at a computer. And that's just your cope, because if you were at a computer, everything that says out of your mouth, you couldn't post in the chat anything to back up what you're saying from any source or citation. You're just making it up.
Energy is work
Unlike
over
you,
time.
we actually have
Energy is work over time. Shut your fucking mouth.
That's an
You're
equation.
a dumb fuck. He's done. We're done. You're done reasoning with him.
Dude says energy is an equation.
Holy
Fucking
shit.
stupid. What's energy? Gives us a formula. Oh, like unbelievable, bro.
He's let's go back. He said space time is energy.
Wait a second. He said energy is a form. Let's see. Is a banana
Does
a
work
formula?
over time or something, right?
Wait a second. We got to see if banana. Post the equation for a fucking banana.
You said I'm wrong. I want you to correct
Post
me.
the equation
What
for
is
a
energy?
banana right fucking now.
Okay.
Post the
Equations are abstract. Yeah. You might try, man.
Post
Right,
the
post it.
equation for a fucking banana. I want to see it right now.
I want you to tell me how I'm wrong.
Post the equation for a fucking banana.
That's
Post the equation for a fucking banana.
Hey,
Dude, he doesn't
relax,
understand even basic.
people.
Great, and I'll tell you how you're wrong, you freaking dumb fuck. Okay? Energy doesn't exist in the natural world, Raiden, yes or no?
It doesn't? Is that what you said?
I'm asking you, does energy exist in the natural world?
Energy is everything in the natural world.
Energy is everything. Well, what about matter? What's that?
It's the same thing. They're synonymous.
So why are they different words?
Matter is energy.
They're synonymous.
Oh my god, dude.
Dude,
Dude,
Indio.
this is-
Indio. They're synonymous.
Yeah.
Synonymous.
Fucking guy, dude.
Synonymous, not synonymous.
Okay.
Tell me how.
Well, let's go. Let's just keep it going, Raiden. Let's just keep it going. Energy. So you just said energy is everything in the natural world. We asked you what energy is, and you gave us an equation. Do equations exist in that? Do equations exist in the natural world?
No. You're human.
Okay, then. Then energy can't be your equation.
The equation explains energy.
Equations don't explain. shit.
Holy, dude, we just fucking head straight down. Dude, he can't say dumber shit. I'm really wondering now how far we can go.
I want to know.
Oh, it's fucking far, dude.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
Holy shit. Unbelievable, man.
Oh,
Disprove my imagination, guys.
No, keep going, Indio. Keep going.
I don't know how. I don't know if I'll be able to take it in a minute.
Energy,
Holy
energy
moly.
and power is work over time. Explain to me how that's incorrect.
It is. Energy exists in the natural
Wrong.
world, but it's an equation.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
I did. It can't be equivalent, right? It's really simple. It can't be in the natural world and not in the natural world at the same time.
I never said anything was outside of the natural world.
You said equations are.
I said they're human constructs.
Is that in the natural world?
That's what we use to explain.
Is that in the natural world, dumbass?
First of all,
Yeah, it is.
equations don't explain things; they describe. Okay, you're dumb as shit, bro.
What's the difference between explanations and descriptions?
It sounds like the same thing to me.
Of course it does. Do you know how many things sound the same to you? Science is the same as engineering, right? Energy is the same as equations. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man?
What's wrong with you? You still
Why do we have like?
tell me I'm wrong.
Why do we have? Yeah, I did.
No, you
Yeah,
didn't.
I did. Yeah,
No, you
I
didn't.
did. It can't be exist in the natural world and not exist in the natural world at the same time. Mathematics are transcendental categories. They exist in the mind. They don't exist in nature.
I didn't say abstract concepts exist in the natural world. That's what we use to
Okay, but you defined
explain
energy.
what we see.
You defined energy as an abstract concept.
Something with nothing. How are you explaining something with nothing? Your abstract nothing can't explain something.
Energy is a product. That's what it is.
Now it's
not
not
a product.
No.
Where can I buy
it's a result. Energy is a result of work over time. I don't know what.
That's an equation. Now it's a result.
It is a result. You take a hammer, swing it. I don't know.
Isn't it equality? When I define energy as the energy is ... and then I give an equation, that means you're saying energy doesn't exist. It's an abstraction. Okay? If you're going to say energy exists, you're going to have to say, what is it in the natural world? What's it made out of? What's its substance? What is it?
That's God.
Oh, God.
Holy cow.
Hey, Raiden. Break energy down and tell you what it is? Like
You're the one who claims it exists.
I didn't create energy.
Does this make sense to you?
Right?
There's 7/4 energy in a banana.
You tried to think. You tried to think something that's uncreated is created. Dude. You're a fucking moron.
Energy is work over time. Energy
Yes,
is
so the
amount of power.
So energy does. If listen, I accept your definition. Energy is work over time. Energy that you're saying energy don't exist when you say that. That it doesn't have any existence of its own in the natural world. That's what you're saying.
What do you mean the natural world? What other world do we live in besides the natural world?
Oh my Jesus Christ, dude! You know that your mind. Does your mind exist in the natural world? Not your brain, your mind.
You talk as if there's some alternative world out there.
There is. It's in your mind.
No, it's in your mind. I guess. I live in the natural world. I don't know what world you live in, but
oh God, here we go. Okay.
In my world, energy is work over time. I don't know what world you live in. But
okay, tell me. Where is? I want to do a scientific experiment in the natural world. Where do I find truth?
Truth is abstract.
Oh, really? So it doesn't exist in the natural world?
No, truth doesn't exist, but it is something that comports with reality. That's where you find truth.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Who made the evaluation? What made the evaluation? Who did the proposition to see if it comports with reality? What does that exist?
It's not who, it's axiomatic. Do you know what that means?
Nothing. Yeah, I know what axioms are, but they have to be self-evident. This isn't self-evident. You're just trying to...
no, truth is an axiom. Hold on, wait a minute. You said truth is not an axiom?
No. Truth doesn't exist in the natural world, dummy.
It doesn't?
No.
No, not the word itself, no.
No, not the concept at all. Doesn't exist in the natural world.
Truth is whatever comports to reality.
Give me a scientific experiment or any type of experiment, the fucking instrument, how I can weigh it, measure it, look at it, hold it in my hand. Where do I find truth in the natural world?
You need to look at it.
Okay, answer my fucking question.
Go to the STP. It'll answer.
Snake, answer my question, Snake.
Do you know what the Stanford Encyclopedia
Where do I find it? Where do I find it?
In the STP.
Where do I find it, dude?
In the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
Yeah, no, that's not where you find that. First of all, that's not in the natural world, right?
It's not.
That's digital information.
But it defines truth for you.
Where do I find truth, dude?
Where do you find it?
Yeah, where is it in the natural world? You said everything is in the natural world. I want to know where to find truth is.
If it's
I have an encyclopedia tree outside. I'm gonna go.
See how much of a snake you are? You're just a worm. Just answer the question.
I did.
No, you didn't. No,
Truth,
you have not told me a
comports with
location.
reality.
You have not told me a location.
You put your hand in it in a flame and it burns.
I want.
That's true.
Listen, I want space-time coordinates, brother. Space-time coordinates where I can find truth.
I just gave it to you. You put
what were
your
they?
hand in a flame and it burns. That's truth.
No. So that's a proposition. That's not truth.
No, that's not a proposition. That's reality.
Do you find it under rocks? Does it grow
And it's
on
not
trees?
reality because if people burn without pain nerves and fucking no, it wouldn't hurt. So you're
I didn't say
wrong.
anything
That
about
wouldn't
pain.
be
I didn't
true.
say anything about pain. I didn't say anything about pain. I said your hand burns.
No, whatever, dude. That's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about truth.
That is truth. You put your hand in a flame and
you're
it'll
trying
burn.
to. No. That's not truth.
It's not.
You're
Go
making
try
a true
sometime.
statement. You're making a true statement, but your true statement is a true statement. It's not truth itself. Okay.
Why
Good
not?
try though, but that's not going to work.
You tell me if I put my hand in a flame tomorrow, it's not going to burn. Is that what
Okay,
you're
you're
telling me?
deflecting again. Okay. Truth. Where is it in the natural world?
Reality.
Where in reality do I find it?
Truth is what comports to reality. What don't you understand about that?
Okay. And where do I find that?
Your everyday life.
No, truth is an evaluation, right?
No. Truth is
It's not.
absolute. No. You don't
But it's an
evaluate truth.
How do I know what the truth is? Someone has to evaluate it, right?
How do you know? Put your hand in a flame and see if it burns. That's
Okay,
truth.
so that would be an evaluation, right?
No, that's reality.
That's not an evaluation. Sticking my hand in the fire isn't an evaluation.
No.
Doesn't my hand burn? Stick my hand in the fire. That's not an evaluation.
No, that's not an evaluation. That's what's going to happen to you. That's
So
what's going
what?
to happen to you.
But the act itself is an evaluation. You're being intentionally stupid right now.
No,
The act
evaluating
itself
something
is an evaluation. And the act of
mental
evaluating something is not truth. The truth is the reality of the proposition itself. Where does that exist in nature?
Reality.
You know it doesn't exist anywhere in nature. You're just being a fucking worm, okay? Because
reality.
not everything that exists is in the natural world, and you fucking can't stand it. It's literally that simple.
Whoa. What did you just say?
Not everything that exists. Not everything that exists in the natural world, and you can't stand it.
Okay, so there's
you're a
some other world out there.
atheist.
So are you saying there's some other world out there somewhere?
Yes, right.
Where is that? Point to it.
In your mind.
He said it earlier. Yes, he said the same thing earlier, dude.
I know. This dude's stuck on stupid. I already did answer, by the way.
Does it grow on trees? Is it found under rocks? All right, so let's shift parallel to this. Okay, let's give an example of something found in the natural world. Photons. Where do you observe photons? Where do you find them?
In the natural world.
In the afterworld.
Can I shoot photons at truth and bounce them off it?
Photons are truth.
Oh Lord!
Holy crap! This guy's
I was
beyond
hoping,
hope.
Raiden. I was hoping you were going to say sunlight or some shit.
He's beyond
you
hope.
Didn't even do that.
He's playing word games. I don't understand why. I already defined.
Yeah, you're retarded.
So.
You're the only one.
Your definition of truth is not a definition of truth. You said the act of determining the truth is truth, as if they're the synonymous things. No, the action of finding out what the truth is evaluation of a proposition. That's not the same thing as truth itself. You use the proposition to find out what the. Shut the fuck up. You use a proposition to find out what the truth actually is.
You asked me what truth was, and I told you it's whatever.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Reality.
And you're wrong. No, that's not what truth is.
Okay.
Truth is the evaluation of the proposition. Look, I can make a proposition, right? That comports with reality, but the proposition is structured so that what it said is untrue.
Is truth false?
No, truth. Listen, dumb fuck. Okay, I can make a proposition that makes a true statement, but the proposition itself is false.
The truth is beyond anything that you think or
You,
say.
you don't
That's
you
what you
don't
don't
even know
understand.
basic shit, dude. You don't even know
Truth
the
is
most
beyond
basic.
you.
No,
You
dude,
don't
you're
get
just
that.
dumb as fuck, bro.
The truth is better than you. It's beyond you.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I thought it was in reality. Yeah, you just refuted yourself. Congratulations.
No, the truth has nothing to do
You just
with
refuted yourself. It's beyond
what
me.
you
Where is
propose
it? Pluto,
or
Mars, Uranus?
the truth is independent of anything you propose or think or anything else. It's beyond
Does
Oh,
that.
Truth
really?
wear a cape? Does Truth wear a cape and spandex underwear over his tights?
Okay. How much truth is in a proton?
100%.
What a fucking.
Okay, how do we measure that?
Use science.
Okay. Yeah, what
Work
science do I use
overtime.
to measure the proton?
The fuck did I
What's
just?
the instrument that we use? What instrument do I use to measure the truth in a proton?
I don't know. Ask John Carroll.
Yeah, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're probably one of the dumbest.
I'm not
You're
an
almost
idiot.
as bad as that fucking Sig guy we had in here. But at least he was fucking completely delusional. You actually believe what you're saying.
Yeah, I know what the definition of truth is.
No, you don't. You're just a dumb fuck. You're a triggered atheist that came in here, and now you're just saying absurdities to maintain your twisted worldview.
What did I say that was absurd?
That there's an infinite amount of truth in a proton.
A proton is
Yeah, nothing to say about that? You're a dumb fuck, bro.
okay.
Yeah,
Whatever you
dumb
say.
fuck. Shut up. How painful. Think I can go lower than the fucking truth in a proton? Think you can go get more dumb fuckery?
My God, that was just absolutely retarded.
That was pretty good. I mean, yeah, you brought him to that point. There's new people in here. I don't know if you want to talk to any of them. Henny's back. Don't know if she can talk now. 100 men versus one gorilla. If anybody has a question, feel free to speak up. Felix is here.
The great thing is, it's only up from here.
That's right. Yes. Good point, Indio.
Well, I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
Oh, hello. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been in here. Let's listening in.
Welcome, Felix. Oh, Indio's got a question for you, Felix.
How much truth is in a proton field?
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying because, like, the scientific method is not making a truth claim, but like you were saying, it's a proposition, right? Like, so there isn't like a truth inside the proton, so to speak, right?
Yeah,
I understand
doesn't
that.
exist. The main contention was he said everything exists in the natural world. I was like, well,
Yeah, it's a
there's
tautology.
categories that don't exist. He was trying to say, he tried to define energy as an equation. And I was like, dude, you're saying, and I asked him, does energy exist in the natural world? He's like, yes. Do equations exist in the natural world? He's like, no. Well, then how can energy be an equation? If it like they can't exist in the natural world and not in the natural world at the same time.
Right.
And it just went downhill.
Right. The equation just is a model is a quantification. It's not making a truth claim. It's just making a observation and modeling, quantifying that observation. But that modeling itself isn't like where you find the truth. It's just the model, right? So, yeah. I mean, I think
Well,
it's a good science.
but you're not going to find the equation, right? If you define energy, we asked for the definition of energy. Well, Huey did. And if you define energy, we're saying, where does this exist in the natural world? Like, what's the definition of energy? In the natural world, right? We're doing natural science. You want to know where it is in the natural world. And he gives us an equation that doesn't tell us anything about energy in the natural world. Nothing, because it's an abstraction. You have to define, there has to be some what would they call it? An ontology to it, right? We need to know what actually exists in the real world when you say energy.
You're right. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's where, like, in physics, we're just digging deeper and deeper and deeper. And yeah, that's why it's like a forever frontier, I would say. I guess I guess it could be argued that, okay, we get to the Planck limit, but but yeah, I mean, there's so many theories. Like, we're just trying to create a theory that could best explain everything together. But that in itself isn't a proof of like the ultimate truth of something, right? Because all these models are just tentative until some other thing discovered, and it's always assumed to be tentative. And for all we know, it could not be the case. It could just, we use Occam's razor just to.
We don't. We don't use Occam's razor. It's fucking stupid.
Well, can I say something real quick? We were.
I mean, it's a guideline. I wouldn't say.
It's just a mere guideline.
Right. I mean, you could have an infinite number of
we don't.
potential models. Right?
We don't use it. It's not a model either. No, we don't.
Dude, Occam's razor is bullshit. Empirically proven false. Okay? Occam's razor is wrong, dude. Wrong. Go on Google Scholar, type in empirical evidence for Occam's razor. You get a bunch of published papers.
It's not empirical evidence. It's fucking stupid. It's an idiot heuristic. That's all it is. It's nothing but.
Well, yeah. I mean, so what I want to say is you're fixated about Felix. So you're fixated on, like, we were using truth. I was only using that as an example of an abstraction. I could have used a lot of different things, right? I could have used any abstract concept to say, hey, things exist that don't exist in the natural world. Hey, here's this abstract concept. But I used truth because I know that would fucking make you scramble the brains.
Wait, what happened to Raiden? I just got back. Sorry, I had to take off for a couple minutes.
Oh, so you didn't hear? I asked him how much truth is in a proton. He said infinite.
No, I didn't hear that. How much truth is in a proton?
I was just curious. Like I saw, like, last week or something, there were like 50 people or 45 people in here. Was it like some event? I guess I was just wanted to ask you. That's why I joined initially.
Hey, Jetty.
Whoa.
Jetty.
Whoa.
Yeah, you're fucking backfeeding.
Yes.
It's always an event, Felix, in here. It's always an event destroying the fantasy globe for people. Do you think you live on a globe, Felix?
Well, yeah, I've had that discussion before. I mean, for all practical purposes, I do. I mean, that's kind of my job. Well, I mean, my job isn't directly affected by the globe or the flat Earth model or any model at all.
No, there is no globe or flat Earth model.
I mean, that's what
she asked you if you live on a globe.
Okay, well, I like I said, for all practical intents, like purposes, like Coriolis effect,
what the fuck? What the
mechanics.
fuck? Shut the fuck up. What the fuck is the Coriolis effect, Felix?
All right. Well, it's an inertial effect.
It's an inertial force. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's an inertial force. Okay. And.
Right. So it's an inertial effect that we have to assume that there is a different radius as you go change latitudes.
No, that's not the Coriolis effect.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not the. So you don't know what the Coriolis effect is.
No, I do.
No, you don't.
But you're just saying
it's dumb fuck. What you just said, shut up. What you just said was dumb fuck. Now, are you in text chat?
Sure.
So you're a pretender clown fraud. You said you knew something and you don't know what it is.
Okay, well that's what you're saying.
No, that's it. So that's what I say, right? So I'm in text chat right now. I'm gonna rip your ass up. Do you want me to do that?
Oh, okay. Well, I don't think that there's a point in discussing with you if you're.
Yeah, because you're a fucking pretender clown fraud. Ladies and gentlemen,
No, I do know what the Coriolis Effect is.
The time of death for fucking projectile diarrhea, vomit of the mouth, dumb fuck, who just fucked up the Coriolis effect. There it is. Your time of death is 33 minutes after the hour. From Physics About, from the University of fucking TLN NASA, from Norton College, from the University of Florida, and from encyclopedia.com. It just tore your ass up. Yep. You want to hear them? Why don't you read them out loud?
Disc. It could be on a spinning disc.
Read them out loud for us.
Let me explain.
Read them out loud for us.
Well, are you gonna? You said I didn't.
Read them out loud for us. Yeah, you fucked it up. Yes.
Yeah, I can explain it in my own words. I don't have.
Yeah, you can explain it in your own words. You don't know what the fuck it is. You wouldn't know the difference between the Coriolis effect and a chartreuse windsock. You're a fucking moron.
That's so ironic. You just like accuse him of like making up his own definition that it was his opinion. Now you want to explain it in your own words. Ain't that ironic?
Yeah, it's also ironic when I'm not Physics About. I'm not usu.edu. I'm definitely not fucking Norton College. What the fuck is going on here? I'm definitely not. Am I encyclopedia.com? Let me check my name. Nope. The fuck are you talking about, Felix? Are you some type of idiot?
Yeah, did you want me to explain Coriolis effect?
You couldn't explain hearing to the bionic woman if you chained her to the back of a dump truck and drug her through a nitroglycerin plant.
Okay, did you read the definitions?
Read the citations. Read the citations inside chat right now.
I don't need to. I know what it is.
No, you don't. You fucked it up, you Holy fuck, Indio. Shut the fuck up. My God. Sorry about that, but fuck.
No, that's okay.
I had a hard time dealing with this dumb fuck. Go ahead.
No, you go. You go.
So, you're going to read the citations that prove you wrong, dumb fuck?
Like I said, I mean...
Holy fucking shit. I don't think he understands what read the definitions over here mean. Do you know what that means?
I know what a Coriolis effect is.
No, you don't. You fucked it up. You already fucked it up, you moron. That's why I posted the citations.
Okay. Yeah, well, you're just going to mute me, so...
Yeah, because you're a fucking retard. So I'll go ahead and read them for it. So, from Physics About, the Coriolis effect is an apparent effect, an illusion. You never said it was an illusion, you dumb fuck. Why didn't you say that? Well, because you don't know what it is. It's an illusion produced by a rotating frame of reference. You never said frames of reference either. This type of effect is also known as a fictitious force. Or an inertial force. You did mention inertial force. I'll give you +1, but you're already -3. So that's -2. The Coriolis effect occurs when an object moving along a straight path, you didn't mention that, -4, is viewed from a non-fixed frame of reference, -5. This moving frame of reference, which rotates at a fixed speed, you didn't say that, -6. When you view an object in the air that is following a straight path, you didn't mention that. Are we double dipping? Did I say straight path before? Nope, -7. The object will appear to lose its course because the rotation of the Earth. The object is not actually off its course. You didn't mention that. -8. It only appears to be doing so because the Earth is turning beneath it. You didn't mention any of that. -8. Or am I -9? -9. From Utah State University. The Coriolis force is an imaginary force. You didn't say anything about imaginary or imagination, you dumb fuck. -10. because objects affected by it are really following a straight path. We already mentioned that one. It is an apparent deflection we see from the vantage point, frame of reference of the rotating Earth. You didn't mention that, minus 11. From Norton College, Seagar Douglas, Introduction to Ocean Sciences, 2nd edition, Critical Concept Reminders. Because freely moving objects are not carried with the Earth you didn't say anything about freely moving objects. Minus 12. They are subject to an apparent deflection called the Coriolis effect. We ain't going to double dip there. You're still at minus 12. To an observer rotating with the Earth, freely moving objects that travel in a straight line appear to travel in a curved path on the Earth. You didn't mention any of that. Minus 13. From the University of Florida.edu, the Coriolis force is an apparent deflection of the path of an object that moves within a rotating coordinate system. You didn't say that. Minus 14. The object does not actually deviate from its path. Uh-oh. I think that's a minus 15. But it appears to do so because of the motion of the coordinate system. You didn't mention that. Minus 16. From encyclopedia.com. Within its rotating coordinate system, the object acted on by the Coriolis effect appears to deflect. We're double dipping there. I'll keep you at minus 15. Off its path of motion. This deflection is not fucking real. You didn't mention that. That's minus 16. It only appears to happen because the coordinate system that establishes a frame of reference for the observer is also rotating. You didn't mention any of that. Minus fucking 17, dude. You're a fucking retard.
Idiot. How can I say...
You're a fucking retard, dude. If I'm an idiot, you're Helen Keller. I mean, Mae West is in the corner belly laughing.
Hey, if you keep muting me, how can I say anything?
Because you're a fucking idiot. You already said it. We already heard you the first time, dumb fuck.
I said the Coriolis effect.
Coriolis.
I said it was an inertial effect, you idiot.
It was an inertial effect. What does that mean? What does inertial mean?
That's what I started with.
What does inertial mean?
It means something in motion will stay in motion, something at rest. Newton's first.
Well, stay at rest. No, that's not what inertial means. And Newton's first law was debunked.
Are you just going to keep muting me?
Yeah, because every time you say something, it's fucking wrong. And we don't want to listen to anything downstream of the wrong premise, you fucking moron.
Okay, you idiot.
Yeah, if I'm an idiot, you're Helen Keller, son.
Okay, idiot. You just keep muting.
You're 17 fucking down, dude. You can't recover. Fuck off. Go back to your cake decorating threads. Fucking clown. Go ahead, Indio. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, hey, if you have an objection to the definition, the definitions that were posted, tell us. What are your objections?
He might be gone.
Oh, no.
Anyway.
Anyway.
You ever seen that clip that guy's like, oh, no, anyway.
Yeah, Hanny's in here. If Hanny comes back in here, just don't even let me talk to Hanny. If I start talking to her, just kick me out, mute me, ban me. Because I can't even begin with that girl anymore. I took her seriously the other night, but I am not ever taking her seriously again. So seriously, do not let me speak to her. Hold me back.
Why not?
Dandelion, all you got to do is say, somebody please deafen me.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
That's fucking copyrighted. So I didn't listen to all of Raiden's horse shit, so it got down to protons tell the truth or some shit.
Yeah, like he said, everything exists in the physical world. So I asked, or in the natural world, I said, where does truth exist? And he said, well, truth is just whatever comports with reality. And ended up where I asked him how much truth is in a proton, and he was like, he just said infinite or all of it or something, or 100%.
He said 100% infinite. Yeah. And he said photons are truth.
That is fucking hilarious. So that's where it ended. That was the final straw.
Yeah. I didn't think it could get any dumber than that. It'd still be English.
I'm sorry I missed that, man. I had to go catch up with my son. Sorry about that.
Man, if I like string together, if I ever strung together clips of all the dumb shit I've ever heard in these discussions, man, my God.
No, if
Because
anyone
a lot of
needed
people-
a roasting, it was him, man.
Yeah, because people think like, oh, that's just a dumb Glober. That's a one-off. No, dude, these are not one-offs. This is a pattern. It's the rule.
Dad, let me tell you something. I have a mental health professional in my family. I had them sit behind me, right? I said, I want you to listen to this. And I played one of my numpty clips. It was Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong. And I didn't look back. I was sitting because they were behind me, right? So I was playing it for them. And all of a sudden I turned around and their fucking mouth was open. Her jaw dropped. It was in shock. I'm telling you, it shocked her. I'm serious, dude. I know it's anecdotal evidence, but I'm telling you that all I did was play one. She couldn't take it. I said, let me play another. No, I don't need to hear anymore. That's what she said. So there you go.
When I let people know, I'm like, hey, these aren't functionally normal people. These are generally atheists. They're drug addicts. They're people that lack very, very little social skills. They're terminally online. They're like, just in a nebulous sense, they're trying to debunk a topic. They can't even articulate what it is. Mm-hmm. They think they've debunked it, and they come right back the next day and do it all over again.
Mm-hmm.
It's an endless, perpetual spiraling and triggering, and they don't have the knowledge, the skill set, the thinking process to talk themselves out of it. Like their brains just aren't functioning well enough to grasp the concept. You'd have to know what it is before you disagree with it, or agree, or debunk it, or any of that. Like somehow you know what's being discussed prior. But even simple concepts like that, it would take, I mean, who knows? I mean, some of these guys have been talking to for years, and they still don't get it. What is flat Earth? I don't know. How? How do you not know that?
All right, I'm out. Have a good one,
night.
ladies and gentlemen. I'll catch you on the flip side.
Dismissed or carry on?
Right, peace.
I'm dismissed. You fine folks can carry on.
Good night.
It's I gotta go read a fucking book or something. I've lost like 15 or 20 IQ points.
Good night.
I hear you.
Take care.
Yeah, it's been a special raid of derp this evening.
You can increase your IQ just by reading The House that Jack built.
That's a great book. I haven't read that one for a while.
What's this honey train wreck shit in the side chat? Wow.
Oh, T-Dub. I said don't get me started.
Being
She's here to save us. She's here to save us, T-Dub. Like, don't you want to be saved by a 18-year-old Hanny?
Yeah. I thought she was going away to do some research. She went away and did a psychoanalysis, read some fucking social studies fucking shit.
Hanny knows all, T-Dub. Yep, she comes back. Just remember that.
Well, isn't it kind of funny? Instead of researching topics, she went and researched us.
I'm really happy to be here, you guys.
That is pretty funny.
Share my story about how I joined the Flat Earth
Do
community.
you have a story about how you turned up your mic so we can hear you?
0102.
Hello, yeah.
I was thinking the same thing.
Mr. Sadiman.
Critical, that's not how you pronounce the Flat Earth. You're gonna have to mute yourself right now so I can explain my story, okay? Because my story is really special, you guys.
Yeah, but you're not that important, dude.
I went through a life-changing experience to become a flat earther. Okay.
Yeah, sure you did.
First
Let's
of all,
just cut to the chase. Let's just cut to the chase. What is the piece of evidence that changed your mind? What is the piece of evidence that changed your mind? Flat Earth? Dude, I'll just kick you out, dude. You're not in charge, brother.
Okay, Indian. Not that I care much. No, I'm not. I'm the flat. No, I'm a flat earther. What are you talking about? No, I'm not.
No, you're really pushing your luck.
Indio, there is no luck. Like there is no gravity. If there is luck, then there is gravity, and so I am right.
He asked you a question. You didn't answer it.
Clinically retarded.
Oh my! Why they get muted, you guys? Come on.
You know
what the hell, you guys?
No, dude, we didn't mute you. Remember? You're not on Discord.
Guys,
remember?
Who the heck said that? Who the heck said that, you guys? I'm so confused.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, God. No,
like you guys keep saying that, but I never said that. Like what?
You were asked if you're on his Discord, and you said you don't know.
What do you mean? I don't remember saying that.
Earlier today. Why are you playing dumb?
What did I say? No, actually, I have no idea.
You were asked, "Are you on Discord right now?" You said, "I don't know."
I didn't say that. I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
Well,
yeah,
if it wasn't him, it was somebody else from your Globe Tart Collective, which you know answer for. Was it?
Yeah, same username.
Actually, Mary Mom, it's flat tard. Okay, please don't confuse us.
Nope.
Okay,
we can tell what you are. We know what you are. We know what you are.
See, that's the issue with you guys. Okay, that's why you're awful flat earthers. You make so many assumptions instead of going by science, like me, the actual real flat earther. God.
So let's cover what you just said. Science has nothing to do with flat Earth or the globe, buddy. You're in a category there.
Okay, sorry. What did you say? I didn't hear you. And you?
Science has nothing to do with flat Earth or globe Earth. It's a category
What did you say? What did you say? Indio, that's why you're an awful flat earther. Oh my God.
So let me ask you a question. If I said, hey, here's the table, and you said, it's a triangle, and I said, it's a rectangle, and we wanted to figure it out, would we call it scientists?
No.
Would we call it scientists?
I would say you're just a flat earther.
Yeah, what do we call it scientists?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm about done with this.
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
With this clown, yeah, he's been here so many times.
Oh
That's
my
all
God.
he does. He come here, he clown around.
Oh my God.
Yeah, just say the word. We'll get him out of here, Indio.
Yeah, just get rid of him.
Does anybody else have a serious question or comment?
Yeah, me. Somebody deafened me. I'm just kidding.
I'm getting that phrase ready for when Hanny comes in.
I'm gonna head out too, guys. You all take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Thanks, Kembo.
Yes, sir, no problem.
You got Zach with a Pope profile picture. That's crazy.
It's actually Donald Trump as the Pope.
Oh yeah, man, I didn't look closely. Yeah, I heard about that today. People are all triggered by that.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny.
I just think it's hilarious that he posted it himself and he's like, he did an interview where he's like, I want to be Pope. And everybody's getting mad at him. Like, obviously, he can't be the Pope, but people think he's serious.
He's not even Catholic. How would he be the Pope?
Right.
I don't know. Like, can you be the Pope and not be Catholic? Because it's just like who the Cardinals go in, right?
But because Charlemagne was kicking ass, the Pope made him Pope.
I think it is a prerequisite that you need to be Catholic. And I think you need to be like a cardinal too.
Yeah, you got to be a cardinal, so you got to be Catholic. You have to already exist within the hierarchy of Catholicism to be a pope. You can't be an Anglican priest, for example, and become a pope.
Well, I mean, if the Cardinals just decide, hey, we're going to make Trump, who's going to object? Who can do anything? They already made a Nazi a Pope.
Well, was he a Nazi before he was Pope, or was he Pope and then a Nazi?
No, the one before.
Francis dude, right? Like
the one before Ratzinger, the Polish guy, he was a Nazi. The one who retired.
Benedict, is that who we're talking about?
Oh, yeah.
So what brings you here, Zach?
I mean, usually I go in on the politics one, on the Flat Earth one. Yadolf's top guy. I don't know if you remember that name. I'm the same dude. I just listen.
What have you found out so far from listening?
One of the, I think it was T-Dub, or I can't remember the other main dude's name, but he told me about gas pressure without a container. I thought that was interesting. I already know about the water thing. You know, water's flat, obviously. There's some stuff about navigation and like the original dudes like say that the Earth was a globe through angle measurements and shit. Like nobody can prove he exists. Bunch of stuff like that.
Wow, you were actually listening. I'm impressed.
There's literally anti-flat earthers that have been in this topic for nearly a decade, and they literally can't repeat anything we've ever said in 10 years.
I mean, I'm not anti. I'm pretty pro at this point. Like, I've been convinced over the course of a few months now. Like, I was on the fence, but I'm pretty firm when I talk to other people IRL. Like, hey, like, can you tell me that the Earth is a globe? Do you see a globe? Nobody can tell me they see a globe.
Well, anti-flat earthers is a special category. It's the globe earthers that come in and have been debating this topic for 5, 6, 7 years on like YouTube and X and in Discord and all these spaces. Right? They're complete crazy globe zealots. And so I went over the politics. I asked him, I'm like, can you steel man like one flat earth argument? And I know the dude's been in the topic for 7 years. He could not tell us a single argument we've ever made. Even though he's been debating this topic for 7 years.
They do like to straw man. I looked up on YouTube a couple videos like the debunker type people, and they always like make an argument themselves and then debunk the argument they made. They never focus on what people actually say.
I've been saying for a while, man, if I go a day without hearing a straw man argument about flat Earth, dude, I'd die of shock.
The only thing, like, maybe you can help me with this. The thing that I don't really understand, like, either way, is the I think it's like the 24-hour sun thing or whatever. I don't know, like, what that's supposed to prove. Like, if you can go to Antarctica and you can see the sun forever, how is that supposed to prove a globe? And why, like, do they act like that's like some kind of hardcore evidence that like disproves everybody? I don't get it.
Yeah, neither do we. We told them before they even did it, like, it's not going to prove a globe or a flat Earth. And the reason, like, it can't prove a globe if it can't disprove a globe, right? Like, say they went down there and they didn't see a 24-hour sun. Then what? Does it mean it's not a globe anymore?
Right, like the experiment itself doesn't make sense in either direction.
The sun could do anything, right? The sun could do anything. And, like, that can't prove anything about, you can't prove the thing by looking at something that's not the thing, right? I can't look at my neighbor's house to prove what my house is made out of.
It's like a couple of people I've listened. I've heard a couple of people come in previously and be like, "Oh yeah, well, why are the planets round if the Earth isn't round or whatever?" It's like, bro, you're looking at the planets, bro. And even then, it's like, why are you assuming that the planets are quote unquote planets? You know what I mean?
Yeah, what you're going to find out is that nearly every globe argument has nothing to do with the Earth. But they're all about the sky. They're all like, look in the sky. No, look in the sky. Look in the sky. It proves the Earth. Like, the only times I heard, oh, you think the Earth is flat? It's obviously a globe. I'm like, okay, what's your evidence? Fly a fucking telescope. Look at the stars and planets. Like, how does that tell me what the Earth is by looking away from the Earth? Right? Why would I look in the sky to figure out what the Earth is? It doesn't even make sense, even on a fundamental logical level.
That's all they got, though.
It's also why they appeal to like space pictures, right? Because no, they can't prove, like, we can't prove they're fake. Like, say, hey, they took it this way. They used this freaking tool to manipulate the image, and this is the person that made it. Right? They know that they're unfalsifiable. They say, hey, this is a picture of the Earth from space. Like, okay. I was asking how they know that, and then that's when it all falls apart.
And even the pictures that they do, like, they show, right? Like, for example, like the Katy Perry in space thing or whatever, when they showed the picture of the, like, quote unquote curvature of the Earth, it still looks like flat. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't look like it's a ball when they show the pictures.
Well, what do you think the Earth would look like to you if they stuck you in a big spherical capsule with curved windows that went in a 360 degrees all the way around you? How do you think that that's actually going to look?
Well, I mean, like it does from a fucking like I've been in a plane before, and like when you get to the edges of the little like window that they give you next to your seat, like it starts to curve a little bit, but it's just a fixture of like the glass, you know. So it's the same thing in those pictures. You're
gonna look like they're surrounded by a circle, right? Because they're inside something with a 360 degree view. Take the camera and spin it around. It's just gonna look like you're inside of a circle. It's gonna look like a continuous circle. Not a ball, just a continuous circle. That's like the limit of your vision, right? You can see 200 miles in every direction, right? That's a circle. You're in the center of the circle.
Or even if you go up in like a really tall building, for example, you get to the top of the building, you look out, it just looks like a circle.
would you say that when you hear the globe earthers argument for the globe, that makes you more like, man, these globe earthers don't have an argument, but these flat earthers, they got their shit together. And I'm asking you kind of a leading question, so take that into consideration and try to be honest.
No, I understand. It definitely makes me ask more questions when they can't, like, they don't form an argument for the shape of the earth. They form an argument for the shape of other things. And they try to tell you, like, oh, well, just a bunch of people believe it, so it must be true. And anytime I hear that, like, that's not really a good argument to me. Like, argument from, what's it called? It's not authority. It's like argument from popularity, I think is what it's called. Yeah. They like to do that a lot. Just throw you under the bus and be like, oh, this is such a fringe community. Like, only a few people think this way. It's like, bro, you mean everybody for like the past 2,000 years?
So would you agree with the statement that what is true is often not popular and what is popular is often not true?
Yeah. Because, like, you can have, like, something that's extremely popular and people be like, oh, yeah, I really believe this. But then somebody can come around and be like, hey, yeah, that's actually not the case. Like, for example, this is completely unrelated, but, like, Trump is never going to be president again. He's such a criminal. And then, boom, dude gets elected. Everybody gets proved wrong. Even though, like, I live in a very blue state. So for me, it was a very popular opinion for everybody to be hating on the man. And then he gets into office and everybody's like, oh, shit, I guess, like, my whole worldview was incorrect because I thought everybody hated him. Turns out, no, it's not the case. Even when they make an argument from popularity, it's not necessarily like the most popular thing. Like, not everybody's on their side, but they claim everybody to be on their side, which is crazy.
Well, when I ask people that like use this argument from popularity, I go, let's ask them a question. Is truth determined by counting the number of people that believe something? And they'll always say no because they know it's ridiculous. Right? You can't determine truth. Oh, who believes something? Oh, we got 51% that believes this thing, so it's true. Like, that's not how it works. It's not a vote. It's like truth is not a democracy where you vote on it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that
that's
usually
cool.
ends
Yeah.
no, sorry.
No, go ahead, Indio.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, that usually ends the appeal to majority arguments. They'll abandon that really quick because they know if they argue it anymore, they're gonna look fucking dumb. So they stop arguing that. But some other logical fallacies, they'll argue for a while. They'll argue the appeal to credentials, the appeal to authority. Like, they'll argue all sorts of ridiculous, fallacious stuff. Occasionally, they'll try to push this straw man on you because they said some nebulous flat earther that they can't point to who it is said something crazy. So now I have to defend it, right? And now all flat earthers think that. They can't say who actually said it, right? And if you say, well, that's not me, they'll say, well, that's the no true Scotsman fallacy, right? No true flat earther thinks that. So, like, now you have to adopt anything any flat earther says forever. It's like, when you point out this topic, the people that like do the globe apologetics, they're selfish. They're just dishonest losers. It's the only way to call them. Anyone that uses like tactics instead of facts to debate is a loser in my book.
You can tell the people that spend all their time debating and like trying to start arguments versus the people that are like actually interested in finding out what's true. It's like pretty evident.
Yeah, a lot of people just come in here. They just want to win. They want to beat a flat earther. Good. They'll say, I don't know how long you've been around. You said you just been around one other time. So we had someone coming in today because they couldn't defend the globe. They were like, well, flat and curved are the same thing. It's just two different realities. I think both realities are right. Like, literally saying the most absurd things because they can't prove a globe. This is where their mind goes, right? The globe is so integrated into their identity that if it's not a globe, then nothing's real.
Well, you do have to reassess like a lot of your positions if you've grown up like believing like, bro, the globe is 100% fact, and then somebody like comes along one day and tells you like, actually, no, dude, it's flat. You gotta like reconsider a lot of your opinions.
Yeah, it's a big step in life. I mean, that's impressive that you've been talking to people in real life about it. I mean, you're definitely taking it seriously, and the fact that you realize that the weakness in the globe arguments is one of the greatest evidence pieces for flat Earth, that's definitely the case. I mean, that's one of the things that really worried me when I was like, oh my gosh, there's really something to this thing. Because I was sure somebody somewhere was going to be able to like prove this ridiculous globe thing that was promoted everywhere. And then I started watching whatever YouTube stuff came up when I was trying to, explain why it wasn't flat. And it was all just such nonsense. Like, that's what worried me the most. So, it's different. There's one kind of person who they see some kind of propaganda, emotional appeal type thing, and they just like jump onto it hook, line, and sinker. And then there's another kind of person who actually tries to follow the facts where they lead. So, sounds like hopefully you're the other kind of person. There's a lot of resources here that people can help you with if you've got any questions while you're trying to figure it all out.
I've been looking through the Flat Earth Discord. Like they got like all kinds of channels and shit for the different sources, and there's one that has like a bunch of documentaries and stuff to watch, and I've been watching those and having a good time. So I haven't found anything that I've been like, this is completely fake, I don't buy it yet. So one thing this is going to sound kind of stupid, but the one thing that got me the most was I was in here in the regular politics Discord, and the guy said, did you know that if you buy a globe, on the bottom of the globe it'll say not for educational purposes? And I was like, there's no way. And I went to the store and I looked at the fucking globe, and on the bottom of the globe, not for educational purposes. And I was like, no shot, this is real. And it's crazy that they say not for educational because they can't prove that it's a globe, bro. It's crazy. They can't prove that the measurements are accurate. You can't use a globe to like get the distance between any of the countries or what the actual size of the countries are. Because, I mean, my opinion is because they know it's fake, but I just thought that was crazy. The not for educational purposes thing, that's wild.
Google Earth and Google Maps. It's someone on one of their Google support forums asked like what the accuracy of it is, and they said, well, we can't say that because this is for entertainment purposes only.
See, that's insane. Like, how can they not? I've also wondered, like, how do you measure the globe, like the quote unquote globe? How do you measure it, right? Because like back in the day, the only way they could measure things was like plumb lines, like a straight line from point A to point B, and that's how you got the distance, right? But now they're like, how do you even get the units of measurement to like see what the circumference of the globe is? And nobody can answer that for me either.
Well, they don't measure a globe. They assume it's a globe. They do measurements. They do like surveying measurements, plumb lines, and all that stuff. But the surface they take those measurements and put it on, they could be a plane, or they can be a reference ellipsoid. And they use a reference ellipsoid. It can be mapped to any surface. The surface is like irrelevant. The same way they like skin video game characters on their wireframe, right? You could have, say, you have a video game. It's all the identical wireframe model, and they just skin it with a different texture map on it, right? And it looks like a different person. They could take that texture map and they could map to some other wireframe if they wanted. So that's all they're doing. They're making measurements. They're creating a surface, and then they're just mapping that to like whatever surface they prefer.
Also, how do they stop making maps, or do they still make maps? Like when they find new places, because I'm assuming everywhere hasn't been found. But like, I mean, what's the most recent map that we have? I asked people that question. I'm like, what's the most recent map we got? They're like, what do you mean? What's the most recent map we got? It's like, well, I mean, we got to be finding more things. We got to be finding more places. Why aren't they on the map? You know what I'm saying? Does that make any sense? I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, like the Japanese Isles they just found in the last couple of years. Good question. You ask some good questions, man.
You would just think that if they actually knew, like, the whole Earth, right? They knew the whole Earth. They knew the whole globe. Then they would have everywhere marked on the map, but it's not on the map.
Well, yeah, I apply the same sort of like thinking to their whole like, oh, we can predict this and that with like gravitational fields, blah blah, like the planetary. Okay, so this so-called asteroid that's on its way, 2036 or whatever it is. So why does the percentage keep changing? Why can't you just, if you understand it that well, give us a fucking definite percentage of whatever, you know, its trajectory. They just give you excuses. Oh, well, there's, you know, perturbations in the orbits of Uranus and blah, 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 blah.
You know Google Maps. Shouldn't they have, like, Google Curve? Shouldn't they have curve demarcations? Right? Is that...
Oh, Neil, you're here. I did look for that video I was telling you about, but I just couldn't find it. I used to have these YouTube playlists, and I deleted the whole channel just because I'm very silly, and now I guess it's impossible for me to find it again. But if I ever do run across it, I won't forget that you want it, but it's probably too late for your uncle.
All good, Mama Mary.
Thank you.
The asteroid thing definitely does get me. Like, they keep like being like, this asteroid has a 55% chance of going this way, or this asteroid is going to get here in this year and it has a 3% chance of hitting the Earth. It's like, who's making these numbers? Who's making the numbers and why? And also the names. Like, this is a side comment. I know it's like, I think it said speculation, but this is a side comment about the names of telescopes. Some of the names of these telescopes are very off-putting. Like, for example, Lucifer is the name of a telescope. It's like, why are we naming telescopes after the devil? And also, how are you using those telescopes to tell me that an asteroid is going to come kill me? You know, like, I feel like, is this a fear type thing? Is this a, you better believe in the globe or else you're going to get killed by an asteroid type deal?
Right, fireballs from heaven, right? Yeah. Give us money, we'll save you. We'll pray for you. Right?
You know, in like Star Wars, you see all the asteroids everywhere, blah blah blah. Like, why hasn't one of them, like, not even like a tiny one, like?
Yeah, where are they? If there's all these meteor showers and stuff, like, where are the meteors hitting? Why aren't they hitting? I have yet to see a rock fall out of the sky and hit me.
Yeah, like, I want one, like, at least for like a souvenir or something, you know. I'd sell it on eBay or something, you know.
They say, like, the big one that they claim is like the one with the, I think it's the Yucatan Peninsula thing with the dinosaurs. They're like, this huge asteroid came in and killed all the dinosaurs. It's like, how do you know? You weren't there. But they're like, look at this crater in the ground, bro. It was an asteroid. How do we know? How do we know that the crater wasn't just there, bro?
We don't if they actually.
I mean, it is a cool story, bro.
The big asteroid was the one that made the moon, man. Did you forget?
The one that made the what? The most
The moon.
something?
The moon.
Oh, the
man.
moon.
Yeah, either.
Oh shit, I forgot about that. They say the moon was an asteroid, bro. It collided with
No,
Earth and just
an asteroid
became
hit
the
the
moon.
Earth. A chunk of the Earth and the asteroid made it the moon.
Yeah, the moon has the exact same minerals as the Earth. We know the moon is made of Earth.
That's a cool story.
That's like
You
the
got
whole thing.
petrified trees up there, man.
Yeah, it's literally got the exact mineral content of just Earth.
That doesn't make any sense. I don't buy it.
And it has carbonized like shit from life forms, like chemicals that can only come from charred remains, basically.
How do we know?
Do we know? Yes. Like,
Because we've taken a ton of soil samples from the moon. And maybe we didn't land on the moon, but at
How
least
do you
we've
know
had
that
some.
soil samples they took from the moon are from the moon?
Because a bunch of other countries landed on the moon and took samples with robots.
Now let me tell you what really happened. They took a bunch of
We
soil
did-
samples from Earth, scratched out where it said Earth, and wrote moon next to it.
All right, we might have never landed on the moon, but a robot or at least a satellite did.
How do you know? What's your proof that a satellite landed on the moon?
No, not landed, just orbited. We know that a satellite orbited the moon. At least that is known.
How do we know that?
Because for one, a ton of countries have done it, and two, Russia did it before us, and the U.S. acknowledged it.
Okay, so this is you know this because a ton of countries have done it. Russia acknowledged it, or the U.S. acknowledged it. So yeah, that doesn't tell me how you know that's true. The story that they're all saying is true. How do you know that?
Because it's unlikely that all these countries are conspiring behind our backs to.
Oh God, where did you?
all together.
I hate it when you guys say what's unlikely now. How did you figure that probability?
Wait, why does this have anything to do with flat Earth?
How did you figure out the probability of what's likely and unlikely?
Of what? Oh,
I want to know how you came to the conclusion about this is unlikely that they would do this. How do you know that?
Because this is such a massive conspiracy, it would be too difficult to conceal unless it was the world's best concealed conspiracy ever made. Based on the statistics, it would be too impossible for 10 different countries that all landed on the moon with robots, with satellites, to all be lying about it.
Why? Yeah, but why is it unlikely? You didn't answer my question. You just said, "Hey, I don't believe you're." It's basically you said, "I'm incredulous, therefore it's unlikely."
Because it is too difficult to contain that level of conspiracy with the multiple countries that have landed on the moon.
How do you know that, dude? How do you know anything you're saying is true?
That's just how reality works. It's the bigger conspiracy.
It's just how reality works. That's how you know it's true.
Yes,
you have a lot of experience with conspiracies.
Statistically, the larger the conspiracy.
Now you're going to mention statistics, so I'm going to ask you again. How'd you come up with the probability?
It's not a direct probability. It's not an exact
it's just
number.
Talking
it's
shit.
just
That's all it is.
So
it's just talking shit and making shit up, dude. This is what I'm talking about. What I was talking to the other guy.
This is called
a rhetorical tactic instead of actually evidence or facts, dude. I want evidence and facts, not your opinion about what human beings would or wouldn't do.
How do you have evidence or fact that anything happened ever? How do we have evidence that World War I happened? Where's the evidence? There's no evidence for anything.
There's fucking bodies. There's dead people. There's wounded people. That's how we have evidence. There's fucking graves.
How do we know Caesar got stabbed?
You don't. You don't know Caesar
exactly.
got stabbed.
We don't know anything that happened more than 100 years ago for sure that it happened.
Yeah, I can deal with that.
So how the hell am I supposed to have this burden of proof if we can't even prove that Caesar died objectively with fact because all we have is some fucking writing?
You could just admit I don't actually know that. If you go like that.
No, It's that you guys are trolling and asking us to come up with data that's impossible because you can't even prove
No,
that
I'm asking,
Abraham Lincoln
no,
was,
that's not what I asked. Now you're
assassinated.
straw manning what happened. Now you're actually straw manning what happened. I said, how do you know that? And you made all these appeals to what you think human beings should or shouldn't do, or what you think they would or wouldn't do, or how hard conspiracies are to cover up. And all this shit is just your subjective opinion based upon nothing. What's
Because
it based on? Anything you're
if I didn't
saying.
have subjective opinion, we wouldn't have any opinion about things 100 years ago whatsoever. We would just say we don't know. All they have is one book
So what?
that talked about
And
it.
what's wrong with that?
So then, basically, all knowledge has to be recorded or directly
It's not
measured or
knowledge if you don't know, dude. You're literally
You're just saying if it's not. You're saying
It's
if it's
not knowledge if
empirical.
you don't know. It's not knowledge if you don't know, bro.
You're saying if it's not empirical science, we can't know it, which is everything
That's
in
not what I
reality.
said.
Well, that's how
Not what I
you're
said.
saying.
Another straw man, dude.
You're treating anything more than 100-year-old as impossible to prove. Because all the
No, I didn't say that at all, dude. Another
You
straw
agree-
man. You gonna pile how many you're gonna pile up
Keep
now?
saying straw man, dude. You agreed with me and said that we can't prove Caesar died, or we was
Yeah,
stabbed.
that was a particular. Listen, that was a particular circumstance. Just because you can't prove Caesar died doesn't mean you can't prove anybody died.
Can we prove that Abraham Lincoln was shot by John Wilkes Booth?
You know, you could probably go dig him up, yeah, and find a bullet hole.
No, but can we prove he was shot by John Wilkes Booth and it wasn't a conspiracy with the government?
Well, I mean, you can prove it within a reasonable certainty because there is sworn testimony.
Well, I'm proving with reasonable
And there's
certainty.
physical evidence.
My shit is reasonable certainty.
But you're making a false equivalence to like this type of human activity, right? Like we use like courts and evidence. We have a procedure for figuring it out.
Okay, but
Right.
all we have, the evidence
You have any-
is testimony and the body. And so all we have for the moon is testimony and moon rocks. It's no different.
Oh, really? You got testimony? Where can I find that?
All the astronauts.
Okay, they swore under the penalty of perjury that they went to the moon?
Well, what, are you going to sue them? How did you even get them under perjury to admit that?
It's not a me problem. That's a you problem, bro.
Is that even possible to force them under perjury to tell their story about the moon?
Okay, has anybody ever sworn under oath they've been to space?
How would you even do that? How would you even force them to
I
swear?
don't know, testify before Congress?
How would
Testify
you
before some government body?
How would you even arrange that? You have to sue them for lying about the moon or something?
I just told you how testify before Congress, typically you testify under oath.
But why would Congress ever force the astronauts to testify under oath?
Well, everybody that testifies before Congress is under oath, typically. And why wouldn't they like testify about how great the space program is? Please give us more money.
Exactly.
Astronauts never testified to Congress ever.
Not that I know of.
But how would you even arrange that? Force them to testify under oath? Like, what would you
How
do?
is this my problem?
No, I'm saying, how would that even happen? You have to be realistic.
I don't know. Go figure it out. It's none of my problem, dude. This is your evidence.
Like, what
Your evidence is
circumstances would lead to the government directly forcing them to give an oath, testify about space? I can't even imagine that.
Well,
Hearsay isn't testimony, bro. Hearsay isn't
You know what
testimony.
hearsay is?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, hearsay. I know hearsay isn't testimony. But right now, all he has is hearsay.
Well, whether it's testimony or not, they could easily lie about it and get away with it.
Yeah, they could, but we don't even have that.
Doesn't matter if they're sworn in or not, they can lie about it and no one can prove them wrong because they're the only ones that's been there.
Listen, when it comes to human beings, right? There's all the maximum that says sacrifice is the measure of credibility. And that means, like, if you're going to say something and it's going to be taken as truthful, what you would give up for lying, right? The amount of the sacrifice determines how much weight to the credibility of the statement we give. Anybody can say anything, right? I can say I'm a fucking Easter bunny. That doesn't mean anything. But if I get up and swear under the penalty of perjury that I'm the Easter bunny, now there's a penalty associated with it.
Are you?
I'll go to jail if I lie.
Okay, I get it, but if I can't even prove Abraham Lincoln was shot by John Wilkes Booth? We have a body and we have testimony, but there's no real proof. There's no empirical proof. That's not enough because they could be lying.
No, I said you could dig up Lincoln, dude.
Yeah, you could prove he was shot, but the government could have shot him.
Yeah, anybody could have shot him.
So I'm saying, how the hell? It's impossible to prove basically anything that was an event that happened. How do we know Mount St. Helens blew up? Like, because there's some ash everywhere. Well, that could have been there. I don't, whatever. They could have piled the ash. There's no way of knowing anything happens if you're that skeptical.
This isn't that though. You're making a false equivalence between claiming you went to the fucking moon and a volcano blowing up and people shooting each other. Those happen all the time.
Well, how do we know for sure humans did X thing?
Dude, you evaluate. This is how I evaluate claims. What is the claim? Like how outside of like regular human experience is it? Right? If you say, "Hey, I went to the Bahamas," yeah, that's fucking cool. I might believe you, I might not, but it depends. It's not implausible that there's an island called the Bahamas that you went to. That's not implausible. People go to fucking tropical islands all the time. I've been to tropical islands. It's not implausible. But when you say, I jumped on a giant fucking rocket and I went to a rock in the sky, that's not the same thing. It's like saying you saw Bigfoot or rode a fucking unicorn.
Yeah, but saying somebody saw Bigfoot or that somebody saw a bear, both of those are impossible to prove if they just testifying.
Who cares? One has a higher burden of proof than the other because one is a fantastic claim. Carl Sagan famously said extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Well, no, it's just a less likely claim. It's likely that they saw a bear, and it's very
There's no way to. You just like using the word likely. There's no way to assign a probability to it.
Well, there's animals that were like that weren't discovered until a certain point in time. So somebody says, "Oh, I saw some weird fucking animal," and they're saying, "Oh, you just saw a squirrel that looks similar." Like,
brother, Jesus said if NASA said they had video of Jesus walking on water, you'd be hyper skeptical.
Oh yeah, they wouldn't survive there.
Why? Because it doesn't fit your worldview.
No, because it's too difficult.
That's how you're picking and choosing. Does this fit with my worldview or doesn't it? That's your evaluation.
No, because I'm like an astrophysicist and I know what is easy to do, what isn't. And going to Mars and back is incredibly difficult. You need a gigantic space station.
How do you know that?
I fucking know better because I'm an engineer.
I thought you're an astrophysicist. Which one is it?
Well, that's like a hobby.
What's the engineer or the astrophysicist part?
What?
Which is the hobby, the engineer or the astrophysicist?
The astrophysics.
Okay.
But I mean, I have enough engineering knowledge to know they would have to build a massive space station and send it to Mars and back if it was going to be manned.
You don't know any of that, dude.
It would take
you have no idea where Mars is.
It would take way too much Delta V to get to Mars and back with a human and food and water and oxygen.
That's assuming that everything that you think you know about the universe is true. What if it's not?
No, this is just basic
everything.
Okay.
What if everything you thought about the universe is incorrect?
It probably is, but if Mars is the distance that we know it is, then I can design something around that. It might not be that far away. I'll look it up.
The 151 million miles or the 41 million miles? Which distance?
It depends on the orbits aren't perfectly circular. Mars and Earth are both orbiting. Sometimes the orbits are right next to each other. Sometimes they're on opposite ends of the sun. That's why there's different distance.
Well, I just gave you the furthest and closest distance to Earth that they list. It's 41 million miles and like 151 million miles. That's the difference in distance.
Okay. Sure, and yeah, but that doesn't have to be true for me being able to design some machine that can get there and back. It could be all fake, but it can still theorize what you need to do to get there.
Yeah, and
so yeah, it would be very, very difficult.
You can make a time machine based upon theory. So what?
Well, because the time machine is we don't know how to build that physically. We could definitely build a rocket.
You can, yes, certainly. You can definitely build a rocket.
We can get mass into orbit or suborbit if you don't like rockets, I guess.
I don't even know what mass is, dude. Can you define that shit for me?
How about weight?
Yeah, I know what weight is.
Okay, weight's fine. Weight and mass are the same thing. No one fucking cares. Like, I know they're
You're
different.
an engineer and you're saying
I know
weight
they're
and mass
different.
is
No,
the
wait,
same
wait.
thing.
I
You're a
know they're
liar.
no, wait.
They're literally
You're
the
a
same
liar.
thing.
Wait, let me
You're
finish.
a
I know.
liar.
Wait,
You're not an
retard.
engineer. You're a liar.
I know they're different.
No,
Weight is
you're a
affected by
liar, bro.
gravitational.
We're
I
not
know weight
talking to
is
you anymore because now.
Well, weight is like the effect of mass, right? I guess you could say
it's the
that.
effect. It's the gravitational
But it's-
effect of mass. Yes, I know.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not. You stop getting
No,
mad.
it's not the gravitational effect of mass, dude. It's nonsense. Weight and mass are not the same
Yes,
thing.
weight can change. Mass is always the same.
Weight can change. Mass is always the same.
Yeah, this
What does
isn't
that mean?
like mass is like the true atomic weight of the object, unaffected by gravity, whereas weight is the gravitate like its effect under a gravitational field. So it can
Mass
change.
has no
weight
meaning.
increases. Your weight changes on the moon or on Jupiter. It's a relative to your gravity.
You've never engineered anything in your fucking life, dude.
And you
Ever.
can't measure weight with just a standard
You've never
scale
engineered
because
anything in your life. You are talking out your ass so hard right now.
Yeah, I have it. And you're just.
Did you think you were going to fool us?
Denier.
Did you think you were going to fool us? That you don't know the difference between mass and weight?
Yes, I told you the difference. And tell me
What's
your
the definition
better
of mass?
definition. I already told you. Mass
Oh, you
is
just gave me a definition of mass. Mass has no definition besides that given by formula.
What?
Mass has no is meaningless besides the definition given by formula. Doesn't exist in the physical world, dude.
So that's
no
why. Why are you mad at me saying that they're effectively the same thing, then?
They are not effectively the same thing because
But you said they don't.
mass
One of them
means
doesn't
resistance.
exist.
Mass in the current physics definition means resistance to acceleration.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't know that, did you?
It's inertia, actually.
Yeah, I know, but mass is also defined as resistance to acceleration.
It's resistance to inertial change.
That's a distinction without a distance difference. Okay, it's resistance to acceleration. And the quantity of matter is not the mass, but the quantity of matter is the weight. They're not
it's
related.
Molar mass.
Well,
It
it's
doesn't
really
relate
funny.
to its density. I mean, you can have a different density and have something that has a high molar mass and low density, but for you don't like mass though. You say it's a made up term, so why can't I use weight and mass?
It's not me that says it. It's Max Born that says it.
Okay, well you believe it. You believe that max is a
No,
stupid
you
term.
have to believe it.
What?
It's your
No,
worldview.
I don't like mass because I don't have a triple fucking beam scale for everything, so I just use weight like a normal person.
Okay, but mass, according to Max Born in his book he wrote about the theory of general relativity, said in ordinary meaning, mass is the quantity of matter. But all attempts to use that definition have proven to be wrong.
Okay, what about mass being an equation between the density and the molar mass of an object? There, that's a better mass definition.
So mass has no physical existence.
No, you have the molar mass times the density, or with including the density of the object.
You said mass is an equation, dude.
That's mass. Well, that is mass.
You said mass is an equation. That means it has no physical existence.
Wait, what?
Equations don't have a physical existence. Can't believe I'm doing this again.
They describe reality as best they can.
Fantastic, but they have no ontology. Man. Sorry.
You don't have ontology either.
What the fuck? No, you. That's your response.
You don't have any ontological views, and neither do I.
Okay.
What is this ontology?
Meaning it doesn't have anything. There's nothing physical to it. Meaning there's nothing physical to it. That doesn't exist in the natural world as a thing.
Okay.
You just admitted it when you said it's an equation.
Yes, that's what science is. It's a mirror. It's attempting to describe reality. It's not a mirror of reality exactly.
Not a mirror. That's horseshit.
That's like literally the definition of science is that it's doing the best to make models to describe reality. They don't have a true mirror of how everything really works.
Okay, so check this out. Say I have two models of your solar system. Let's say that the two models, they both make the exact same predictions. How do I know which is the true reality?
What, your model and then the standard model?
No, let's just say epicycles versus Kepler's model. I can add a third one. I can add Tycho Brahe's model too. They all make the
Why do you
same.
need model this, model that when you can? Why do you need models when you could directly observe it with like actual empirical science?
Okay, what are you directly observing? And okay, give me an observation of an orbit.
So you either have satellites.
No, an observation. See, now you're trying to tell me a story. You said, hey, empirical evidence, right? So you're going to give me an observation of an orbit, right?
Yeah, a satellite that's far away, like at a different. Because if everything really was flat Earth, we wouldn't be able to prove it from Earth, true or false, just without having an external source.
Yeah, we would be able to prove it from Earth because then there'd be surface curvature.
Right, but I'm saying we wouldn't be able to prove that without going up in altitude or using math.
No, you can measure the Earth to see if it's curving, and if it's not curving, then it's flat.
How exactly do you measure the curve?
Well, how much curve do you think there should be?
I forget what the exact amount it is, but it's a very small amount.
Very small, yeah, really. So, the horizon should only be 3 miles away for a 6-foot man and with his feet on the ocean. 3 miles away for the horizon. In 10 miles, the drop should be 66 feet. In 30 miles, the drop should be 420 feet. It's not very small. It's very large, in fact.
60 miles per degree.
You don't measure drop in degrees, brother.
Well, total. No,
you're in the wrong
just
unit.
saying that's. So, what do you think? 3 miles, and what would it be for flat Earth?
3 miles. Well, the horizon's not physical.
But if there was a flat Earth, you still wouldn't be able to see infinitely, even if it was flat, right?
No, you wouldn't. I said the horizon. You've asked me, hey, what's the horizon distance on a flat Earth? We don't claim that the horizon's the physical edge of a ball, or physical at all. That's your guys' claim.
So we have a thing that describes what we see, and you just say God made it how it is, and there's no point in even trying to figure it out.
Okay, when did I say that?
Well, that's how it sounds like. You guys say
when did I mention God? Another fucking triggered atheist. Another retard triggered atheist, dude.
I'm Christian, but I could be creationist and still not be flat earther.
Yeah, you're not a Christian. You're not a creationist. You're a fucking atheist. Lying again.
No.
You're definitely not an engineer. There's no doubt about that.
You must be Orthodox or something like this.
I'm not Orthodox.
You should switch to being Lutheran like me, like a real Christian.
Oh please, dude. First of all, this has nothing to do with religion. Okay? The globe model makes certain predictions. Those predictions don't exist in reality. In reality. And you should be able to measure the curve, right? So in this 3 miles, this 3 mile horizon distance, that horizon should be 6 feet lower than what it is at your feet.
The horizon should be 6 feet lower? What do you mean?
Yeah. So the globe model predicts that if you're at the ocean and you're 6 feet tall, the horizon, where the water stops, where the sky appears to meet the ground, where you guys think the curve of the Earth starts, that should be 3 miles away and 6 feet lower than your feet.
So you guys do all of this fancy math stuff, and then somebody
it's not
goes
fancy. This is a basic. This is very
but
basic.
Somebody sends a satellite
math.
up.
An engineer calling fucking algebra fancy math shit. Amazing.
No, I'm saying you guys try and math your way out of that the Earth is flat or the Earth is round, and it doesn't matter. Somebody has empirical evidence of direct measurement. They don't have to rely on.
Oh, really?
This radian is the correct degrees of instrument.
What instrument was it directly measured with?
Any extremely high altitude plane, weather balloon, or satellite.
That's cap, dude. A plane is not a measuring device. A balloon is not a measuring device. A satellite is not a measuring device.
No, you put measuring devices on them. You put instruments on them.
Okay, what instrument then?
Radar and laser altimeter.
Do what?
So that you can make sure you're like the height that you think you are.
Okay, and How does that
So
demonstrate the Earth
you send a
globe?
weather balloon up. If you send a weather balloon up to 100,000 feet with a radar and
And?
laser altimeter, so you know it's 100,000 feet, or actually like 120.
And then what?
You can see the curve directly with a camera, or
Dude, that's
yourself if you're in your
horseshit.
weather balloon.
That's horseshit. You're making shit up.
You can go high
Even
enough
mainstream
altitude.
science admits that 100,000 feet is not high enough. Remember, your ball is 8,000 miles in diameter. Did you forget that part?
45,000. It's considered 50,000.
Yeah, I know Google told you that. You just read that on Google.
No.
Yeah. We know the number Google tells everybody. That's wrong. Sorry, buddy. Google's wrong.
All right. How high would you have to be to see the curve then?
1/8 the circumference.
To see a slight fucking curve. A very slight curve. Really?
Yeah, you
Is that how
see.
circles work?
So check this out. Yes, because the horizon is a circle, right? It's equidistant. Are you gonna let me finish? The horizon is equidistant. Okay, and to see something curved, it has to appear lower in your field of view than other places, right? It's arc. It's the peak of the arc is in the center of your vision. Say, well, if the horizon is equidistant, how can one part of the horizon appear higher than the other? They're all the same distance. Can you quit?
No, I'm drawing you a picture.
Otherwise, you'd have a pedal-shaped Earth.
Drawing you a picture.
Yeah.
It's just on empirical evidence and draws a picture. Amazing.
This is basic geometry. You guys are saying you need to go an eighth of the diameter to, or the
This is giving you.
just to see a curve of a circle.
Yeah,
Draw a circle,
This is
bro,
giving
on a
you
piece
the
of paper.
existence of curves.
Okay, we don't see the Earth from the side. The Earth is in a circle. Okay. Okay, this is a fallacious argument. We don't see the Earth from the side orthographically. We see in a perspective view, technically a projective geometric view. So the 3D
You're
world
just saying that I
projected onto a
can't prove
2D
it because
plane.
you see in a different view. That's not fair.
No, you're in the wrong geometry. You're making
So
a
even
false.
if I do prove it directly with a camera, you're just saying it's the wrong type of geometry.
No, I'm saying you're drawing. You made this degrees argument, which we've heard thousands of times before, and you're going to show a portion of a circle and say, "Hey, look at this circle. I can only the portion of this arc looks flat." Dude, we don't see the Earth from the side, bro. Okay, we don't see this just as if we're looking at it from the side of a circle. We see it from being directly, like right above the surface. Right?
Otherwise, you'd be seeing a partial arc of a circumference, but you're not.
This is just basic geometry, though, and you guys are trying to
No, it isn't
reason
basic
your way
geometry.
out of it.
No, because you just don't understand how you see shit. So if I was to draw, right, railroad tracks the way you're going to draw a circle side view, the railroad tracks would never intersect, right? They'd be parallel forever. But that's not how we see railroad tracks, is it?
Okay,
railroad tracks appear to intersect in the distance, don't they? Why do they intersect, dude?
I don't get this. If you go up from a
Why
circle,
do they
you can see
intersect,
its
dude?
curve.
Why do they intersect? Listen, even your own priests say you can't see curve from a hot air balloon. Or a weather balloon, or a helium balloon. Neil deGrasse Tyson has a fucking tweet about it that he made when Felix Baumgartner went to 128,000 feet. And he gave a presentation on it. You can't see a curve of the Earth from 2 inches above, 2 millimeters above this fucking beach ball. So you had a 3-foot fucking beach ball.
But you can measure it.
With what?
Lasers and radar.
You could. That's your altitude.
140,000 feet, 120.
Yeah, that's your altitude. How does that tell you the Earth curve?
Also, so I don't get it. I use a weather balloon. You say the geometry's wrong. I use a satellite. You don't believe in satellites. There's no way to prove it to you that you.
Why should I?
If it's true, because this is like proving to somebody that ice cream tastes better than dirt, and they're just like, no, ice cream tastes horrible.
Yeah, another false equivalence. Bullshit, straw man.
I use
This is what I was talking about earlier. Rhetorical tactics.
No, it doesn't. There's no proof that you would accept, even if I built it myself.
Yeah, there is. I'll tell you. Want me to tell you what it is? Directly measure the curve of the Earth.
So I'll send a rocket up, a model rocket to 100.
I said directly measure the curve of the Earth, dude. A rocket is off the Earth.
No, I will send a rocket up to 200,000 feet, a model rocket
Then
with
what?
a camera. With a camera. And you'll see the curve.
That's also not high enough. The ISS wouldn't be high enough, dude.
Really? You think
Yeah,
the
yeah,
ISS
really,
can't
dude.
see the curve? The one that has a curve in every picture.
Yeah. Strange, isn't it?
And the one that everyone that went up there said there's a curve.
Oh, that's false.
Do you believe in the ISS?
And not every picture, by the way.
Do you believe
Yeah,
in
not
the
every
ISS?
picture and not every astronaut. Chris Hadfield went on ABC News when he came back from the ISS and said, the Earth from space looks flat and beautiful.
Yeah, until you look at the edges and see, oh, it is flat. A circle looks flat.
So now you're coping.
No,
So now you're coping.
It's
You just said
flat.
every astronaut.
Yes, it's flat until you get to the edges, and then there is a curve that you can see.
How much of the ISS? How much of the Earth would the ISS see?
A lot of it. Not too
How
much.
much?
It's not that high up.
Oh, really? 3%. 3%.
Yeah, here's a bunch of pictures. There's like every picture I'm looking at with the ISS is a curve.
Yeah, all you're doing is proving that the pictures are fake, dude. You don't get it. If the geometry of the Earth says that the picture can't look like that, and the picture looks like that, then we know the pictures are fake.
So that's not fair, though. You're just saying like, oh, here's a picture, here's my evidence, and you're just saying no, you can't use evidence here because it goes against my
straw man again, dude. No one said that. Whenever someone says "so," you're saying there's a straw man every time. No, I said what I said. Okay.
It doesn't matter if I went up to the ISS myself and took a picture.
That can't be the geometry of the Earth that they see from that altitude.
Is the curve obvious in that image I just posted?
What picture?
I just posted one in the side chat. You paying attention to the side chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the AI generated image, you idiot, that you posted inside chat.
Well, apparently it's not.
definitely
It was
AI.
taken by an astronaut aboard the Dragon X or whatever it's called.
Sure, that's AI, buddy.
Yeah, okay. Google lens it. Google lens it.
Yeah, Google Lens is a bunch of AI as well. I can't believe you actually brought that stuff. You're so dumb.
Yeah,
anyway, this is it's a hostile witness. Anyway,
This is actually all Globers do. Globers, all they do
Is the curve obvious in that image?
There's no curve in that image.
Well, there actually might be a slight one, but it's not obvious, is it? So it's not as obvious as what other imagery from the so-called ISS shows, is it? What's the field of view of the cameras aboard the ISS? What type of lenses do the cameras on the ISS installed on the ISS use? Do you know any of this?
You had a beach ball that was, say, 6 feet tall, right? Silver King. How high would the ISS be above the surface of that beach ball?
What? Why does it have to be 6 feet?
Say you were going to rescale the Earth, right? And you made the Earth into a 6-foot beach ball. How high would the ISS be above the surface of that beach ball?
Let me see, because you're using 6 feet, you couldn't use 10.
Yeah, I use human height, right? So let's assume you're 6 feet tall, even though we know you're 5'3".
It would be 0.33 feet, about 4 inches above the beach ball.
No, that's incorrect. I don't know what ChatGPT.
10 foot. I use a 10-foot beach ball. 10-foot beach ball.
2.2. Yeah, well, for a 6-foot beach ball, it's 2.25 inches.
Okay, well, I'm using a 10-foot beach ball. That's why I got 4 inches. So I'm right.
Now think about your ISS pictures that you've seen, the ones that show the curve of the Earth.
Just put your eye 2 inches.
Do you think that looks?
See the curve.
You interrupt a lot. So, do you think that looks like being 2.25 inches above a 6-foot beach ball? Or does it look a lot farther away?
Let's get it to 6-foot beach ball. Oh, it is a slightly wide angle lens though. That's why there's different amounts of curve in each picture.
Like say you take your little iPhone and you turn it upside down so the camera's on the bottom. You stick the camera lens 2.25 inches above the surface of that beach ball. Is it going to look like it's that distance away that the ISS shows? It's not, because the Earth looks super fucking far away in those images.
Wait, but that depends on the angle, the width of the angle of the lens.
To how far away it looks?
No, to how curved something is, like the distortion of the lens.
Yeah, great, but I said how far away it looks, right? How far does it look like you're above the ball in the ISS photos? And it looks like maybe a tenth of the fucking diameter, or maybe a fucking more than that, right? It looks like way more than 250 fucking miles.
I don't know. Here's a picture from the U-2 spy plane, and it's slightly curved, and this is much higher, so it makes perfect sense.
Dude. Yeah, like watch the whole video, brother.
Watch what video?
The video that's clipped out, and watch the whole video, dude.
Well, so what would it actually take to prove? Like, if I went up to the
I already told you, direct measurements of the curvature of the Earth, dude.
No. But with what? I would use a laser or a radar. That's all we really have.
Yeah, a laser, dude. We've already done it.
Exactly, you go up to a high altitude with a laser and you measure the curve. It has to be very high altitude.
How? No.
How?
We're talking about measuring the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, with a laser from high altitude.
Why high altitude?
You have to be high up to see the curve, because at low altitude...
And not see it, measure it.
You can't measure
it, not see it.
I think you can't measure it because the horizon cuts off the curve.
Okay, you believe that, but that's actually not the case.
That's how a circle works. You can't measure the curve of a circle onto...
There is no circle. That's what the test is for, to see if there is a circle.
Okay, and you can't measure the curve of the circle without being...
Okay,
like,
so
with a camera
a laser...
From ground zero, from zero altitude.
A laser was taken and beamed 25 miles from a height of 10 feet to 4 feet. Okay? This was done 7 times, 2 weeks apart, right?
With what?
A laser.
Like what? Like a rocket?
A laser.
A laser on the ground.
No, a laser across. It's called like ISOMER. It's in the Netherlands.
And it's on the ground.
The laser's 10 feet off the ground on a depth.
It has to be 50,000 feet or above.
Why?
To measure, because from less than that, the curve is negligible.
Okay.
I want to hear how he is going to measure it from 50,000.
This isn't like
flat Earth. Okay.
This is just how circles work.
First of all, you're talking out your ass from a 10-foot height. If you shine a laser 25 miles, that laser should be 420 feet in the air. At the 25-mile point. If you go along the laser 25 miles, that laser should be 425 feet off the ground.
Why?
Because of the curvature of the Earth.
Well, stop trying to use ground measurements to measure the Earth, because the Earth curves. You can't measure it because
what do you think the rate of curvature? What do you think the rate of curvature is for the Earth based on its? Do you even know the radius?
Dude, he just said stop using ground measurements to measure the Earth, dude.
Oh no, right?
And how?
Why would you use the ground to measure the ground? That's just
Why would you use the Earth to measure the Earth? What the fuck's wrong with you guys? The fuck, dude? This is flat Earth, dude. Like, why wouldn't we measure the Earth? Like, what the fuck else are we gonna measure?
You can't measure a circle from the ground easily. You have to use theory for that and math.
Theory. We can measure the height of the laser above the surface of the Earth, and it should increase with distance, right? Because the Earth should be curving. So listen, let me finish. Because the Earth should be curving away from the laser, right?
Curving away from the laser?
Yeah, curving down, dude, into a ball.
Yeah.
Okay. And we can make a prediction. 25 miles. How far should the Earth curve down away from the laser? Oh, 420 feet. Okay, let's go 25 miles away. Is the laser 420 feet in the air? No, it's 4 feet in the air.
What about differences in like the Earth being lumpy?
Oh, goodness, great. Over water.
You think the Earth is a perfect sphere with no imperfections?
Over water.
What do you mean? Oh, it's 420 feet. Oh, I thought you were using ground height. So it's 420 feet when it should be what?
The surface of Lake Isomere is a saltwater lake. It used to be connected to the Atlantic Ocean. The Netherlands dammed it off, and now it's just a lake, right? So it's not connected to the ocean no more. Don't have tides, none of that shit. So it's a lake. It's got a bunch of resorts and stupid shit on it like that. So they set up on the deck of a restaurant, which was 10 feet off the fucking surface of the water, and they beamed the laser to 4 different points. One, I think it was like 6 miles, 9 miles, 19 miles, and 25 miles away. All of these different points. And the laser was detected at 4 feet above the fucking ground at all 4 of these points. Now, if you do the globe math, it says, hey, at the furthest distance, the 25 miles, it should be 120 or 420 feet in the air, or 127 meters. Okay? It wasn't. That's a 42-story building. This means that in order to detect the laser, they should have been on top of a 42-story building. Well, they picked it up at 4 feet off the surface of the lake. This is a 2 order of magnitude difference. This isn't measurement error, uncertainty, or fucking anything. The horizon didn't block the laser as you predicted. Okay? It's also been replicated on freaking, like, dude, there's multiple direct measurements of the surface of the Earth which show that it's not curving. Over land, mostly over water. We got one over land that's like 31 miles. In fact, the 31-mile thing, they actually watched the laser 30 miles away travel across the fucking desert. Because they strapped it to a car. Point is, that all of these should be hidden below the curvature of the Earth. You think we're just here just for ha-has? I mean, I am a little bit because you guys start saying.
No, you're here to troll us, like most of the flat earthers. Unless you're a devout Christian, then that's fine. But otherwise, flat earthers they're trying.
Everything you say is just baseless bullshit, based upon your own incredulity and bias.
Debate bro, fucking BS. You can't talk like
debate bro. I fucking can't stand debate bros.
You just can't talk like a normal person. Everything I say has to be some aggressive bullshit because you're not even a real flat earther, like an actual Catholic or something.
Oh boy, Jesus fucking Christ, dude!
This guy.
Just like you're in full cult mode.
You're trying to bring science into it when, if God wanted to, He could make it
I didn't mention any science.
For us to discover. If
measuring shit isn't science.
Okay, I'm
measuring shit isn't science.
God could make it so even measuring it didn't prove anything, and we're in a mystery.
Oh, okay. So what was measured? I asked you the instruments, and you haven't come up with one yet.
Like whether or not you measured something, God could just be making it an illusion. And
why do you keep bringing up God?
Because this is the only explanation for flat Earth.
Okay, no, it isn't.
Fuck.
Yes, it is. All the science is bunk. I've looked at it.
You don't know what science is. You don't know anything about science. It's just a buzzword for you.
No, they say this measurement doesn't equal this, so this is all wrong and impossible.
You don't have any measurements.
And then
you don't have any measurements. That's the thing that you don't understand. You actually don't have any measurements. I do.
My satellites. See, this is what science deniers.
Yeah, but you can't tell me what they measured. Why is that?
This all the science deniers. They say your measurements and the majority is all wrong, and my crackpot theory is the only correct thing.
Sopa King. So you're saying this is again another straw man? Okay, I didn't say that. Okay, I asked you what your measurements are. You can't tell me what the instrument was, what actually was measured, what units was it? Feet? Was it angles?
Exactly.
Like, what was it? What was measured? Why can't you tell me what was measured? You claim just now that you have measurements, and now I'm denying them. There's nothing to deny. You haven't produced anything.
You won't accept any evidence that can prove it.
Oh, now you're going to cope even harder.
No,
you don't know about accept evidence.
You already said satellites are coped, so what am I supposed to do?
No, you're coping because I've asked for evidence. You can't provide any, and now as your cope, you're saying, well, you just wouldn't accept it anyway. You don't have any evidence to present.
But you already said you don't accept space, like anything in space. You don't believe in satellites and space stations.
Yeah, no one said that.
Yeah,
no one said that. I asked you, why should I believe him?
And you don't believe in the moon landing or moon drones. No, see, that's the same thing.
Why should I?
That's a stupid distinction.
Why no, it isn't the same thing. I need a reason to believe extraordinary claims. Okay? And because someone said so, isn't a good enough reason for me. I'm sorry. I claimed I went to the moon. Oh, okay, I believe you. No, that's not how I roll, bro.
Those are synonyms.
No, I want I want evidence. Claims require evidence. You know what the definition of pseudoscience is, Sopa King? You know what it is defined as? Claims or evidence which can't be falsified by experiment.
Well, in Latin, it would be science and not science.
No, oh, dude. Okay, someone coined the term. His name is Karl Popper. He's a famous academician in the philosophy of science from the turn of the 20th century. Okay, so it's called the demarcation of what makes science, what demarks science from pseudoscience. Okay, and the demarcation is claims or theories which can't be falsified by experiment. Okay, so robots on the moon. How do I falsify that?
Huh?
How do I falsify it?
How do you falsify anything in existence?
Okay, I'll give you an example. All swans are white. That's my theory. Then I go find a black swan. I just falsified that theory.
No, how do I falsify? There's no Bigfoot. You can't.
I just told you how, dumb fuck.
You can't. That's what science is.
I just told you how. Okay.
You can't.
My theory is all swans are white. I go out and I find a black swan. I just falsified that theory.
What if you can't find a black swan, but you know it exists?
Okay, but dude, you serious? Okay, it has to be falsifiable. It doesn't mean it was falsified. It has to have the potentiality to be falsified.
Okay, and how do we falsify Bigfoot or the Kraken? You can't. It might be a Kraken. Who knows? We can't measure every single atom of the ocean. So what are you expecting me to falsify something is insane. That's like, ontology.
Look, if you can't falsify it, then it's not science. It's really
you can't
simple.
Falsify fucking anything. You can't falsify.
Why are you saying that again when I just gave you an example?
The only way to falsify something is like philosophy. There's no married bachelor.
I just told you how to do it. I literally just told you how to do it, dude.
But that's wrong. I disagree.
Oh, that's wrong.
The claim that all swans were white was falsified when they found a fucking black one, dickhead.
Only until they found it, though. They had to fucking find it. Wait, and
you said it's not possible.
That's like a preposition, though. You said that there's only white, and then you disproved it.
Yeah, it was a hypothesis, right?
You could have just not said. You could have said there's all sorts of colors of swans.
That's right, but that wasn't my theory.
Made a claim about it. You could have just said we know there are white swans. You could have just simply said we know there are white swans. We're not sure about any other color ones because we haven't explored every inch of the earth or whatever, right?
Yeah, but you have to have direct evidence.
If someone makes a claim, it's different, right?
Yeah, but if I claim we went to space or we found a black swan, but we only found it with a telescope or with a drone, then you wouldn't not believe it? Or if we sent some astronauts to go find the black swan and they just had only their testimony that they found it, nothing else.
Okay, because you just made a category astronaut. Okay,
I'm just saying this is like a
category. What if I said wizards?
Bro, philosophy.
What if I say wizards instead of astronauts?
We said the wizards and they found the black duck. You wouldn't believe it, right? Because it's just them.
No, you're right because wizards don't exist.
Okay, you're just ruining the argument, bro, for no reason. Like
you're goddamn right because astronauts don't exist. Because you have to assume all the other shit is true to say astronauts exist. Okay.
Okay, so they brought back some moon rocks, which is bringing back the duck. So why can't you believe it? That they're fake moon rocks?
And you know they came from the moon.
Duck.
How?
And it's a fake black duck. How do you know it's not?
And you know they came.
Duck?
You know they also brought back petrified wood from the moon.
Yeah, like crystallized.
Petrified wood.
Yeah, like a couple atoms of petrified.
So
wood.
there's wood on the moon, bro.
Yeah, because the Earth was hit by an.
You just say, yeah, Jesus Christ, though. You really think there's trees on the moon?
Because of the Earth, it's the moon is so similar to the Earth. Earth was likely hit by something.
So trees grew on the moon.
No, Earth got hit by something very, very hard, and the moon.
And it blasted the petrified wood to the moon.
No, it like blasted a quarter of Earth into orbit along with the moon.
Well, when that happened, there was no such things as trees, right? Go check your evolutionary textbook, right? And when carnivorous fucking plant life came into existence.
Yeah, much later. But are you sure it's tree crystals?
Well, the astronauts, which you think exist, gave them to the Dutch ambassador, and they decided to put it in their museum. Moon rocks. But then the museum was like, we need to have these things. We need to have these things insured. And the insurance company ran tests on it, and it was petrified wood.
Okay, that happened one time in one museum. So what? The whole thing's fake now.
Dude, if I follow your logic, I can equally reach the conclusion that the moon is made of petrified fucking wood because there's astronauts who said they brought back shit from the moon and it was petrified wood.
No, so that was just a fake moon rock. It wasn't actually real moon petrified
How do you know?
wood.
How do you know the other ones aren't the fake moon rocks?
How do we know anything then? How do we know Roman coins aren't all fake?
I'm not the one making claims of knowledge, dude. You are.
If you're like need that much evidence and proof, then nothing can be proven.
No, dude, this is a fucking retarded red herring, dude. This is retarded red herring, dude. Really simple. You're making claims of knowledge. You are. Okay? I'm asking you how you know that. And instead of saying the truth, you don't know. You just believe someone's fucking story, right? And that you don't even have a way to test what they're saying, which is the truth. You can't even evaluate their claims, which you won't admit.
If you're this skeptical, how do we test anything? How do we test any ancient artifact whatsoever? That it's not just a fake made in the 1900s.
Okay, this evidence is too high. This is an all or nothing fallacy, dude. You're trying it again, an all or nothing fallacy. Either you believe everything or believe nothing. It's stupid on its face. This is a gimmick. And you're talking to me about debate, bros. You're just using rhetorical fucking gimmicks the whole fucking time you've been in here. Really simple. Okay? Not all claims are the same. They don't have the same nature. They don't require the same standards of proof. Depends on what they are. You say, hey, my favorite color is red. I can't fucking disprove that. I have to take your fucking word for it. There's people, they made claims.
The sky is red, and I'm
no, dude, don't say what we're saying, dude. Don't straw me in again. Stop that. What the fuck is wrong with you? Is this all you can do?
How come I saw you making out with green? Red.
Dude, like seriously, is this all you can fucking do is straw man? Like seriously? This is the level you're at, brother? This is pathetic.
Well, strong man, but that's how it is.
Straw man. When you say I said something I didn't say, and you create a straw man, an argument I didn't say, and then knock it down. That's a straw man.
You're just going to say that every time.
And now you're going to say what I'm going to say.
Talking.
And now another straw man. So you defend a straw man with a straw man. That's crazy.
No, but it doesn't matter if I have to bring up a recording of you saying it for you to like shut up about it.
That's horseshit. No one said that. That's another straw man.
Well, what would it take for me to you just say straw man? How am I supposed to prove that you said something?
I didn't ask you to prove it. How about this?
You keep saying straw man,
you just
I have to
say what I said verbatim and stop saying I said so. Saying so you're saying that means you're going to straw man me every time you say that. You don't say you said. You said so you're saying, which means you're going to tell me your interpretation of what I said.
Wait, but you've given me.
Oh, you just use the words I said instead.
You're doing straw mans on me. You're saying my scientist said this when I didn't say that.
What? That's not a straw man.
Hey, you're saying your globe Earth scientist said this, and so you're wrong. But I didn't say. I don't care that
There's
they
no
said
such
that.
thing as
It's
a globe Earth scientist. I didn't say you just straw man again. You said you're globe Earth scientist. I never said the word globe Earth scientist.
You're saying straw man every 10th word. The rest is
because that's all you have. When did I say globe Earth scientist said XYZ?
You don't know
when did I say globe Earth scientist said XYZ? Yeah, when did I say globe Earth scientist? No, you're a snake.
40-year-old debate bro.
Yeah, please rage quit. You're a 40-year-old divorced debate bro, which is actually, he's a debate bro, and he's got fucking smoked with gimmicks. Yeah. Just using fucking gimmicks, dude.
He sucks at being a debate bro.
That was pathetic, dude.
Crazy. Before that, you were just talking about the clovers that come in and do the straw man. Then dude comes in and does the straw man. That's insane.
Dude, it's like, bro. I don't even know.
I think it was just pride because he just felt less intellectual. Like he didn't feel like he was at the same level, intelligent.
Yeah, he was an engineer. Remember? Let's not forget about that lie.
Yeah.
He's a fucking sanitation engineer. That's about it. Fucking cleaning toilets or cleaning trash cans. So Zach, something we ask globers are, do you have any scientific evidence the Earth is a globe? Right, and that's a malformed question, right? Because science don't deal with the shapes of things. That's not even a scientific endeavor. And we'll ask somebody, we'll go, okay, that's a malformed question. So to say, science doesn't deal, that's a category error. Science doesn't deal with shapes. Science deals with cause and effects relationships in the natural world. Now, we'll ask this question over and over and over. The person over in the politics server. So one person will come up, we'll ask them. They'll say, yes, science proves the globe, and then we berate them how it's category error. Now, there'll be 3 other people in there listening. And the other person smiles out of the chat. And then another one will come up, even though they just heard the entire interaction. We'll ask them the same thing. It's just scientific evidence the Earth is a globe, and they'll say yes. And this fucking thing just keeps repeating and repeating. Even though the people that were asking heard the answer, they still can't get it right, dude. These are little like mental defectives. Like I can't. It's almost mind-boggling. When did it was? I don't think it was 2 weeks ago. I swear to God, it was for fucking 4 hours straight. Of fucking people, dude, that heard the fucking question and fucking still got the answer. They heard the question and the answer and still got the answer wrong. It's like getting the cheat sheet for the test and still fucking failing.
It's an NPC response, dude. They only have a couple dialogue options.
Yeah, no doubt, dude. The dialogue option was quit game, run, yes.
I also couldn't tell what his religious angle was, but he kept trying to go to a religious angle with it, and you shouldn't have to, you know.
You want something to attack.
Yeah, he's just a poser. He's a triggered atheist. Oh, there's a lot of people that associate flat Earth with religion, and that's what makes them very angry. And occasionally, they'll come in here and try to debate the topic, and then when that starts falling apart, they start their religious attack. Oh, this is because they want to be able to hand-wave dismiss it, right? Oh, that's just some religious fucking superstition bullshit. I can just hand-wave dismiss everything you said now.
Meanwhile, they have a very strong belief in weather balloons. I think weather balloons might be the Glober's god. They love weather balloons, and they love the ISS. The ISS is a straight-up idol for them. Let's all worship the ISS. put a camera on the weather balloon. It's like, bro, what do you think you're gonna see from the camera on the weather balloon? Do you know all lenses on all cameras are fucking circles? Are you aware of that? They don't have a response.
Well, I mean, imagine your entire worldview is based upon a screen. That everything you think about reality that's true is because you saw something on a screen. That to me is the most mind-blowing thing. I live in an infinite universe created by the Big Bang, and now you evolved from fucking rocks, and we're a ball floating in an infinite vacuum, and there's rovers on Mars and rovers digging up fucking moon rocks and all this shit. Oh, how do you know that? Haven't you seen the pictures of space? Like, bro, you discerned all that from looking at a fucking screen? That all that shit is true? That's crazy to me.
It's like watching a movie and believing everything in the movie actually happened. Like, oh, I like Rambo, bro. Is Rambo a real guy? Rambo must be a real guy, bro. He really got all those police officers, bro. He took them out one by one. Didn't you see that? It's like, dude, Rambo isn't real. Rambo's on the screen, dude.
Well, imagine trying to learn the history of World War II by watching World War II movies or something.
You watch Saving Private Ryan to get your World War II knowledge.
Yeah, like Saving Private Ryan, or what's the other one? Fucking, I mean, there's shitloads of them. Most of them are old though.
Schindler's List.
Yeah, it was definitely a work of fiction. I just saw
It's
not
like
to change the topic to this. I'll just say this as an aside to Schindler's List. When Steven Spielberg, before he made Schindler's List, he interviewed something like 4,000 people that were at the Treblinka death camp. Out of 4,000 people, only 2 of them said it was a death camp. I'm just saying.
Literally only 2 of them? What did the rest of them say?
Only
That was
2.
like a summer camp?
That was like a transfer camp. Well, because there was work camps and concentration camps and death camps. There were only like 3 death camps.
I won't get into it, but I'm also suspicious of the whole like death camp thing. I won't. Yeah.
You go on Rumble. There's I don't think he's a Catholic priest. I think he's been defrocked, but he's he's a Catholic priest, so he got ordained as a Catholic priest, but then just basically stopped following the Catholic Church. So he's still ordained. They haven't deordained him, but he's just like doing his own thing. And he did a series about all that, and he goes through. He isn't just like opining about whatever. He goes through like all the official records and all the stuff that was at the Nuremberg trials and all the crap, right? The historical record, basically. It's called Spirit and Tradition is the Rumble channel. Check it out. It's pretty eye opening.
I'll look it up.
And the reason he's mad at it is because not because he doesn't. I mean, maybe he doesn't like Jewish people or not, but he's saying. But one of his things is just people that are traumatized because of this. Like Jews are traumatized because they think of the stuff that happened, right? That they're making fucking people into soap and all that shit, right? That turned out to be false, right? Even you can go on the Holocaust Museum's website, they say that story is a bunch of bullshit. They didn't turn people into soap and lampshades, right? But a lot of Jewish kids, they grew up and they were told by their parents, people, there's evil people out there that are going to turn you into fucking soap and lampshades, right? Fucking imagine how traumatic that is. I mean, that's like how you be even more traumatized. You're going to get kidnapped by the fucking neighbor. No, the neighbor's going to kidnap you and turn you into fucking soap. Like, bro, like fucking, it's like Silence of the Lambs in real life. So that's kind of like what motivation is like. This thing is like, you know, is very traumatic, and like if you're not telling the truth about it, you're needlessly hurting people. Like the truth should be known about like what actually happened. And I don't know how you argue that.
The harm thing and the emotional appeal thing are very common. I've heard, like, even with like the globe thing, like they'll try to get you into an emotional spot where it's like, if you don't believe in the globe, you're literally hurting people. Like you're in some way, you're harming others by believing in flat Earth because you're like, I don't know, contributing to some kind of, they believe like mental illness or something. Like you're trying to convert people into being like psychopaths or like schizophrenic or something. That's like, bro, you're not hurting anybody by telling them the truth, you know? But like to them, it's like, I don't know, like disinformation, misinformation type thing, which is wild. Like they do it about the Holocaust, where it's like the trauma dump, where it's like they're trying to get you to feel bad for them, so you believe that it's true. I mean, I don't have an opinion one way or the other, but I'm leaning one direction about it. But what I'm saying is like, if your main argument is feel bad for me or you're hurting other people, thus you're wrong, like I feel like you need a better argument than that.
I mean, some of the stories are just ridiculous, man. One of the Treblinka guys said that there was like masturbation chairs where they would like masturbate people to death, dude. It's so fucking crazy, dude.
How do you even do that?
I don't know, dude. It's fucking funny though.
I think one of the ones one of my friends told me was, I don't know if this is real or not, or if he was just like making up a joke about it, but he said there was one where they would like freeze them and they would turn into like blocks of ice, and then they'd like tap the blocks of ice and they'd fall apart. I don't know if that's real or not.
Yeah, that's one of the stories. Another story is they were executing people. They had like an electrified conveyor belt where they would fucking they put the people on the conveyor belt and fucking electrocute them while they're going down the conveyor. That's the craziest one.
You didn't hear about the jerk off machine? The jerk off machine.
Yeah, I was just talking about the masturbation fucking torture.
All right, the best one is the Holocauster, where they freaking launch people from the coaster into a cage that had a bear on one side and an eagle on the other, and they would slowly pick at your corpse. They trained the bear and the freaking eagle to be anti-Semitic. Oh God!
I didn't hear about the Hulk. I didn't hear about the coaster. I heard there was a roller coaster there.
Yeah, it had the lap bar was way too tight, so they were complaining.
Yeah, like, you know, right next to the theater in the fucking soccer field.
Have you seen the picture of them?
Before we murder you, can you do this rendition of The Merchant of Venice? Everybody's fighting to play the Jew.
Have you seen the picture where they're like chilling out by the pool with like sunglasses and shit? Like they're just like hanging out by the pool. It's like, hey, I thought this was supposed to.
I talked to a guy that helped me with the packages at the post office, and all of a sudden we got on this. I don't know how we got on this whole conversation, but he was talking about that people were confused about the Olympic-sized swimming pool, that it wasn't really a swimming pool, that the guards actually let them swim in it was like this, it was a water, like a holding pond, kind of like a big spring that they would let them swim in every once. So they didn't have an actual pool to play water polo. But I heard they did have a maternity ward.
Yeah, another thing this guy goes over is like, how much wood does it take to like cremate a human body? 660 kilograms of wood, which is 1,200 pounds of wood to cremate a human body.
Well, it's silly when you see this.
There would not be a tree left in Europe. Let's just put it that way.
They showed the ovens, and they're so tiny. Like anybody believes that. I'd be like, man, you've seen a freaking Tiger tank, right? You've seen the shit they build. They'd have built something that would do at least 100 freaking at once, right? He wouldn't build something he'd put one in. That's silly. Those were bread ovens.
Well, they said that they were using like tanks, right? The exhaust from tanks to kill people with carbon monoxide. Was one of the well, diesel fuel doesn't emit carbon dioxide.
Dude,
so you got that problem.
Yeah, there has been. Have you heard of the people that like they find their like a girl finds their husband in the garage like trying to kill himself with his diesel truck because he's too stupid? Have you heard about that shit?
No.
Yeah, he's like passed out because he's not getting very much oxygen, but he doesn't die. Like, like, get him like, oh, excuse me, honey. Like, did you know your truck's a diesel? You're not dead.
Here, use my handgun.
Oh, good lord.
Paraplegic, if you look in the chat a little minute ago, I posted a picture of the swimming pool. It's a swimming pool, and there's even diving boards. They had diving board platforms.
Dude, this guy freaking had me believe he's like, nah, that was because this guy was like totally, like he didn't know about freaking fake space though. He knew about like all this, like, how everything was like, like not the way they taught us. And he was like the pool was an actual pool was whatever, like I just said. But wow, so you got pictures, huh? Oh,
Yeah, it's in
maybe
the
he's
chat.
wrong about that.
29 minutes after the hour. You don't see the diving boards because they're all gone, but you see the platforms for the diving boards.
Seems like they were having a lot of fun. Like arguably too much fun. Like why are you diving in a pool and what is supposed to be like the worst moments of your life? Like, yeah, guys, I just saw my mom get cremated, but you know what? I'm gonna go to the pool and dive.
They had a killer time.
Dude, that wasn't a pool. That they filled that with freaking hydrochloric acid. They freaking made him jump in. It was a death pond. That's what the diving board's for. Freaking made him walk the plank into the freaking hydrochloric acid pond.
I think it might be advisable to get off this topic. Seriously, guys.
$6 million reasons to stop the combo. That's funny.
Nowhere near.
I think it's 6,000,001. Am I a denier now? Because I added one. How come you're not a denier if you add them, but if you take some away, then you are? What if I say 5,900,999?
Yeah, freaking Owen was doing $6 billion.
Yeah, billion with a B.
It's like I'm saying it's more. I don't know. I just think it's silly to like if you really just want to take people out, like why would you spend any fuel to train them? Take them in trains there. Like obviously it was a work camp, right? Like it just doesn't make any sense.
I know why the pool was there. They're training to go to space, bro.
Oh my god, dude.
I'd like to know why they had Nazis work on the rockets to go to space in the first place. Like, why were the most evil people, like quote unquote, most evil people on the planet, it's like, hey, you know what? Let's pick you guys up. Let's take you over to our country. And why don't you guys work on our rockets so we can go to space? Like, whose idea was that? And why did they think it was a good idea? If they're so like worried about the Holocaust and they hate the Holocaust so much, why would you hire them? Why would you hire them and pay them money?
Yeah, well, I mean, the whole thing is because they were better at rockets than we were. I mean, isn't that the thought?
It was So they in the military. They had military value, weapons value. Like they needed to. You can be assured, dudes, that it wasn't just that industry. It would have been spread across all industries. That there would have been stealing very smart, learned people that knew how to do stuff of all different trades. Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been like freaking big guns, pharmaceutical, all that shit. Machining, anything. Just building shit, because they were building a ton of shit. But I mean, you heard those stories about the our freaking Air Force and like seeing one of those freaking jets fly by. One of the German jets. They're like zipping by, like what the hell was that just flew by? Like doing, whatever. I don't even know how fast they were going, but they only had a few of them though. Only in how you could even shoot anybody going that fast, or if you were them, I don't even know how you'd shoot an American freaking target going that fast. If you were, just kind of the speeds were so different, I would think, or the jet compared to the. I don't know what the hell were we flying.
There are no wonder weapons, man. People get fixated on this idea that someone's going to invent some fucking tactical wonder weapon, and that somehow this wonder weapon will win a war. It's not fucking how it works at all.
You don't think that they had a jet? They had jets. You don't think there's stories?
Oh yeah, they did. No, I think they had jets, but it's like it wouldn't change the course of the war, even if they had a fleet of jets. Wouldn't have done anything.
Well, right. That's what I'm saying. Like how would I mean, all right, they're fast, right? All right, yeah, you're like you wouldn't be able to shoot them out of the sky as easy, but I mean, they would have to have like way better, dude. I mean, yeah, if they had like our F-15s for the war and they were like flying around like lighting our ships up with freaking like missiles and shit, maybe it could change some shit, but you can't just like take a fast plane and like change the history of the war. Unless you had freaking a shitload of them, I guess.
Most casualties in war are from artillery.
Say that again?
It's like 80%. Think about that. 80% of casualties in war are from artillery. That's why it's called the God of War. You can have all the airplanes in the world. Eventually, you have to go to the ground and do something, right?
Freaking messy, man. Messy.
I don't know how they were hitting people from that far away with artillery when the Coriolis was bound to fuck them up.
I know, right? It's a Russian artillery piece of thing on it. It can fire 660 kilogram. That's much explosive it is, which is a lot, right? 660 kilogram, 330 kilogram round. You can fire 6 to 8 of them per minute. And when they load it, the vehicle self-propelled artillery is loaded, it can carry 50 rounds. So it can fire for 10 minutes straight. Around every, 20 seconds for 10 minutes straight. With huge explosives in them, right? Basically, think about filling up like a 64 gallon, 60 gallon drum, 54 gallon drum with explosives. And throwing that at somebody 30 kilometers away. And then doing that every, 20 seconds for 10 minutes.
Are you counting the projectile weight or the propellant weight?
Said the explosive. I think they said the explosive rate was 330 kilograms.
I assume that's the projectile. 330 kilograms is like 727 pounds.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. I'm pretty sure. I think they said that said the weight of the charge. I'll look it up alone. It's like 120 millimeter, 125 millimeter. I think. Dude, the Russians got a 200 millimeter mortar. Fucking mortar, bro. Obviously, you can't it's not like a handheld mortar where you load it. It has to be loaded by a machine, but it's huge.
I saw a video on a gun. I don't know if it was a Russian gun. It was the barrel was on the bottom. And it had a laser on the top, but it was a revolver. And it had these crazy flat bullets that were silent. I forget what the gun was called, but it was freaking cool as shit. It was like an assassin's weapon, kinda, but 1940s shit, or maybe a little bit later.
Oh, you talking about that? It's like the It's like an anti-armor sniper rifle. That one?
No, this is a freaking handheld revolver. The barrel was on the bottom and the laser was on the top. So the actual barrel lined up with the cylinder at the bottom, and it was a silent. I'm gonna try to find it. It's freaking really cool.
I found it. That is weird.
That brings up another question. How come lasers don't curve? Like when you're putting a laser on something, right, from far away, or even on a plane, and you're aiming the laser at it. I mean, it's going in a straight line. I mean, I'm assuming that you'd be able to see if it stays parallel or not. You know what I'm saying? Depending on elevation and whatnot, I guess it might not stay parallel. But it shouldn't. Why don't they curve, bro?
All right. The 38 Stetson Silent Revolver. 5-shot double action revolver. It kind of looks at. It doesn't look. It doesn't have as big as one as a. I had the Thunder 5, the original Thunder 5, the one that shot the 45 long Colt and the 410 shotgun shell, which is really cool. But it's called the Stetson Revolver. Look it up. Production service since 2022, chambered in 7.62 times 41 millimeter, and it's just goofy looking. So the barrel's in the bottom, and the like I was like you might be able to find one, but you'd have to have somebody make you the ammo. Let's see if I can get a. There's a video on it somewhere. Freaking crazy. Yep.
I see the revolver, and I can't imagine what about it is silent.
How do I frickin' make this video?
Is it the type of ammo that it shoots? Is it like subsonic ammo or something?
Shit. All right.
It's like revolvers are the worst things to suppress because of the gap between the the cylinder and the barrel itself.
All right, here it is. This is so freaking slick. Watch that. Oh, did somebody already share it? Oh no. Well, all right. So there's a video where it shows the round. Watch that shit.
It's a weird bullet, bro.
That explained it. That answered all my questions. The ammo itself is a self-contained barrel, sealed from all gases. So that answers it.
How freaking cool is that? I mean, the bullets, even if you got one, you'd have to have somebody make the freaking ammo. Like, the breakdown of the ammo is pretty neat. I thought it was way older. 2002, that's not that old. I just, for some reason, I just assumed it was a lot older than 2002. I mean, that's kind of weird for 2002. But the swing out design's kind of different. Surprised they did that.
I bet the muzzle velocity is low.
Well, whose freaking slick idea was that? Like, to hide, or to keep all the gas inside the round for the sound. Pretty slick, man. I wonder how fast the projectile travels, though. I mean, you would think that because there's air in there, it wouldn't be as it wouldn't have as much ass. You know what I mean? There's a little bit of a buffer.
What up, Zach, Bob, and Tom?
What's up, boys? You fucking idiots. Stupid bitch. Go ahead and debate me. All you round earthers, you scared to
Yo, I'm so tired of the Jews running the banks and shit. Who's else is tired about that? Hold on, my buddy's calling me. He's about to say the.
Wrong saloon, mate.
Yo, man, I'm tired of these Jews like saying that the Earth is flat. I think it's round. You know what I'm saying?
Hello? Interesting. What the fuck? We are alive. Wait, are we live? I think we got a sleeping panel tonight. We'll probably not cook. Got a few minutes of a drive home. I guess I'll just cook for a little bit. See what's going on, chat. It must be it's Saturday night, man. So I don't know what y'all flat earthers are up to today. But I guess we are not roasting globers. That's fine. Let's see. Not a lot of people in the panel tonight. That's all right. Shit. I don't really have much for you tonight, chat. Just wanted to check in, see what the vibes were. Nobody's over in politics anymore. I don't know what's going on with that. But yeah. Shout out to politics and religion. Shout out to Kembo Beats. Shout out to Quetzalcoatl.
The CB.
Holy shit, there he is. Just woke up getting ready to hear you cook. Yeah, W. I won't stay on too long, chat. It's like 1:30. I'm just gonna drive home and go to sleep probably, but
Yeah, get some sleep, brother.
that's cool. Just meeting up with my brother and some 304s. So it's been a good night. But
Wait, you got a brother from 304 too?
well, no, my brother lives here, and we were just hanging out with some 304s, bro. So
Oh, okay. All right.
yeah. So just meet up with him, and on our way back to the crib, or I'm on my way back home. But all right, Kembo, man, what's going on with you?
Oh, not much, man. I mean, I was falling asleep a little bit, but then I heard your voice, so I woke up.
Oh, my bad, dude. I'm sorry.
Oh, we're good, bro. Now,
What time is it over there?
What time is it over here? It's 3:25.
God, man, take your ass to bed, boy.
No, I'm good, bro. I've been napping here and there, so I'm good. No, but the reason why I'm here because a few clowns came in here and they talk about the Jews and all that stuff and shit.
Oh.
Yeah, we had to mute them, so just in case nobody's here, so I'm watching out for the panel.
Nice, man. You are big W, big W, man. You're doing it, dude. Shout out to you, bro.
Yes, sir. Shout out to everybody in here. T-Dub, Das in here, Crit, everybody.
Yes, sir. Yeah, maybe we should get some W's in the chat. We can find out who's listening and who's here. Let's go ahead and throw some W's in the chat, guys. I shouldn't have thrown a W in there, but I did anyway. Fuck it.
Oh, we got Ultimate FE Final Boss in here too.
That's the homie right there. Not gonna lie, that's T, right? Our boy T.
Yeah, that's the boy T. Yep.
That's the boy. Yeah, let's go. Hell yeah. Always showing love in the chat, man. Big shout out to you as well. Hope everything's going well with you and yours. Appreciate all the love, dude. This place would not be the same without our chat, man. Go ahead.
No, I said he's good, bro. He's always here. Support all the time, so that's awesome.
Now next. See, now I get it, because there was a while when I was just a listener chatting and shit like that. But hey, we're in season, what is it, season X? Season 9? Yay, Tita. For the next season, bro, you might have to jump on that mic, boy. Just saying.
No, he always look. He jump in though. That's the thing. I talked to him plenty of time in here.
Oh, really? Okay, nice,
Yeah.
man. Nice. We don't get to talk a whole lot, but that's all right. We appreciate we got our chat cooking too, man. We're gonna cook in the chat. We're gonna cook in the VC. So, yep.
So what are you cooking tonight? Besides the chat and the VC?
Hey, I'm trying to go cook some actual food because I'm hungry.
Yeah, but what the hell are you cooking though? I'm asking you tonight.
Oh man. I don't know. We'll see. I might eat some sleep. I might eat sleep for dinner tonight. You ever done that before?
Bro, to be honest, bro, I'm fasting 2 days in a row. I only eat just a little bit. Yes, sir. 2 days already. I drank a little bit of water. I ate some snack. I'm not a Muslim or anything, but throughout the whole day, I didn't eat. I want to fast for like a couple of days. I just want to see how it goes.
Are you a big nigga or like are you fat or like you just?
Oh hell no, bro! I'm skinny, bro. I'm not overweight or anything, bro. Like right now. I'm like 155 right now.
Oh, okay, we're like the same kind of. We're like the same. Okay, cool.
No, I do it for the health, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just want to see how it goes because I never. Well, I'm not gonna say I never, but I just don't call it. Like some days, like when I was in Florida, bro, some day I don't eat. Right? I say I'm fine. I drink water or juice or whatever. I go to work and I come back home. Like I feel okay. You know, I work my ass off. Come home, sometimes I just rest and I feel fine. Right? But like lately, I've been hearing people talk about fasting and all this stuff. I said, you know what? Let me do this. But I used to do this before, but I just didn't know what it calls, right? And yeah, so for 2 days already, I only ate a little bit here and there, and I said, no eating during the day, just to see how it goes.
That's cool. That's a good idea. I mean, it's good for your mind too, bro. Like your mind, you'll be surprised how fresh your mind can be during experiences like that as well. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah. But to be honest, bro, in my fridge right now, I got I got foods all day, right? Yesterday we had a hot pot, right? But it's in dinner time. I ate only a little bit just to see how it is. Right now, I'm fighting right now. Like I'm hungry. I'm starving, right? But I'm fighting it.
I'm fucking hungry too, bro. Holy. Yeah, it's good. It's good mental power. And also it's a good way to like cleanse your body, I hear too. Like you can like reset your body kind of. Also, if you guys ever dabble in damn, I don't know if we should talk about this, but if you ever dabble in like plant medicines, if you know what that if you know what I mean by that.
Oh, that yeah. Yeah, when I used to, try the plant, whatever you want to call it, right? Yeah, I have to eat.
Well, not
you
that
get the
plant.
munchie.
Not that plant.
Oh,
I'm
not
talking
that
about, like,
plant?
other plant medicines, if you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I don't know. Then I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can DM you real fast.
Bullshit.
But
What? Oh, Metatetrix!
it's fucking Matrix in here. He's here.
Metatetrix is here, bro.
What's doing, guys?
Hey, how's your night going? Day or whatever the hell?
We good, bro. We good. You just
18:31. So evening, night time.
You said 8:31?
18.
Oh, okay. So it's like 6:30. All right, cool.
6:30. Yeah.
Nice, man. All right, cool. Did you just pop in here? I didn't see you in there.
Yeah, sometimes it makes the little chime sound when I come in. Other times it doesn't, and I get the same thing with other people. Sometimes they seem to just slip in the back door, and you don't hear the thing go off. And other times, so whether the buzzer didn't go off, who knows?
Either way, it's good to see you, brother. I'm probably not going to stay on too much longer. Just driving home. I'm about home now, but I'll stay on for a little bit.
He's had much.
Good to see you.
Globies come through today, or
I just got here too. Kembo said that there was some people trying to JQ earlier. He was like, kick him out.
really?
Yeah. Some idiots. They trying to get the panel shut down.
Right. That's the best they can do, man.
Bro, they they came in first. I muted him, and then he left. Another one came and talked about the same thing. I muted him again too. Yep, without saying anything. Yeah, asshole, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, they talk about the Jews and stuff. So stupid.
Yeah, we're on YouTube, so we can't JQ too hard here. You have to wait till we're on Rumble exclusively.
Yeah.
We need to we need to do like a little roster report or something. Like find out who's our clippers, who's our streamers, who's our chatters, who's our our talkers. I feel like we need to get a little roster report. We could use some clippers. Well, we had some clippers going hard in the paint for a little while, but I know that's not easy to do. Gotta have some good time. Gotta have a lot of time for that, which we don't have tons of. And then streamers. I feel like we could use like one or two more streamers because it would be great to go live on Rumble again. That was awesome. But the reason why I got shut down is because Republicus felt like. So I'm going to switch mics here. Republicus felt like since we like sort of like abandoned 24/7, he's like, what the fuck am I doing all this streaming for? No one's even here. So
right.
he canceled that operation. But he's a good guy, and I think he'd be probably willing to work with us again. But we just have to like make it worth his time, you know? Yeah. Bro, I put that boy to work. I remember before we went live on Rumble, that was my idea, low-key. I was like, we need to go live on Rumble. And like I was begging somebody to do it for us, and Republicus stepped up. And not only did he do it, he made a fucking template. Like the whole, it all looked really good too, right? It wasn't just, it was good. It was great. But we sort of dropped the ball, and now it's gone. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I understand. I did enjoy that Rumble stuff, though. Hey, go ahead and mute the freaking YouTube. Let's cook on Rumble.
No,
I'm not gonna lie though.
Look, hey, you know what we can do? I think, what the hell did I do last time? Oh, I kicked the YouTube out of here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's fine, but I still want to be live. That's the thing. I still want to cook live.
Yeah. Well, see, the thing is this, right? Last time, there was nobody in here, and these assholes came in here, and they know we lie on YouTube, so they say a bunch of stuff trying to get us banned. And it was time for me to go to sleep. I'm like, shit, the YouTube butts here. So I'm like, you know what? I can kick the YouTube. So I did. And then went to sleep.
That's not a bad idea. That's not bad. I mean, shout out to you for being pretty, overlooking the panel, keeping us safe, bro. It's great stuff. But,
yes, sir.
I don't know. Rumble. I mean, I got the idea from my boys over at Fresh and Fit. Like, there was a while when they got like demonetized on YouTube, and they were trying to get remonetized and stuff like that. So they were like, they started doing this whole Rumble thing, like cut to Rumble. We're gonna start on YouTube, then, or if I gotta say something, like go ahead and fucking cut the Rumble, cut the YouTube. We're gonna go to Rumble real quick, and I'm gonna say some shit, and then they would go back to YouTube and stuff like that. So that's where I got the idea from. I'm like, wait a minute, why don't we go live on Rumble? And so that's where it started. But now they don't even do that anymore. They just yeah, I don't think they do that as much anymore. The whole like cut to Rumble. I think they try to stay live on YouTube as much as possible. They multi-stream. They do streams on Rumble, YouTube. They just stream it out to everywhere.
and I don't think they cut it. So I guess we're doing all right. It's probably not a big deal. There's not a whole lot of stuff we need to say on Rumble these days anyway. It's mostly for like JQing and pretty much mostly that, or like talking about like, I guess you can kind of talk about the Coco situation nowadays. It's so far past. I don't think it's even shadow banned anymore. They're not banning people for talking about that stuff. Obviously, we don't necessarily need to dive into that so deeply here. Is it Discord TOS still, or is that Discord TOS? Because it's okay.
You just sidestep it. So yeah.
We might as well just sidestep. We actually we've done such a good job of censoring ourselves. That's why I wanted to go on Rumble so bad. I was like, guys, you deserve this. We deserve to be able to speak our minds freely,
and just
especially because we've been censoring ourselves for years, literal years, self-censorship. And
the
so,
reason for it,
yeah,
we've already got subject matter that is censored by government authority. We don't need any assistance in pissing people off. So if they want to have a little cry about other subjects, then we just sidestep those. And we upset enough people now telling them the ground is flat.
I know.
They have meltdowns and all, but anyways, check this out. On Facebook, Flat Earth friends. This is why Flurfs can't be structural engineers. Flatlandia is a myth. I live close to the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, and the suspension towers are not perfectly parallel. If they were, it would lead to a significant structural issues and the potential bridge collapse. To accommodate for Earth's curvature, the towers are 41 millimeters further apart at the top than they are at the bottom. The tower heights are 208 meters. The distances between them are 1272 meters at the bottoms and 1272.041 at the tops. Using similar triangles, you can calculate the radius of the Earth from those dimensions. 208 by 1272 divided by 0.41 equals 6453 kilometers, which is close to the actual value of 6370 kilometer Earth radius. So, the very first comment, this guy shuts him down pretty quick smart. The towers are built in a way that so the cables suspend the bridge. The main towers are spaced apart and anchored into the ground, or large anchor blocks. The main cables drape over these towers and are anchored at both ends of the bridge. The bridge deck, the part you drive or walk on, is hung from these cables using vertical suspender cables or rods, which transfers the weight of the deck and traffic up to the main cables. So the towers are built apart at the top so it won't sink in the middle. It has nothing to do with curve.
Nice, that's a pretty good response.
Just smacked him.
Did he have some smart and come back?
Well, no, nothing that I can say. Holy shit. That's a little bit of a write-up. The claim that the towers of the Golden Gate Bridge are 41 millimeters further apart at the top than at the base due to Earth's curvature is often presented online as supposed proof Earth is a globe. But anyone who thinks critically can see this is a classic case of manipulation. There's absolutely no solid evidence that this difference was ever measured, let alone intentionally built into the design. What people do is run a theoretical calculation. If you build two perfectly vertical towers, meaning aligned with local gravity, and if the Earth is a sphere, then yes, they would be slightly further apart at the top. In this example, the expected difference would be about 41 millimeters across 1272 meters of horizontal distance and 208 meters of height. Then they do a bit of math that, unsurprisingly, ends up close to Earth's supposed radius. But this is not proof, it's just a theoretical number based on an assumption. What makes it even weaker is that the Golden Gate Bridge is a suspension bridge. The towers are pulled inward by the enormous tension of the main cables. That means there are strong forces at play that could completely cancel out or even reverse any theoretical curvature effect. On top of that, the entire structure is subject to thermal expansion, wind stress, construction tolerances, and seismic design, especially in earthquake-prone San Francisco. A deviation of 41 millimeters over 1272 meters is well within the normal margin of error in civil engineering. No one can seriously claim this kind of millimetric difference is solid proof of Earth's curvature. And yet, this gets pushed on social media as if it's some kind of irrefutable evidence. Look how dumb flat earthers are, they say, pointing to this so-called obvious proof. But when you're actually looking at its circular reasoning, you assume the earth is curved, you apply a formula that's only valid under that assumption, and then you get a number that confirms what you assumed in the first place. Nothing has been proven. You just used a belief to generate a number that supports your belief, and then you present it as scientific evidence. That's not science, that's spin. It misleads people with a story that sounds technical but contains no hard measurements. It works well on people who don't ask questions, but for anyone who does, it quickly becomes clear that this isn't proof at all. It's just an idea dressed up and sold as one. Wow, some of these guys are smoking it.
Who are they? You know what's? They're not in our community. Those guys, are they? That's what's so impressive. Like this. Who is this guy? And like, there's
got
more of them.
well, assumed proper names, so I don't name them online because everyone's
love
got their
that.
avatars and shit.
It's like we've got such a force, and like there's more people outside of this community that are still. That was a great response from that guy.
Yeah,
You know, there's more of us out there, dude. A lot of us out there. And like, where are they? Like how is this? There's guys on Twitter. There's like people all over, and they're still cooking. Where are they learning this stuff from? Where are they? You know, I love it.
I'm not a flirt, but I am a mechanical engineer. I guarantee that if the center of the load was shifted 41 millimeters, the structural integrity would not be affected at all. It's still well within its the footings. The only reason there's a difference is because each support is built independently and made plumb. Well, actually, they should have been splayed, knowing there was going to be a weight in the center and it was going to pull towards the center. So, anyways.
Brilliant.
They should have allowed for the camber. Yeah. It's like when you build a truck deck for like a long haul trucks and stuff like that. They've got a slight camber across the deck. So when you load them up, they actually sit flat when they're fully loaded.
Feels pretty good to be a flat earther right now.
Yeah, I was just having a quick roll through my Facebook post, and that got jammed in front of me.
It's a pretty good one, and they're on Facebook of all platforms.
All right.
All right, fellas, I don't got too much gas in the tank. I'm gonna get cozy here in a little bit. But yeah, man. That is a great post though. Shout out to those Facebook guys. I really would love to find out like where they hang out at, or do they do Twitter? Only on Facebook? Do you do any talking? Send them a link, bro.
It'd be nice to find out if they do jump. It'd be funny if it's just one of our guys that's in there. And
I know that would be funny.
Your shit, just flat smacking them.
That would be funny if it was one of us.
Be pretty good.
I'm very much like a more the merrier kind of guy. So the more people in here, the better. There's probably some really great guys out there that still haven't found us yet. I do think that we're probably the forefront. Doesn't it feel that way, or no?
Yeah, I don't know many other or any other major groups other than the Twitter guys.
Yeah, the Twitter guys. Yeah,
Ether Nutters. But outside of those, yeah, I don't know any groups, especially that are as strict as our guys, only pushing what they can verify. Like other groups, it's just like everyday speculation Sunday.
Speculation. Yeah. That's a good point there. I almost called you Etherist. What the heck? That's how you know I'm tired. It's made of Tetrix. I can't believe I forgot that already.
That was funny. That holy shit.
I'm never gonna let that go. I genuinely love that shit. That's so funny.
I actually tried to change my name too.
No, you did not.
The server won't let me do it on
Were
local
you gonna change
servers.
it to Made of Tetrix, bro?
I was going to put it as Mate of Tetrix, yeah. Just to make it easier for you.
That would make my fucking day, bro.
And yeah, I jumped out as soon as he said it. Other than take the piss out of him, I also tried to change it, and it comes up. Yeah, this server doesn't do local changes.
Yeah, I noticed that. It's all right.
Which is just pretty funny.
How would you even spell that?
MATEATETRICKS, Made of Tetrix.
Made of Tetrix. Let's go, great. I love that shit. Good stuff, man. I just want to say that too. That's like maybe this might be one of my final points before I roll out of here. But like the fun factor, I think that's I joke around. I'm like, oh, I'm the head of the cultural development department. Like there's like, I'm here to have some fun. And I get that might be annoying for some people. I do acknowledge that. I'm not completely unaware of I'm
just
pretty
a cheerleader.
Yeah, man.
The amount of people that you aggro.
I know, but it's like a lot of it's intentional. Often, that is often intentional. And this isn't my first rodeo. This isn't my first season either. I've been doing this, just like a lot of you guys. My first few seasons were pretty serious, like pretty locked in, pretty not joking, very, I spent, I don't know, I might actually be in the top 15 most time on the mic, So when people are like, well, you just do like ad libs. No, I mean, maybe nowadays I've shifted a little bit because there's already so many people that can cook now. Like, we got DJ roasting in the chat often now. Anybody, honestly, there's tons of people. How many people? I don't know. I get it. I know there's
DJ goes pretty solid on the grill. Hand him the tongs and just watch him go, man. It's crazy.
Hand him the tongs, yeah. Exactly. So it's like
DJ, I've turned the flame on. Just walk in here and start, man.
Yeah, he's been doing great.
Already on.
He's been doing really, really good, and not that he needs me to tell him that or anything, but we got tons of people that can do that whole let's get serious thing, and I can do that too anytime. But I don't know. I'm here to just introduce a little bit of fun, a little bit of liveliness to the thing. Life isn't always so serious, and you have fun sometimes, man. And I'm starting to realize that I know I'm getting older, but I'm also one of the younger guys here. So
how old are you, sir?
How old am I?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you're not even in our community. Why does that matter?
Well, it's just a question, sir.
I don't feel like answering it to you.
Old enough
That's
to know
fine.
better.
I mean, I'm not going to stay on that much longer, but local, handsome bastard. It's a hell of a name.
Hello, man.
Is this your first time here, or you been here before?
In October, yeah, I was there before.
Nice. Remembers exactly when. That's great. Can you just give us a quick reaction to Flat Earth? What are your thoughts?
You're calling Mother Earth flat. That's offensive to offensive. Mother Nature is very thick.
What?
How is it offensive?
You calling Mother Nature flat, man?
What should we call it?
Flat.
You should call her thick.
Call her thick?
And curvy, yeah.
What if we call her 304?
What do you mean you're 304?
What if we call her a bitch?
She'll send storms, probably.
It's actually storming right now. That's crazy.
See?
No, it's just raining right here. That's wild. Bro, are you gonna be serious or just joking? Like, what's up with you?
I mean, I can't take flat earthers seriously. Sorry, bro. Like, I can try,
Why?
but I just won't. You know, I just can't.
What part of it don't you
Like,
understand?
water and oil
Obviously,
cannot.
there's
Like,
something that's bugging you that you don't understand, and that you go, I can't take them seriously because of. You're supposed to finish the
Sure. How did Columbus find the Americas searching for India if the Earth wasn't the globe?
What?
So it had to be a globe in order for him to find another place. Shit, mate, I can find McDonald's. It doesn't mean it's a globe.
No, specifically Americas. He found Americas while searching for India.
It just so he's sailing across water,
Yeah.
and you don't need a globe to sail across water, mate.
Yeah, but if there wasn't a continent there, eventually he would actually reach Asia, which implies that the Earth is a globe.
No.
Circular, meaning he went. What do you mean, no?
You realize you're just going from point A to point B. Like, you guys always do this.
Yeah.
You don't think you can go in a circle on a flat plane?
Huh?
You don't think you can you go around your house?
Yeah.
In a circle?
Yeah.
Is your house?
Also, must be.
Yeah. Is it a globe? Must be a globe.
Yeah, but the Earth isn't the entire Earth. I mean, my house isn't the entire Earth.
But you went around it, though.
Yeah, but it's not.
Why can't you just have that at a much larger scale happening? Why?
Because my house doesn't entitle it's the entire world, but when we look at the world, it's different.
Columbus did on a much larger scale.
Okay, if my house was enough to be the Earth, if I went circular, yeah, it would imply that the Earth is circular.
That wouldn't imply
really.
it. You can go in a circle over a flat surface.
Hmm?
Hey, bro, hand it off, man.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's not about the house, it's about the path that you took around the house, which was in a circle. It's not like your yard is circular, but you did a circle around it, though. It's not that hard, bro. You're just going in a circle around things. It doesn't make the Earth circular or globular.
So tell me something, my friend. What's his name there? Local handsome bastard. Look at this guy. Anyways, you've got a cup full of water, right? Water takes the shape of its container and is flat and level on top. That's how it's described. That's how it's cited. Pretty much with those, just with the add-on that unless it's affected by wind or an external force. So if you've got a cup full of water, it takes the shape of its container, flat and level on top. So if we tip that water in your bathtub, takes the shape of its container, the bathtub, flat and level on top. We go out to your swimming pool, takes the shape of its container, flat and level on top. Go down to the local lake. What describe the properties of the water for me? Local?
What's up?
Me or?
I'm typing in the chat, bro. Can't focus on two things. Yeah, what's up?
So, describe water for me in a container.
Sure, it's a fluid. It has the boiling point of 100 Celsius if it's pure, and the melting point of 0 Celsius.
Container?
Yeah, it doesn't have a fixed shape.
Top?
Huh?
Flat and level on top?
Yeah.
Excellent. So, let's say that's a drinking glass. Let's tip that in your bathtub, mate.
Sure.
Fill it up a bit more, about halfway. Takes the shape of its container, flat and level on
Yeah,
top.
that's a property of water.
Excellent. So that's action. So you know about the properties of water. It takes the shape of its container and is flat and level on top. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So let's go up to the swimming pool. Fill it up. Takes the shape of its container, which is the pool, flat and level on top. Yeah?
Yeah, because it's in a square. Yeah, rectangle. pool is a square rectangle.
That's the
Yeah.
shape of the container. So the shape of the container.
Yeah, and the rectangle is also flat from the sides. You realize that, right?
So we're not worried about the sides. We're worried about the top of it.
Yeah,
The shape
what
of
you
its
just
container,
implied.
flat and level on top.
This is okay. When I
We're
put
quite happy with
water
that.
in the glass.
So let's go up
when
to
I-
a lake. Takes the shape of its container, flat and level on top.
Yeah, it takes the shape of the lake's terrain.
That's correct. I agree with you 100%. I don't have a problem with that in any way, shape, or form. So it takes the shape of its container and is flat and level on top. So
Yeah, so
how can you have a ball if the oceans are allegedly 70?
yeah, if there's pressure or force being applied, it will turn into
Okay, so back at the lake, it was flat and level, and now when we step
Yeah.
up to an ocean, it's curved. At what distance does it start curving? You told me already, and you agreed that water takes the shape of its container and is flat.
Oh, you didn't even let me talk, but still, go on.
Well, you've already agreed to that. So at
When
what
we
distance
exit,
does it curve?
when we reach more to the Earth's
At what distance
atmosphere.
does it curve?
When we reach the near, it will start curving more than
what
once we reach the
distance?
Earth's.
At what distance does it curve?
I don't recall the exact distance.
You're
I don't
standing
recall
at
the
the
exact
side of a
distance.
lake. Let's say it's 10 miles across. So lake, 10 miles across. Water takes shape of container and flat and level on top. And now you're standing at the beach and magically it curves but the lake doesn't.
Well, what is this logic? No, like, pressure is the same on the center. If you look at the globe, the
We're not
Earth has
talking
been in
about
a.
pressure. We're talking about water. Its properties, remember? Takes the shape of its container,
Sure.
flat and level on top.
Okay, but in a circular container, is it flat?
Okay, so let's get a drinking glass. It's a cylinder with no top on it.
Yeah.
You half fill
Yeah.
it with water. It takes the shape of its container, and the water will be flat and level on top.
Yeah. So if it's a cylinder, right? You realize that the glass will also be like that.
You are missing his point completely.
He's not too sharp.
Because he's not making any. He's blabbering.
Listen to
Once
him
we reach-
again. You are projecting. Shut the fuck up and listen to what he just said. Go ahead, Mayor.
See, you're committing ad homs now.
Nobody ad hom. You. I told you to shut the fuck up, dumbass. Now I
Yeah,
ad
that's
hom
all. Yeah,
you.
you're trying to
Now
force the
I ad hom
argument.
you because you're a fucking dumbass.
Shutting the fuck up isn't an argument, sir.
Shutting the fuck
Anyway,
no,
pressure is
shutting the
applied
fuck
and the
up
Earth
is
is a globe. That's
instruction.
why.
So why did you tell me and you agreed that the lake was flat and level on top? The water took the shape of its container and is flat and level on top. You agreed with that.
Sure.
So all we're doing is just making the body of water slightly bigger. So at what distance does it magically start curving? So you got a
Yeah,
10
when the
mile
forces
lake,
increase,
flat and level.
pressure increases.
So stop. Lake, 10 miles, flat and level. So does it become curved at 12 miles?
No, it's not that near.
Okay. Does it become curved at 20 miles?
Not enough.
So it's still flat and level at 20 miles.
I concur with that. I concur.
Yeah, I've got no problem with that either. 30
You're
miles.
You're absolutely correct, local. When would you expect that curvature?
When it's a grand scale.
30
At
miles
some
is not
point.
far enough. 40 miles. Let's go for 40.
Not enough, dude.
Not enough?
It's not
50
grand.
miles.
Holy hell, man. Listen, here's the point.
Okay,
Does
stop,
the sun...
stop. I don't want
You're
you
just
to
gonna
say
you're
it's
just gonna
grand
keep fucking
or it's
interrupting me
big.
because you're
Want
stupid.
you, I'll show you something. I'll help you out, mate. Obviously, you're having trouble understanding things. I don't want you to say it's grand or it's big, it's large. Grow some balls and put a fucking number down. We're already up to 50 miles flat. And you just said it's got to be on a grand scale.
The Earth's atmosphere, yeah.
So 50 miles is enough to make the water curve. Yes or no?
No, because it's still super small when it comes to the Earth size.
Excellent. Let's go up to 75 miles. Is that far enough?
The Earth is way bigger than 75 miles. Are you stupid?
Actually, you're stupid because
he's pointing out how fucking ignorant you are. You don't know.
How am I ignorant? You can't even answer the fact that the sun applies pressure on the Earth. You stupid, mate.
You dumb shit. Keep rejecting.
Wow, I'm a dumb shit, but you're a flyer, mate. You're inbred.
So the problem you've got here, local dumbass, is all you've got, and you're going to run away. Chicken shit.
Yeah, he's got nothing. He's got fuck all except insults and ad homs. He was projecting so fucking hard on you, dude. That was some gay shit.
Yeah, he wasn't too sharp, that tool.
Yeah, man. And the funny thing is I really wasn't. Dude, I told him to shut the fuck up, and he called that an ad hom. The dude doesn't know what a fucking ad hom is. At that point, I laughed, and I couldn't help myself. Welcome to whoever joined in.
Hey, someone jumped in. Lads.
We just had an instant spiral. I'm sure he was talking shit before that, though. I'm certain he was talking some shit. Those little snide comments, little underhanded remarks. Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
Fuck that. I haven't had my coffee yet. Fuck that shit.
Quick, someone caffeinate him.
Where's paraplegic at? I gotta get my head straight. Too goddamn early for this. It's 5 o'clock in the morning for me. I need to get myself situated. I just woke up, and then the first thing I hear is that shit. Fucking shit.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, it's an ad hom now.
Yeah, and the sad part is, because he's so stupid and arrogant, he's going to walk away from this and go, fucking flat earthers, fucking stupid. They don't even know that pressure causes the oceans to curve.
They don't believe in gravity.
Because he already come in here, and his basic attitude is flat earthers are stupid.
Yeah, I picked up on that quick. Yeah, fuck that shit. Bigot. He's a bigot.
I'm heading out. You guys have a good night, okay?
Catch you, sleep,
All right, stay blessed and watch out for zombies, CB.
Oh, yeah, I needed to hear that. All right, guys. Peace out.
Later, bro.
All right, peace out, boys.
Peace out, bro. Keep on keeping on. Sometimes the dead air, that silence, is golden.
Yeah. and then I join the call and wreck it for everyone.
But you're a flat earther. The horizon remains horizontal regardless of altitude. Good luck with that. Horizontal horizons are an observation, not a claim. I'm sick and tired of people acting like the observation is claim. Fuck out of here. Nobody claimed anything. You said, hey, look at the fucking horizon. Check it out. Fucking flat. That's pretty cool. He keeps doing that too. Pretty damn cool.
Oh wow, who made that? Someone's actually on. I'm looking at Facebook here, and someone's made a patch that you sew onto a shirt, and on the patch it's got written, "I bet you know the brand of window by taste." That's nasty.
They're a window licker.
I'm still a bit flabbergasted that that dude thinks that shut the fuck up is an ad hom. It simply is not. It It's rude. I'll agree that it is rude. I can concede to that, but it's not a fucking add-on. I needed to laugh.
That could give you a laugh.
Yeah, I needed to laugh this morning. That was great. The fucking punchline was perfect. Sorry for dropping all the F-bombs, but damn, I've never heard anything that dumb in my life. I try to be reasonable, but when I find that the person that we're communicating with is being unreasonable and projecting their own unreasonability onto others, kind of point out that shit. Like, hey, look, how unreasonable you're being. Behold the irony.
Nah, lads, you didn't miss much. Just some random numpty.
Yeah, it was a low-level spiral. It wasn't even that good. It was funny enough to laugh at, but it's pathetic, actually. That dude should be able to do way better than that. I know the Earth is X amount of miles because ABC.
Well, we got up to 50 miles of distance before it's shown as flat. He didn't go much on the 75, but we got to the 50.
He didn't like that flat earther was agreeing with him. He goes, shit, I don't like that. Am I a flat earther? Yeah.
That's what I think triggered the him to start spinning. Was when he said it was flat, and we agreed with him. Yeah.
Yup, all flat earthers wrong. Oh shit, you agree with me? Am I wrong? Damn.
Yes.
They don't know the difference between right and wrong. That's why if something makes them feel bad, it must be wrong. God, this is one hell of a drug. I reckon within the next hour or two, this chat's probably going to get active fairly quickly.
Yeah, it normally starts back up.
Yep.
Late at night for me, yeah.
I remember having insomnia and staying up all night, and there's a pattern. You can tell when folks are about, it's right about now. Between now and the next hour or two, there's going to be a lot of folks joining in. That usually happens anyway. That'll be cool. If the statistics remain. It's funny to collect all of the different buzzwords so you can say this is not a force, that's not a force, that's not a force either. Gravity's not a force, perspective's not a force, energy's not a force. How can a mental construct be a force? Some folks don't know the difference between cause, effect, and the description of the cause or effect. There's very much a difference between these ideas. The description itself is not the cause nor effect.
But gravity.
What is love, the cause or effect of?
I just love how they some of them scattergun. You'll be talking about one thing, but gravity and refraction. But the photos from space prove it.
Refraction, gravity, aether, quantum, science, shit like that. These are God tier invoked words. Somebody they invoke the word and they say, hey, this means this, therefore. But it's God tier. They don't have to prove any claims. They can just say, yeah, because, and then they'll say some fucking catchphrase or a buzzword.
Yeah.
They don't know what any of these words mean. They make a sound effect and they imagine something. Fucking colors, shapes, and sounds.
Colors, shapes, and sound. Well, we know they failed the triangle test.
It's kindergarten level spiraling, dude. Color, shapes, and sounds. Oh no, I'm gonna throw a fucking tantrum. I need nap time now. They don't understand the difference between an adjective and a noun. Flat's not a shape. Property the shape may or may not have. And the horizon remains horizontal. Oh no, that sounds like some kind of regurgitated statement or catchphrase. Uh-oh. Must be a cold. They get real mad if you point out the fact that the horizontal horizon is an observation, not a belief, and the immeasurable curvature of the Earth is a belief, directly rooted into a belief system. Really connected to all three major religions on Earth in a unifying way, as though they are one.
Oh, I'm just scrolling through Facebook. One of the things pops up. Who's it from? Scientists issued deadly warning after Soviet satellite fails and is currently falling back to Earth.
Oh no. Whatever shall we do? Anyway.
Let's sit on Discord and talk to people. Yeah, what's for dinner?
Yeah. It's like that shit. We've got an asteroid the size of a giant squid, and then there's another one the size of a school bus.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's
what
4
the fuck?
elephants wide and 9 feet long.
United States units of measurement. North Americans.
We get a lot of that over here too. They have to compare it to something. Oh, look out! There's an asteroid coming, and it's 8 cash machines wide.
Oh shit. So this might just be a trait of immature people. They need a childish representation in order to comprehend what's being told to them. Damn, the world is fucked.
I love it. Cracks me up when I see stuff like that.
That kind of reminds me of the mentality some of the folks who come here have. Well, just imagine this, and then they'll take you off into their imagination land and try and take you on an adventure, and maybe you'll believe them. Please believe me. Believe my story. Listen to my tale.
That's why I like the dream music when they start doing that.
Yeah. It's like Entry of the Gladiators. Bop, bop, bada, bada, bop, 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 bop. The never-ending clown car. It's pretty disturbing and sad that the vast majority of auto-globers and globetards don't have any arguments at all for their belief system. The only thing that they could come up with is, but you're a flat earther.
Because they've already been pre-programmed with flat earther means stupid. Flat earther means biscuit in space. Yeah.
You know, the creation and establishment of straw man arguments is it's very much a warlike tactic to demonize the opposition. And shit goes back to some art of war type stuff. Make your enemy look as dumb as possible so that nobody trusts them and they join you instead, automatically.
Yeah.
One of the reasons I have the attitude that I do is because some of these people are so cocky and arrogant. They think that because they're so smart, they can go to this place where they perceive that dumb people would be just so that they can bully them. You think you're going to come here and bully people that you think, that you perceive to be retarded. Good luck with that. Have fun.
Whilst the gatekeepers are sitting in.
I'm telling you, man, it's clowns every day. They're too big for the britches, and they come here thinking that, all right, honey, hold my beer. I'll take care of those flat earthers. Good luck with that.
Yeah. It's the ones I really like that drop in, and it's the instant appeal to credentials. Oh, I've got a PhD in this. What did you study at university?
They don't understand that credentials do not equate qualifications. Somebody can have all the credentials in the world and still be disqualified from being able to actually accomplish anything. I absolutely despise credentialism. It's completely founded upon belief.
Yeah, I'm not exactly jumping for joy when people start rattling on about it.
It's rooted in doctrines of the church. It's literally the vain philosophy of cultists. And that's me being kind. I use the word cultist to be kind because what they actually are is so much worse. It's a religious empire founded on willful ignorance. It's not just a cult, it's an entire fucking occult empire. with esoteric wizards peddling their vain philosophy.
It was funny through my text-based debates. I used to tell people I was a third grade dropout, so when I have to educate your dumbass on these topics, it'll hurt that much worse.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'd be like, cavemen mastered flat Earth like 10,000 years ago. How are you not getting this?
Wait for it. Wait
Yeah.
for it. Oh shit.
Oog and Ugg debated this.
Do you have any idea the amount of softy globetards that have come through and bitched about you going back to Ugg and Oog? Oh man. That cracks me up.
I think Crit has mastered like keeping people stuck on him forever. I've never had anybody like me as much as Crit before.
Check the side chat.
He farms pain, he feeds off it.
You remember this old Geico commercial? So easy, a caveman can do it.
Oh, yeah. Was there anything too? Yesterday was National Space Day. Like, reflect on what manned space flight has done for humanity, and they just don't. They don't really care. They didn't even take the day to consider space flight.
They don't know about the overview effect, man. They missed it.
Yeah, even the day where they should think about it, they don't. They don't care. They really don't care. What they do is they care in that somebody else has a different cosmology than them.
Oh, if you try and explain this to them, their only response is going to end up being, "But you're a flat earther." But motorboat. Earth ball. High priest said so.
Not the earth ball. Which doctor say?
No, I think the witch doctor would have something for that. Yo, you think the Earth is a ball? I got you. This should level you out. Crazy bastard.
Mix these herbs. Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds like you've got parasites or demons. We're gonna have to fix that. Of course, you go back to like the 1920s, and they're like, "Oh golly, it seems like you've got ghosts in your blood. Here's a prescription for cocaine." Damn sorcerers. Most everything that anybody thinks is bad or wrong at one point was legal.
probably all the stuff that the government has trouble taxing.
Yeah, like prohibition, it doesn't work. Because even when God tried to do it, it didn't work.
God's like, you see this shit?
Do whatever you want. Anything you want to do. Just don't eat that apple over there. Nothing from that tree. That tree is prohibited. Still couldn't do it. So how do you think government's going to pull it off? They're going to pull off prohibition. God couldn't pull off prohibition. Yeah, just two people. Just two people. Just two. Said, hey, you two, that's all there is. You're prohibited from using that plant. That's it.
All right, you ready for your laugh, Crit?
Yeah, fire away.
I'm gonna post it up. Water can't form into round shapes, so the Earth is flat. Meanwhile, every single day, this happens 1 trillion times. So I'm guessing there's 1, and 2, and 3. That's proof of curvature. In text chat.
Oh, okay.
I'm in the right text chat, aren't I? Check.
I was tabbed out. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. There's the curve of the Earth.
I still can't believe that dude asserted that "shut the fuck up" is an ad hom. Like, he kind of triggered me into ad homing him, but
Still got him.
I hadn't even ad homed him yet. I mean, I know I was ready to, but I hadn't done it yet. And then he accused me of, like, what the fuck is this? Don't accuse me of a crime I haven't committed yet. I'll commit the crime just so that you're not a liar. I will make you a truther.
Wow, one of the comments. So the initial comment was, water can't form into a round shape, so the Earth is flat. Meanwhile, every single day, this happens 1 trillion times. So I'll scroll down. Where was it?
What is it, is it meniscus?
Where is he? Glober here. You're dumb. The water makes spherical shapes because of water tension, not gravity.
That's a true statement. That's actually part of the official claim. It has nothing to do with gravity. It has to do with the surface tension of water going full circle on a large enough mat. So technically that person's closer to their own worldview. I can respect that one. When they start making other claims, it gets weird as shit. Like, bro, is it bring your own globe day?
But the water curves.
Welcome to whoever joined.
Hello.
What brings you here?
I don't know, just I'm Batman.
Okay.
There's a lot
What else
of,
is there?
I'm just curious, are you anti-flat Earth? Because there's a lot of anti-flat Earthers that fancy themselves superheroes. Like this guy called Fight the Flat Earth.
No, dude, no. I'm a flat earther, and I love Batman.
There's an anti-flat Earther called McToon, who fancies himself
Yeah.
Batman too.
Really?
Yeah, he'll get into these long-form arguments of going back and forth with people, saying I'm Batman, and then they say back I'm Batman. Then they go.
No, I just said I'm Batman because there's another Batman here, and I just want to fight him because I want to be Batman. I'm the real Batman.
No, on the flat Earth, there's enough room for more than one Batman.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Plenty of room.
I'm on board all the way.
There could be multiple Batmans. See, whether
Dude, I wanna be-
on the Globetard, you've got like 11 billionaires now, and not a single one of them are Batman. They're all Lex Luthor.
Yeah. Hey, but if I believe
when's the Batman
in the
come? Like
yeah, that's right. But if I believe in the spaghetti monster at the same time as believing in flat Earth, right? Does anything come in confliction?
No.
This has nothing to
Yeah,
Go
your
ahead, Chris. You
beliefs
got
are
this.
your beliefs. The contradiction would be like if you've got something inside there that contradicts.
Yeah,
So
so if I'm a Satanist and I believe in flat Earth, like there's nothing wrong with that, eh?
No, there's no contradiction there either.
Yeah.
Unless you got a contradiction, unless you present a contradiction. Like you say, in the globe side, there would be a contradiction. Say if you're a Satanist and you think the Earth is a globe, because in the globe they told you God bless America, we landed on the moon. God loves capitalism. So if you're like, well, I'm a Satanist, we landed on the moon, that would be a contradiction, because God had blessed America, not Satan. Or like the astronauts brought the Bible to the moon, broke communion on the moon. You know, one of the current director of NASA, who's outgoing, Bill Nelson, said God told him to come out of retirement because God told him that he's got the unique skill set to return America back to the moon, because he was both a politician and an astronaut, Bill Nelson. So if he said back on the backswing, I'm also a Satanist, that would be a contradiction.
I'm actually not really a flat earther though, but I'm more so a pancake earther myself. I just think it's more flatter than flat Earth. It's more like a pancake.
Yeah, there's a lot of studies about how flat a pancake is versus how flat the Earth is. Like Kansas is flatter than a pancake, and Kansas isn't even the flattest state in America. And you also got Denmark, you got Australia. All these areas are very, very flat. So you could go with, hey, it's a pancake.
Yeah, that's what I'm believing in. You know,
You got your you got your superhero, fictitious fanboy thing going for you. You've got then you've got your idea of your belief systems, as long as they don't contradict, that you're good.
Satanism. Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got a lot of things going for you right now, dude.
Yeah, I've got the whole lot, man. I'm the whole
Yeah.
package, bro.
Yeah, and then today you've got May the 4th. It's May the 4th
Yeah.
with you. So it's a good day. It's like a holiday for you. You picked the dark side of the Force instead of the light side of the Force.
Yeah. Aye. Does anyone else believe in the pancake Earth?
We have to articulate what it is first.
It's flatter and more like rounder than the flat Earth belief.
Yeah, I don't think that's helping anyone. You got a map or a model?
Yeah, I got a map. It's like
Okay, let's see it.
it's like a pancake.
Okay, post it.
Yeah, I could post it.
Okay, let's check it out.
Personally, I think it's actually just a globe and not flat like a pancake. But we'll go with that.
Well, yeah, people have different opinions, different belief systems. You got a belief system. How about what do you know for sure? Do you know it's a pancake, or you just believe it?
Are you talking to me?
For either one of you, yeah.
I believe that the Earth is spherical on the basis of evidence from astronauts and photos from space. Do you believe it's fabricated?
Do you use all the statements from astronauts, or only do you cherry pick? Like when they said they found space Jesus, do you believe that?
I've not seen any sources regarding space Jesus.
They wrote a book. One of them wrote a book about how he found space Jesus. So you could go read that book.
Which one was that?
Just type in Google. You can find it on Amazon or whatever. It was on the bestsellers list for like 8 months. I guess it's possible you don't.
I feel like this is a separate issue, however.
No, I'm saying if you're going to use the astronauts and believe what the astronauts say to you, then you could believe that they found the space Jesus.
I believe.
How do you post images?
You don't.
The Earth is just so flat and gorgeous to see.
Yeah, there's another astronaut said that when you're out in space for long periods of time, there's a couple things that become apparent. The Earth looks incredibly flat.
Yeah, I've just sent in like a diagram of what the flat Earth kind of thing would be like.
Oh, jeez.
A plate full of pancakes. Awesome.
Yes, you're going to have a really hard time articulating your point of view, dude. It's like so.
No, but it's like I can't post anything though.
Dude, you're Steve.
I can see if you got the right.
Believe in some kind of planet or space frisbee.
Yeah, well, he's got a lot of different belief systems. It's fine. Just accept him for who he is.
No, I'm just saying he can't post because he's a noob. He just has to level up.
Yeah, I'm a noob. I'm like level 5 at the moment. I just need to be like 100. But
like
don't worry, I'm like a solo leveling arc. It's about to happen. So
how long you been in the server?
like literally just a couple days ago.
Oh, okay.
I thought I'll share my point of view because I feel like I'm very intellectual about it.
Go to all the other channels and troubleshoot. You could do problem solving. A little bit of scientific thinking could go a long way here. Go channel to channel and see, is it just the Flat Earth channel or is it all channels that you can't post images? Then once you realize it's all channels, you could probably think, there must be some variable here you're not identifying, or maybe everybody's in on it. They could all be in on it.
Hey, actually, what about like a potato Earth?
Yeah,
you reckon that could be a possibility?
I think you're breaking.
Sorry,
yeah, you broke up.
Do you?
Yeah. Do you think like
you gonna
potato
try,
Earth?
You gonna try look for why you can't post images, or are you just gonna assume that they're all in on it?
I honestly am looking for it.
Everyone's in on it.
Well, you don't,
Everyone's
you
in on
need
what?
images to have a discussion. Can you not just have a discussion?
I don't know where the yeah, I don't know. Anyway.
Nobody cares about your cute image. Can you answer Cyclone's question, dude?
Yeah, let's go. Grown up time. Big boy pants. Put them on.
What's the question?
Are you
able to have a discussion? You don't need image firms to talk.
Oh yeah. I'll have a chat. Let's have a chat.
All right. So what do you think? You got some good evidence for Earth being a globe?
Yeah, no, I've got good evidence of it being like a pancake.
So not a globe.
No, not a globe. No, a pancake.
So why do you think they're lying to all the kids in school and everything, telling them it's a globe?
Well, mate, as of the moment, you know how they've got this propagated type of situation within the schools? Like, we have not even 4 hours with our kids most days, and when they're at school, they've got 8, if at that,
So why are
if they leave
telling
early.
them it's a spinning ball? Why are they telling them it's a giant spinning ball?
Well, that's a good question, and I think that's something that we have to all discuss.
So why do you not believe that it's a giant spinning ball? Haven't you seen the space pictures?
As of the moment, with that space, I'm a firm believer that in the day when they went to the moon, like, that was just propaganda. They never actually went to the moon.
Is that it?
Yeah, so there's evidence for that not actually happening. Like,
You don't have to bullshit around. I don't know why you think you need to do this. You have to have a serious conversation.
yeah, I'm having a serious conversation. I just believe that the Earth is a pancake, man.
Pancake.
Yeah.
Why do you believe that?
It's just I see the overwhelming evidence just being it's being a pancake, man.
Okay, what is that evidence?
Well, clearly, like the ice caps at the end of the Earth, right? You ever played Halo?
What are you talking about, dude? See, this is what's wrong with you, globe heads. You're so weak, but you're so afraid of admitting that you believe in the globe because you already know you don't know why it's a globe. Yeah, it's pathetic.
It's definitely a pancake,
cowardly.
man.
Why are you such a coward? Why are you scared of your own globe belief? What is it that made you scared of it? Here, answer me this.
I'm not scared. I don't know where you get the scared thing from, but I'm not
radius
scared.
of the globe? What's the claimed radius of the globe?
Well, that's just propaganda.
Yeah, what's the claimed radius of the globe?
You tell me, Junior.
See, that's how we know you're a glober. Because only globers don't know the basics of the globe
It's
religion.
6,378 kilometers.
Yeah, see? Because you have to look that up. That's how we know you're
No,
a
I didn't look
glober.
it up. How do you know I looked it up?
Look it up. If you just looked it up.
Dude, are you on my camera right now? Are you looking at me, bro?
Yeah, we just heard you look it up.
No, I didn't type anything.
Yeah. Yeah,
No.
you did.
No,
You said, oh,
that's
you tell
right.
me,
No.
I don't know. Oh, 6,378 all of a sudden. I just know that. Yeah, see, that's
No,
how
I
we know
didn't.
you're a
I didn't
glober.
search it. What do
That's
you
how we
mean?
know you're a glober, because you don't know the
No.
basics of the globe.
Nah,
So why
I'm
do you
not.
believe in the globe, even though you know nothing about it?
I don't know nothing about the globe, but I know everything about a pancake.
Yeah, we know
I
you
know how to
don't.
cook it.
See how weak you are? See, you actually
No,
sound
but-
like you're a grown man as well, which is pathetic that you would actually.
No,
this is what you're doing.
I love
This is how
I
little
love
you know about your
pancakes.
globe religion.
I
Yeah,
love
see, look at it. It's like
pancakes.
a 7-year-old talking. You're like a 7-year-old, dude. And you
No,
think
but
it's
I just-
funny. You're like, oh, I'm going to speak to the flat earthers. They're so dumb. I'm going to tell them how I like pancakes.
I do. I love
Dude,
pancakes, don't
Listen
you?
to yourself. Listen to yourself.
Dude, are you a child?
This is
Like,
how
don't
we've
you like
got. We've got these
pancakes? Come
adults
on, man. Pancakes are so good.
Totally infantilized to the point where they behave like 7-year-olds. The
Have
brain
you ever had
capacity
butter and
of a
pancakes?
retarded
Bro,
child. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Little pussy. Why are you guys so scared of your own imaginary globe belief that you can't even admit to believing in it? Why are you that big a pussy? Huh? Who taught you to be that much of a pussy? Is anyone else impressed with that performance?
Nah.
Another terrified
Yeah.
globe believer?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that he didn't want to even test why he can't post images. It just right instantly, you guys have done something to me. I can't post images in this chat. Therefore, the only explanation is somebody in this room conspired to harm his ability to communicate. And then rather than test that before he blurted it, demonstrating he's an abject retard, he just said it and still believes it. Still believes that somebody here has harmed him. When I'm like, dude, just go. Other channels. Just do it. Just go to another channel. Can you post in that channel?
The way he was talking, to me, sounds like a broken ass eggshells.
Yeah, I know, right? He's so triggered that he's not Dan Ander. Just totally bricked. I mean, it's pathetic. It's like the most annoying tactic that these fuckheads do, which is to just avoid the discussion altogether by being an abject retard. Denying their own religion in the globe. Denying they believe it. I mean, it's just pathetic. I mean, we know you believe it, dude. So who do you think you're fooling? Yeah, I like pancakes. I like pancakes. You're literally a juvenile retard. Pathetic.
Yeah, it's really interesting too because they just had their International Space Day on May 3rd, and now they're going into May the 4th be with you. And the dudes can't do anything with that. These are the two. This is a back-to-back double holiday for Globetardia.
Yeah, it's like Katy Perry meant nothing to you little retards. You're standing up all brave. Katy Perry went to space. Man. Are there any Globers on or listening who aren't pathetic children and are actually brave enough to say, yes, I believe in the globe and here's why? Or are they all little pussies like this retard? Hmm. Well, these Australians, so Matrix, this one's your responsibility.
No.
Yeah. You need to take care of it.
He's taken care of. Leave him where he is.
Remember my explanation for Australia, man, the other day? Perfect example.
Alrighty, let's find out what he's malfunctioning. Okay, Pancake Boy, what's your malfunction?
Aye?
Hayes for horses.
What's that, mate?
I said, what's your malfunction?
He's asking why you're being a pussy.
Well, mate, look, I don't really talk intellectually with people who believe in flat Earth.
Oh, now the mask is slipping. Yeah, so you could just say from the start that you were upset that we don't follow your
I'm
globally.
so upset. I'm so
Yeah, we
upset
know,
that I
we know,
mute
we've heard
people
you.
when they don't agree with Pancake Earth. And I'm so
Oh, no,
upset
you're
that I've got to
slipping
talk
again.
behind his
Slipping
back
again.
and server mute him. And I'm annoyed because he's messaging in my channel about pancakes.
That's not why you got muted, bro. Sorry.
I think it was because your butt hurt about me believing
from
in
embarrassing yourself. It was just to save you from embarrassing yourself, dude.
Too dumb to even figure it out why you got muted. Too dumb.
Yeah, you didn't know anything about the globe to begin with. That's the best part. You know, they said the first test. Do you know anything about the Earth whatsoever? You don't. You don't really know. So then it's time to say, hey, is it worthy of talking to this guy if he doesn't know what he's talking about? And we had to do a little briefing, a little morning meeting. Who wants to hear from a guy who doesn't even know anything about the topic? And then, instead of trying to talk about it, being functionally normal, you know, the scientists gave you a device you can hold in the palm of your hand to access people with different ideas and whatnot. You just don't do that. But then you blame other people for that. Well, at the same time, blaming all of us for why you can't post images. At some point, you're thinking, is this guy worth the breath? Is it, or would we rather just talk about bullshit and just have fun? Is it worthy? Like, is this guy even worth engaging with, or is he just a complete waste of time?
Yeah, see, I mean, we'll engage with people who don't know anything about the globe. The vast majority of globers don't know anything about the globe, but it's when you guys realize that, like you have, and you pretend in a way so that you don't even have to address it. So you're like, oh, I don't even believe in the globe, just because you've realized you don't know fuck all about it. So you couldn't possibly argue for it. So instead of being intellectually honest and being like, oh, I don't actually know much about it, I've just been told it, you just troll and be a retard thinking that that will somehow, I don't know, make it look like you do know about the globe and you're just making fun of flat earthers rather than just obviously embarrassing yourself because you're completely ignorant about your own worldview. So then it's a bit more like, why would we bother? You're a child. Oh, why would I talk to someone who believes in a pancake? You'll believe in pancake. Fucking good stuff, mate. Wow, 200 IQ. Did you get that on Reddit? Little donkey. Mr. Spaceballs in a vacuum. Just gonna try and start making fun of what? Observable reality? A horizon? Level water? Dirt. At least be brave enough to admit you believe in the globe. I mean, if you can't even do that, what are you even doing here? Very pathetic.
Yeah, he wouldn't know anything about it. I bet, yeah, his best proof is, we got pictures from space, mate.
Yeah. Now he says he doesn't believe that they went to the moon, even though he obviously does.
Well, I mean, it's possible because a lot of globalists question that. You don't need flat Earth to question the Apollo program. Something like what 50% of Russians think it was fake. The last Russian space boss said it was fake.
Yeah, this guy's a moon landing believer for sure.
I don't know. It's hard to tell these days because there's a lot of people who think it's fake. They have nothing to do with the globe or nothing to do with flat Earth.
Yeah, but when they're this bricked and they're this in denial about their own globe belief, that means they do. They are willing themselves to believe in the moon landing, even if subconsciously they don't.
Yeah, good point. Like they might say that they don't believe the moon landing happened, but they believe it anyway. Because like as we came in with first, like God bless America, he's a Satanist or something like that.
I think he's just waiting for whatever Channel 7 tells him to believe.
It really is amazing. Like I would expect 12-year-olds to think that going into a flat Earth channel talking about pancakes is funny. But this guy is he sounds like he's into adulthood and he's doing that. Amazing. Another infantilized globe believer. Maybe you should show him the flatter than a pancake studies.
Yeah, I tried to go into that, but he just wasn't gonna. Just didn't
Of
think.
course.
Yeah,
You couldn't handle that. Yeah, of course.
That's a little too raw.
Too funny.
You're like math. What the fuck's that type of stuff?
Oh yes, all very pathetic. Sad.
Hello?
Was he back?
I'm back, yeah. So I found undisputable evidence, okay? I think for someone to be a flat earther, they have to be able to speak in their lips, because being able to speak in the lips means that you're smart.
Sure.
Yeah, you're a tool.
Interesting. Let him go. Let him get it out.
Yes,
now he's got to think about how the vast majority of people who have a list think the Earth is a globe. So now they're all in on it. See,
That's where you're wrong. That's where you're
massive
wrong.
conspiracy theory that you're having a very troubled time thinking through. Or probably the most likely, you got some some OCD or something like that, where you're triggered by a lisp. There's like mental conditions. You can take medicines to help you with this.
Basement, and they just, hello, I'm. I can't believe it.
Damn, dude, crashing out or what?
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't know this is being recorded.
Well, mate, record me all you want. You're right to have your belief, and I'm right to believe in.
Shit, what you gonna say?
Yeah, you can believe what you want. That's what the first feedback I gave you. Said that you believe in a flying spaghetti monster.
And don't forget the pancake, man. Why are you putting me out of context? I believe Spaghetti Monster, and he created the pancake.
You want. You can believe whatever you want to believe. Just do it. Just believe it. You'll be okay. You'll be okay that if you've got beliefs that other people don't accept, that's okay. They can accept or not accept you for who you are.
Mic check.
Yeah, long clear.
We got it. All right, so Australian guy, you said that the radius was 6,370 kilometers. So how did they get to that?
No, I just feel discriminated against, so I don't really want to debate with people who just serve.
You're giving up as soon as you get to your own claim.
Just because I just feel that everything I say, I'm just going to get slapped in my face.
Oh,
you guys are discriminating.
After you try and insult people for how they speak, now you feel discriminated against. It's okay, dude. We know you're scared of your own globe belief and that you're realizing, shit, I don't know anything about this globe religion that I've tried to insult people for not believing in. But try again. So 6,300 kilometer radius, how was that measured in all of human history?
Inches.
Inches, mate, with my penis.
So it wasn't measured? You don't know?
No, it was, mate.
Oh, it was. So who measured it?
I really do have a big cock.
So who measured it? See, I mean,
degeneracy.
Listen, don't be overly critical.
See, it's good that you just demonstrate. See, this is what we do here, because this is recorded live on YouTube. So we expose this globe religion that you have, and we show you that you don't actually know anything about it. And so you only have degeneracy and retardation, trolling. Try again. Who measured this 6,300 kilometer radius that you believe in? Who measured that?
Yeah. Cyclone. How about Einstein? You know Einstein? It's pretty good.
Okay, did he measure the radius?
With his cock.
Bad speed, man. Not going to get anything out of it.
See how pathetic you are, dude?
Nah, not really. No, I just. I'm not really.
Is this like your level of intelligence, like a 13-year-old? That's what you've got?
No, I just don't see the
seems like
evidence
it.
for believing
Yeah,
flat
you don't
Earth.
see the
But,
evidence.
just
Well, that's what we're getting to, because remember, you said 6,300 kilometer radius, but that's just made up. Never been measured.
have you seen the videos, mate, about how the
Videos, mate, from like space and all that, mate. Oh, you can see the globe from like space, mate. I saw it on YouTube.
Yeah.
I saw it on fucking YouTube,
Yeah, mate. You know the global thing about that's all just a load of
global.
crap. I just
Well,
think
look
it's
how it's
pancake.
global. NASA said so.
Yeah, nah, it's not. It's definitely not.
Mate,
It's pancake.
Mate, they said so. They said it. They said it was a big
100%,
spinning ball of
man.
water. So it's a big spinning ball
Yep,
of water
it's a
in a vacuum
pancake.
because the government told you so.
That's
Because they
right.
showed you some cartoons, but you don't know anything about it.
Yeah. No, you got it wrong. No, it's because Mummy and Daddy told me it was that way.
So they're in on the lie too.
See, it's
No,
not
it's true. You know,
it's not a level of intelligence, it's a level of maturity.
mate. Look, I love you guys, and I wish you all the best. But if I spare any more moments of my time to sit here and debate pancake with flat earthers, I probably will lose brain cells. To be honest, but,
Yeah, so go
all the
ahead.
best.
Go study your globe.
I want a real debate. I'm going to actually debate people
take
who
the
make
day.
sense. Love you
Go
guys.
take the day to learn about the globe. Take the day, at least one day of your life, and try to learn something.
Wasting time, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, he came in here triggered because he thought he couldn't post because flat earthers did something to him. That's his first thing. He came in here. First thing that he had beliefs about like spaghetti monsters and Satan and whatnot.
How's it going? Go on. Tell you one thing, Tito. Props to Cyclone. That's one of the best Aussie accents I've heard someone put on yet.
It wasn't bad, actually. It's pretty good.
I had to stop for a second. I didn't know if it was you or Cyclone. You're in a bit early, Alpha. The clown car hasn't arrived yet. We've had a few random stragglers, but
Nothing exciting, huh?
Man, I got a phone call just in the middle of that. What was the ending spiral like?
he just said something like, "I don't debate this. If I want to debate people with intelligence," and then left. It wasn't anything exciting.
Wow, what a sad coat.
You got the best of it.
Good stuff. Well, good to hear you all this morning, afternoon, late into the night, wherever you are.
Yeah, it's morning for me. I'm headed to work. 5 o'clock in the morning, 5:07.
Damn. Good effort. Man, what can you do with these guys that are just so terrified of their own globe belief that they can't even talk about it?
Analyze and deconstruct their mental state. Like, I think you and I have been getting into that. I think you and I have been getting into that a lot more, Cyclone. Like I have.
Yeah.
I've been utilizing the airtime. I've been utilizing the airtime to now just because you know how it is with those guys. Like they want to act like they don't want to have the conversation, or we're too dumb to have it. It's like they're hiding behind that. They're afraid to have the conversation.
Yeah, that's the way I'm kind of taking it as well. Just like, okay, well, let's just talk about the pathetic psychology that you're demonstrating here. But I don't know, is that good? Is that good listening? What do you think? Is that too much?
It depends. Sometimes it may go long in the tooth, but other times I think it just depends who it is and what they're displaying.
Yeah.
Because like if it's the guy who's like saying there's 10 dimensions or whatever, like that's a cope. That's obviously a cope. It's not a big brain, or rather a smooth brain. I don't know what you want to call it, but they're not actually contemplating like the mysteries of the universe. They're just being absurd. That's all. And to what end? To what extent are they doing that for? Because is it some paradigm that they've been given that they can't realize what it is, or is it just because they don't want to face reality?
Yeah.
People like that last guy, just absolute utter waste of time. But one of you guys may have been somebody out there may have been able to just do or say something and get him to like relax and stop being so bigoted. But I doubt it.
Yeah, my olive branch only extends so far with these people. Like, I'll give you a couple of chances to actually have the conversation, but if you just keep doubling down, I'm just going to do that.
I've been trying to dial it back a little bit from the aggressiveness, switch up, because like I said, I'm getting ready to start a show, so I want to leave a good impression with like a listening audience, or at least make it to because there's going to be a myriad of topics that I want to talk about, so it has to extend into other topics as well. And I'm going to talk to the politics guys and see if I can get a room to actually do this in. I've already talked to Oliver, which is I am. He's just like, get with me later, so because he was busy at the time that I asked him, but he's like, they could set up a room that I can have, and the room that I'm going to set up is just going to have like 2 rooms. There's going to be one main room and like the one where everybody lands in if they want to join, and then that one that everybody lands in when they join, it's like a waiting room kind of thing, and then the main room is going to be where we're at, like at the show. And then we can invite them into the next room. So, like, you get me? Like, we'll be able to see if they land in that room, and then we'll drag them in here if they.
Cool. Yeah, let me know when it's going. I'll listen in.
Yeah, it'll be an ongoing thing, because the way that we operate is like everybody's just at whatever time they're able to get on. So I think it's always seemed to be the best way that we've worked this. Because, I mean, it's really hard to, like, put a time in to, like, somebody say, okay, can you be here at this time? And, of course, life gets in the way and such. So, but I think because we have such a, like, wide range of people that we have on our team, that I think it's possible to just do it at whatever time is convenient. But, like, of course, the show will have, like, a set time. I just don't know what that looks like yet.
What's your focus going to be? Just wider than flat Earth, or still flat Earth? Or?
Yeah, a little bit wider than flat Earth. It might touch some esoteric topics, and I think that's fine, so long as we keep our principles intact. I think we don't have anything to worry about, because most of the people in here, they're concerned with like a crossover having implications of like getting too esoteric, or like, oh, well, we're just gonna be all speculation at that point. And I don't think that's the case. I think we could stay to a empirical standard, at the same time be able to talk about things that go beyond the scope of that, you know? Because we live in a world where there's a duality, right? There's the physical and natural, and then of course the spiritual. Like there has to be that that much understanding. Like we're not just all like meat and bone, you know? There's also things that people talk about, the mysteries and such, and I don't know, just kind of relating that to history.
You're right. I think you're right, because there's a lot of the new guys as well that they would stick around more for stuff that isn't just hardcore empiricism. Like a lot of the guys just can't handle empiricism. So speaking more about the implications and some of those wider questions is something that a lot of those guys are interested in for sure. And it is worth speaking about.
Yeah, and it has its place. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm all for it. Like, when it gets right down to it and you want to figure things out, that's what you do, right? That's a methodology that you would adhere to. So, I don't want to go too far into the weeds and be like, well, we could be living in an ether, something that's not tested. However, there's people that talk about things, which I do want to have them, like, come forward and say what they think is going on. But at the same time, I could hold a standard and be like, well, that's what you might propose, but it doesn't seem to be the case. There's no evidence for it. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And do it in a way that where I could say what my principles are, but at the same time not compromise them by letting somebody else speak. Because I never think that's the case. You could tell me whatever, like there's 10 dimensions or whatever, but in reality, we only understand what we deal with here. So.
Yeah, I think that would work well on PNR as well, because I think there's quite a lot of religious people on PNR, and those kind of topics would definitely appeal to them as well.
Yeah, I've always felt like, and there's like certain debates that I think are important to me. Like, there's one that I used to have a long time ago prior to Flat Earth with the religious topic with free will and predestination. I think that's a really interesting topic. There's the food issue, like the kind of food that we eat, like the idea like of a diet, like what kind of diet is essential for human existence. Let's see, the medical industry, that's a huge one. Clothing industry, even though you may or may not know anything about like clothes that affect the human body. Chemicals, just different topics, man. And everybody did a lot. We've all done studies on different topics, so we have, like, each and every one of us has something to bring to the table at those different topics. So, yeah, like Jemsy has studied parasites and the effect on the human body. That's a huge topic. Yeah, those kinds of things. I think we can carry different conversations that don't necessarily relate to Flat Earth. Even though Flat Earth is a mother lode, right? So.
Yeah. No, it sounds good.
So, yeah, we could keep it to where there's an all overarching, like, topic of the Flat Earth. Like, every now and again, like, I think the theme could have a Flat Earth undertone where we could have, like, Zany Space News be a part of, like, our program, and then, like, we could talk about other stuff, within the context of it. Like, so that people know that when they're listening to the show, yes, it's also red pill topics, but at the same time, you're dealing with flat earthers, You're never going to get away from that fact. So, because a lot of times people don't know that they're speaking to somebody who still, all these topics are sitting on the overarching implication that the earth is a globe. It's like every other red pill topic, that's what you would see. You're like, oh yeah, but they still think the earth is a globe. So in this one, it'd be like, yeah, but these guys are saying the earth is flat. So yeah, you know what I mean? Like that's the...
Yeah, it can be a different take than they've heard from pretty much all of the other people who speak about those kind of subjects. Because it comes from a total different background. Yeah, that's a good point.
I've, the name of the show yet, and I was discussing it with the AI in the back chats. I don't know yet what it's going to look like. He's given me a couple of good names. I don't want to speak them out loud until we've actually picked one. But Yeah, there's been a few names that have been floating around. I haven't settled on one yet, but
Yeah, settling on a name would be a challenge.
it really is, man. Like it could be an acronym for something that what we stand for. It could be just a straight up name. I didn't want to be too cheesy or corny and just have it like Alpha Veritas Live or something like that. I don't know. I just it could just be something else.
Yeah, I get you.
I mean, it could be. I don't know. I haven't settled yet on what direction I want to go with that. But I have to set up my one of the other challenges is just putting up my studio, setting it up, getting everything going because I'm gonna do FaceTime with my show. And also, if you wanted to jump on and be FaceTime, that's up. It'll be totally up to you because it's going to be voice or FaceTime, so it really doesn't matter. But if you are going to be FaceTiming with me, then it'll be like the side people can see that your video's up with mine, like in a little window, kind of like a. I was thinking of what do you call that when everybody's on the voice call? Skype, not Skype. There's multiple programs we can use.
Yeah, like Zoom and stuff.
Zoom, yeah. Zoom's one of them, yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I think about it, but I've already got so many Globers obsessed with me. If they start seeing how handsome I am in real life, it'll be on another level.
Yeah. They'll be swooning over you.
Yeah, it'll be too
Is
much.
that what it looks like? Maybe we need to...
I have some bad news. The Earth is a spinning dreidel.
Oh,
Yeah, of course it is. Except for it's not a spinning globe, so I think we're pretty safe.
No, I said a spinning dreidel.
And the only reason why you would say that is because you have no evidence that it is a globe, which most people like you would actually state. You avoid the topic like the plague because you know that as soon as we get into it, you wouldn't be able to substantiate any of the claims. Hence the reason why you're saying it's a spinning dreidel. Correct?
Not really. I think of all the crazy ideas out there, flat Earth is not really the craziest, and you're entitled to your view, and I'm not.
Yeah, but see, we're looking at you the same way. We're like, of all the crazy ideas that are out there, the globe Earth is the craziest idea.
Well, yeah, I know.
That's weird.
You're obsessed.
Yeah, it is the craziest.
Oh, it's not upset. It's not being obsessed, dude. What it is
on one point.
It's getting people to realize that they're living in a fantasy land. You know, like
How much
you
do
like
you
Star.
get paid for this?
You like Star.
The U.S. government
Yeah.
is definitely sponsoring this shit.
Really?
It's either Israel or CIA.
if that was true, I haven't received my check yet. My benefits haven't kicked in.
It's got to be the CIA or Mossad.
Yeah, this is where you're confused, though, because we've got video of the U.S. Congress telling Google and YouTube that they have to censor flat Earth. So you've got that the wrong way around. You're
Hey,
confused
Cyclone.
again.
I don't buy it.
Hey, get a load of this guy. Crate, are you awake, bro?
Yeah,
Are you working
yeah.
for
No, I'm
for
here.
Mossad, bro?
Oh, totally. Yeah, totally.
I didn't know that, bro. Like you didn't tell me. Oh, we gotta have a powwow, dude. This
Well, I mean,
sucks.
I used to work
Curious,
for.
like this is a politics and religion
dude, hold on.
community,
Dude,
but
hold
why
on.
is this channel the biggest one? I don't get why it's.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you why. We're funded. See, even
Exactly.
after
I know you're funded. I'm calling you out for it. You're funded.
Doge.
Exactly.
We got doged, but instead of just getting completely defunded, we're getting floated now by other foreign agencies.
No,
But you know that
actually,
tech-
I take
yeah.
that back. I take it back. I don't think you guys are funded or part of
Yeah,
the CIA. Or
totally,
anything.
totally,
I think
dude.
you're allowed. I think you're allowed to coalesce in this space because the people who actually own the server know that it's such an irrelevant
No, it's
viewpoint
total.
that
It's
it's
total,
good.
dude, it's total.
It's good for.
Hold on, no, you're right.
Sorry.
They
It's a
want,
what?
Shake was right.
they want your shitty ideas to take up as much
You said
space
it's a
as
what
your
point?
actual good ideas.
You said it's a what point?
I said the Earth is a spinning dreidel.
Yeah, you nailed it. You nailed it the first time. This is definitely some sort of massive government cover-up and conspiracy. So the goal here is to get people to fight on the internet So you ignore what the government is doing.
That's weird. Yeah.
They run away.
Run away.
Hey, do you guys gotta let me know, man? Because I haven't received my benefits. If you guys are getting paid, man, I'm pretty upset.
Okay, you ain't getting that. You ain't gotten that Mossad check.
No, I haven't received a nickel from these guys. So what's going on, man?
Oh man.
Okay.
How
Okay,
many
this
hours
sucks.
do I have to clock up before I get a check?
No, I don't know, man, but I know that you guys are on some kind of payroll that I'm not even included in.
We'll have to look into this.
Yeah, like do we need to talk to HR or something? Like what's going on?
Yeah, the HR slipping, lacking. He just came in. You guys must be paid. Then after 10 seconds of talking, he's like, "Okay, maybe you guys aren't paid, but flat Earth is stupid. I don't know why they allow this. I'm running away."
Oh man. Enough of that guy. Yeah, Mossad. Wow, dude. Somebody's listening to what's his name on what's
Alex
that
Jones
news?
or some shit.
Is it what news program is that? That was. It's like one of the normie news channels that maybe CNN. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what you should call your show, the Normie News Network. Triple N.
The Normie News Network, dude. That's pretty good.
That'd be so funny.
Yeah, it could be something like that.
You should have a segment just called Normie News, the Normie News Network, and you go like, in Normie News today, NASA have confirmed that a ball of rock 7 billion years ago smashed into Earth, creating all life as we know it.
Yeah.
Normie News, love it.
That guy's hair was.
Sorry, I was going to say it's kind of Crit's segment as well, isn't it? His daily news.
Well, that's what I was going to ask him. Because I think Crit's a big part of this program anyway. But anytime we're on, if he wants to jump in and like be a part of it.
Yeah, the last time I talked to two people about like the science and news, Riggs had said, "Hey, we should build a website where you post these." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know. It just seems kind of too much. That's too much what I want to go for." And then Flat Earth Hollywood with the Weatherman Dan, he had one that like the Flat Earth Initiative, which is like a Flat Earth website, and he said, "Hey, I can post them there." I'm like, "Well, yeah, if you want to post, I mean, like, grab it, yeah, screen cap it, do whatever you want, like, have critical news or something." And he's like, "Do you want to do it?" I'm like, "No, I'm kind of good just with the Discord thing." But this sounds good. Yeah. Something I could jump on board, because I think it's also you want to be careful with who you contract with, who you want to be part of, and it seems like you'd be offering something much better than these sort of infotainment sort of. I'm kind of against that, the infotainment. I want to be information being passed and shared. But people want to use it for entertainment too. That's part of the shtick of it, like. Number one, I send the science and space news because flat earthers are said to be entertainment value. Well, doesn't your globe offer any entertainment?
Sure does. One of the aspects of like the show is going to be highlighting the fact that people have a bias towards anything that's being propagandized through the news networks, which is the reason why it's important to talk about it. I mean, we're people that are being affected by this propaganda. So how do you have discernment in the world of just you can't talk to anybody, you're just going about your daily mundane, everyday life, and then you come across some news about something that's happening and you just like, well, there's that, there's no filter, like nobody's talking about it, we're just accepting what's coming towards us. But yeah, it's kind of good to have discussions about it. I don't know. It's me. I mean, I've grown a little bit into the kind of the style of wanting to have, a bit of not long form content, but just conversations with people that we consider would be like adversaries, you know, like, I don't know, instead of shouting them down, like just expose them, like listen to their rants. And then some people will be like, dude, do I sound like that? Like, I think that's important, right? Have somebody listen to these guys and be like, yeah, I don't want to be like this guy. Because that's what it sounds like to us. Like when you listen to somebody that's like just so like batshit crazy with their ideas and you're like, okay. You know, coming in here and talking about the Earth's a dreidel or whatever he said, a ladle. It's weird.
Dreidel Earthers.
Dreidel Earthers. Where'd Cyclone go? Oh, he left?
Yeah, he's been doing that for the last hour, dropping in and out. Drops out. Clown comes in, he comes back.
Maybe it's his internet, huh?
No, you see, because he's a CIA operative, right? So he sets it up that the idiot comes in, acts the fool, and he comes in, flat smacks, right? They've got it all set up. It's all worked out.
Assad. That's funny. You guys are government. But he was upset because we are the biggest channel in. Are we the biggest channel in this room in politics and religion?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. This
Oh,
is
yeah.
dunk, dude.
That you're here because they know this topic's so irrelevant. Yeah.
You know what the other thing is to being number one, especially in a server like this. You have to have the logistical means to actually produce content that's ongoing. And the only way to do that is to have an agreement between the people to actually want to come and show up and partake. So let's say, for example, all of us in here, like nobody's giving us a check to be here. We're just here because we love to do it, right? So in order to have people that are willing to be here, it's got to be a consistent, like, showing up of, the individuals who are, making up the channel. So that I'm in here most of the time. I like popping in here, but so does everybody else, which makes it to be, somebody's always going to be on. Like we got the Australian crowd covering the hours that America's not around and so on, and we do the vice versa. So it's nonstop. The Globers have to have that kind of stamina. They can't match us, in that way. So we outpace them, by leaps and bounds. So they can't match our, logistical, like actual adherence to something like this type of 24/7. So they could try it, but you can see that they don't have what it takes. They don't have the endurance, the stamina. They can't make a channel that's going to have people that are just always in here talking and producing, conversations that want people to engage in them. There's a lot of we have the recipe for what it takes to make something like this good. They don't. Even if they said, hey, I'm going to build a channel and it's going to be awesome. You're like, go ahead, dude. Trust me, you don't got what it takes. You do not have, even if you were, let's say you were the guy, right? Let's say you were the guy. You were a globe enthusiast. You wanted to talk to people about it. I guarantee you'd run out of things to say. Because it's like what everybody, you can just go to school and hear about this stuff. You don't have to be talking on Discord about it. So therefore, your stuff fails epically because Okay, let's say you want to talk about space. Well, you already have organizations propagandizing the people that are listening to you. So there's that. You want to talk about what it means to speak about it through academia? Well, you got schools for that. So what are you really doing on here? Nothing really, right? You're just saying the same old thing everybody else is saying. They can hear that from someone else. They don't need you to have a channel that says that. However, we are producing something that they're not hearing. So that's what makes it even more interesting, because they want to come in here and challenge us and debate and argue, and you know, that's why we can be the number one channel and they cannot. So it gets them upset, and they try to make channels like ours, but guess what? They're always going to be empty. At peak times, because they hear us having, large numbers, they'll have like people go to their little channel and argue about how we're so bad, big bad meanies, and we're banning them. After a while, that fizzes out. Nobody wants to hear that all day. People bitching and moaning about. Imagine that, just a channel about bitching and moaning, 24/7 bitching and moaning. At some point, you get tired of that. I want to hear that
Set up a
shit.
channel specifically for the purpose of bitching and moaning in this server or in the politics server. The number one topic would be Sooks getting booted from our channel.
Yeah. They don't want to hear us. We just want to have a voice. Why do they silence us?
Yeah. Hey, Alpha.
Yeah.
Alpha, they got one down there, bro. Globe Reality, and it's dead. It's been dead. Run by Rich Evans.
Yeah,
but
like
it's dead.
why did it should be deleted? Like they deleted us, and our channel got like below a certain number, but we're still active. We're still there.
They don't ever let me speak in that channel. I want to speak. I thought this was a democracy. I thought I had free speech. That's what they say when they come in here, right? What about my free speech? I'm able to speak, right? I don't know. They're never going to have what we have, dude. I'm telling you, we got the juice.
Hey, did you hear earlier when that guy tried to say that "shut the fuck up" is an ad hom?
Really?
He tried to claim that STFU is an ad hom somehow. So I ad hommed him so that he would understand the difference.
That's funny. And you got the likes of Castle King that comes in here, who moans and groans, complains. I don't know why you don't ever let anybody speak. The way he talks in his high voice.
Yeah, but I'm a Samoan.
I think everybody should be able to have a voice, right? Why are we not letting everybody speak in here? Like, dude, they are speaking, but they ain't saying anything. I mean, have you heard these guys? You're from Mossad. You must be working for the government. Something. Really? If you come in here and the best you got is that we're just being paid by government agencies. Really? Well, even if that was the case, man, we're doing a hell of a job, more than you guys ever could. What's that saying about you? I mean, shit, even if that was the case. Sheesh. This is silly. We have to entertain people that say stuff like that. I don't know what else to think. They're just upset, dude. Yeah, there was an earthquake that happened in Texas either yesterday or early today. I saw
where?
that. I have the Citizens app, so it was saying that it's around like West Texas,
Oh,
Midland or something like that.
well, thank
5.3.
God.
What'd you say, Cambo?
No, I said, I'm in kind of southwest in a sense, right? San Antonio, right? So maybe
Where-
it's like further west, maybe.
My brother's over there. Where you're at?
Yeah, Flat Lloyd's over here too. Yep, we hung out.
Yeah.
Me and Flat Lloyd, we hung out. Yep, a couple of times.
Yeah, you guys are lucky. You got a Whataburger over there.
Whataburger is all right, bro.
What burger place would you rather be at, dude? Whataburger's a shit. Well, I don't know about now.
Bro, I'm making my
Haven't been
own.
there in a
I
while.
make my own. A lot of time I make my own. Yeah, I mean, once a blue moon, I eat Whataburger. My wife likes it over there, but yeah, I mean, it's not bad. It's pretty decent, pretty good. There you go.
Fair enough. We got Xenos that just popped in. What's up, Xenos?
What's up?
Nothing much, man.
Alpha. So how bad was it? That earthquake?
5.3 on the Richter. So we talked to people in here about the conversation of the Earth being flat and stationary. Do you think it's a globe, Xenos?
Yes, I think it's a globe. But yeah, I think it's a globe.
What do you think is the best evidence for that?
Because in general, things are behaving. For example, water drops and stuff like this. That they form round shapes. For example, why is that? Because in the whole universe, it searches for the most efficient shapes, and the most efficient shape is that. And so I wouldn't really know why any natural system would create disks instead of the thing that actually in nature gets shaped all the time, which are globular structures.
Yeah. Let's. Your own paradigm actually explains this. It says that protoplanetary systems began their first steps of like creating a planet is in a disk form. Did you know that?
No, I never said that. I said it doesn't even start as a disk. I mean, it starts as
you haven't looked into it.
But what is efficient shape, right? What does that mean? The most efficient shape.
Yeah, think about a galaxy. Is that a globe?
Right, but a galaxy is not like a galaxy is not like one matter thing that clumps together.
So neither is water.
Water is not clumping together.
Yeah, it is.
Right, it has atoms and stuff like this that are
dude, water.
being structured.
What do you mean water? What do you mean water's not clumping together? That's what it does. Dude,
Exactly, it's creating a structure.
It got hydrogen bonds, which it has the cohesion that it,
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. You just said it didn't do that. Freaking.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you
Maybe
did.
you misunderstood me, which
you
is
said
okay.
it doesn't do that. It doesn't. No, it's okay that you said it incorrectly. I'm correcting you, but that's fine. All right. So if you,
I don't
you
care who's the correct one here, but yeah,
I
the
do.
fact should be
I see.
straight.
The important thing is to always be sure when you're speaking that you know what you're saying, because if you don't know what you're saying, you could misspeak. And you know,
No, I know everything that I'm saying. I'm completely clear with what I'm saying.
Really? Okay. So does water when you have a lot of those little round droplets, when you connect all those water droplets together, does it form a giant water droplet?
Yes.
Really? So if you have, let's say you take like a pond or maybe a lake or a swimming pool, maybe get something smaller. So that swimming pool, is it a globe? giant.
Of course
water
not,
ball?
because you have things in the outside interacting with it, but we speak about vacuums and things where things are
Vacuum.
naturally building its perfect, most efficient structure. And the most efficient structure in a pool would definitely not be the droplet, because then you let out some things in the corners, right? You understand that?
Right, but you said but the surface of that water, is it like a curved surface, like a sphere would be? Surface of the water?
It perfect. Why is it so hard to understand? It builds the perfect, most efficient shape it can find based upon its environment. And if the
what shape is
environment
that?
does not exist, it builds droplets. Yes.
What shape is that when it's in the swimming pool, though? The surface. What shape is that?
When it what? Sorry?
The surface of a swimming pool. The surface,
Yes.
of water. What shape
Yes.
is that?
I mean, depends from where you watch, but if we just watch on it, it looks like a flat surface because it's the most efficient shape it could have in the swimming pool, right?
Right. So flat water, most efficient shape.
Yes.
But it's not a shape.
In a pool.
Actually, flat is not a shape. It's a description
In a container.
of the surface. No.
Yeah,
it's
right, exactly. It's not even a shape, so it is not even. It will not even be flat. It's not even possible for anything to be 100% flat. If you really want to say that.
No, I said that flat isn't a shape. I didn't say that it's not flat. I just said it's not a shape.
Yeah, but no. If you want to say it like this, you could just say, okay, nothing is 100% flat because there is always a little bit of a surface area that shapes, right? So it's just an illusion for humans to.
You could also say that the surface of a body of water is never curving down in a way conforming to a globe.
I would not say that, because if I just put a water droplet on the floor and then I watch it, I see a really round curved shape.
That wouldn't be a body of water, though.
Yeah, but that's like the shape it builds without having anything around it.
That would not be a body of water. Did you miss what he said?
Yeah, maybe it would not be. I don't know the word body of water. Yeah.
Like a puddle, a pool, a lake.
Yeah, a bunch of droplets put together. Yeah, like a whole lot of them.
Yeah, depends on the surface they are in, how they behave. Right? It depends on the environment they are in, how they behave. And if the environment, the most efficient shape would be something that is exactly how you see it, then it will.
What? Water. So do you think if you pour a glass of water into a vacuum chamber, it's going to turn into a ball of water? Is that what you're saying?
No, just let it fall and see what it does.
Okay, well, it will just form a flat puddle on the floor. And then if you put it in a vacuum,
but in the air, when it doesn't interact with anything else, right? Would you agree that, for example, okay, there is always something happening. For example, if you drop a water droplet from the sky, you have the forces working against it. I don't know how to say it in English, like der Gegendruck. It will definitely shape something, but you always need something around. And so my question is, where is the flat Earth in? Where is this Earth you believe in?
They're not spherical shapes. Raindrops.
Where are we with our flat Earth? If you believe in flat Earth, where is this plane?
Just outside. When you go outside.
That's not important. Like, to think of where it is in free space. I think the most important thing. No, it's not. I think the most important thing is to have a description of the surface and the interactions with nature. So the interactions with nature and what we can tell with physics is that it doesn't demonstrate that the Earth is a globular thing in free space. You don't have the evidence to produce that it's a globe in free space. You don't have that evidence, do you, Zeno?
Other than all of the science we did over years that imply that we have a globular Earth that still work. And
what
so
science?
How do you have...
name one thing in science that we can provide evidence that it's that. One thing.
Military rocket launchers that have to take in consideration over thousands of kilometers, or let's say 500 kilometers, they have to considerate the drop.
No, they don't.
Of the Earth curvature. Yes.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Mathematically, yes.
No, they don't.
Could you just say that? Do you just say that, or do you actually know how they?
We have people in the military.
Okay.
We have people that
Actually,
in the
Xenos,
military.
We
They
could throw
can.
the same thing on you. Did you
Hold
just
on,
say that?
Hold on,
or have you
Matrix.
got
Hold on. Hold on. Let me. I was in the middle. So we have people in the military in this Discord that can confirm that the curvature never is taken into account with long range ballistics. Like that.
Yeah,
the
because they
information-
don't
the
deal with
information-
long range ballistics. They
Yeah,
just deal with.
Dude, the information that you may be talking about is people giving a sci-fi interpretation of what occurs over a globular Earth, but that's not the case. When the military actually has a target acquired, whenever they're getting ready to deliver any type of ammunition to that target, they have to figure out the distance between the two, but in no way are they accounting for the curvature. That right now that you're telling me that has to be taken into consideration, the military, when they're wanting to be precise, they don't have to take that into consideration.
That's interesting. And so why do you think that, for example, they have to take in consideration something they call gravity? I wouldn't even say that gravity must be a concept that is 100% true. It's just a thing we call it. I don't care about that one. But how do you now explain the phenomena of gravity and stuff like this? So why is there a downfall? Why do you have to shoot it up?
Bro, I'm trying to tell you, it's an equation. So worked out as 9.8 meters per second squared. So when you're actually trying to figure out the distance that the ballistic is going to travel, you're going to have to factor that in. But it's not going to be something because of the Earth being a globe. That's just something that we see happen when we drop something as the effect. And we quantify that effect by saying the average rate of fall is such and such. And it's only useful in a particular instance where you're trying to figure out the drop rate of something over a distance. But it's not useful in the sense of saying that the Earth has to be a globe because of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's say, because I think that's the most interesting part. Let's say, okay, you're right, the Earth is flat. Now, tomorrow I go to work. By the way, I'm not working at the moment, so I will not go to work. But if anyone would go to work tomorrow, what would change for him, right?
Well, what would change is that the person is now going to realize their place in the world, that they're not thinking of it's more of like philosophical. So if you're thinking about it, you want to figure out why we're here, right? Who put us here? Why are we even doing the things that we do? And so it gives you a more connected way of thinking that the Earth is not just some object floating in free space. It could be a very intended design place that a creator has put you here for a reason. So it could have reason and intent. Implications of like morality of like, maybe perhaps somebody is holding you accountable for the things that you're doing. So it has implications in philosophical underpinnings. So right now you might think that you're just running around like because nothing created you or nature created you for no apparent reason at all, and you're just existing because life just made it that way. But perhaps I'm just telling you the implication, sir. But perhaps you can think now, if the Earth is not a globe and it's flat and stationary and it's an enclosed place, then perhaps that you're put into this environment because the creator has a special reason why he wants you here. And you don't understand that, so the whole time that you're living is trying to realize what is your place in this world, that this place that you share with other people. Like, so you're trying to figure that out instead of trying to think that you need to leave this place because it's a dying rock and you need to go create some other life in another planet, so it has implications of you actually thinking that this is the only place that there is and there is no other place you can go. So yeah, it has,
I think Flat Earth does that, right? I mean, in Flat Earth, it's more like you can never leave this plane. We are just in this plane and people rule over us. That's what Flat Earth is, right?
Yeah, you are saying people rule over us. But the only way they can rule over you is if you give them your mind. That's what they want to take from you, and you're willfully giving it to them. That doesn't have to be the case. You don't have to give them your mind. You could say, my mind is my own. You don't own my mind. But the very thing that they want is that. They're harvesting your mind for every day. By you saying, well, I'm not a scientist, I don't know what's going on, I have to give my mind over to those people because they're intelligent, they're thinking, they're all this guy. Dude, you're doing it every day. And the thing they're harvesting is that. And the reason why you do what you do is because you capitulate to whatever they want, because there's a narrative and a script that's running, and you abide by that script. So every single day that you're living right now, you're giving your mind over to whatever narrative that is. Doesn't matter what it is.
I mean, the funny thing is, you imply all of this because I don't believe the Earth is flat. While I am sitting here, I'm someone who is writing now almost 10 years about mind control and all of these things. I'm deeply into this. Yes, I'm deeply into this, and I know very much about it. Okay?
How ironic! How ironic that you're writing about mind control. You're writing about mind control, and it's the very thing that's you're kept under. How ironic, dude! You might even have a best-selling book, but at the same time, you don't realize.
Do some people here honestly believe that the world is flat?
Yeah, dude, hold on.
It's
we'll
not
get
a
to you
belief.
Hold on, we'll get to you. Just don't interrupt.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because that's my main topic of mind control and stuff like this, and I'm actually working on much on that. And for example, the most important thing is to know that we are full potential. So a human itself is in the universe what we know, the creature that has the most potential. And so all of this, I believe all of this, right? All of these things, but I don't believe the Earth is flat because I know Earth flat is another fear. It's another chain that would chain me, and it would never do anything.
No, it's the opposite. It's actually the truth. The truth sets you free. The lies keep you bounded. Okay, this is the opposite. You got it in reverse. So hence the mind control. Okay, so what's happening? You're trying to write a book about mind control, but you don't realize that truth sets you free. A lie keeps you bound. So it's the opposite. So mind control is holding you to a specific narrative without you able to have discernment about it. So let's just take, for example, right? Your senses are not able to perceive the world that you live on because you can't see the earth. You're just an amoeba on a giant beach ball. So you can't see the earth for what it really is. So the mind control that's on you right now is that you can't perceive the universe and the world bigger than just where you're on the surface. So you think that that's true, and it's not, because you can't perceive the earth like it is with your senses. You're just being told with mind control that that's not the case. So you're being held down by the lie, thinking it's the truth. You get what I mean now?
Right. I mean, I love that. That is true. It could be like, okay, so what? So that makes sense. Why would they try to hide it from us? They would try to hide it from us because if I do it like you have this psychological disprovement of what is real and what is not, I can see it, but still I think it's not real. That I would say is true. So I would lie to you by saying all apples are red, and you say no, this one is green, and I say no, it's red, and so now you question your own reality. Okay, that makes sense. That is part of mind control, but I think it's on a too large scale. And so let me explain to you explanation of mind control. For example, that's an example here. It would be an example if I would start speaking about, for example, there was a video. Policeman made a video about a story. He found some people in a house, blah blah blah, and all of a sudden he speaks about the devil. And I watched this video and I'm like, okay, that's a psyop, because in the end of the video, this police guy wanted me to feel fear. He made a video on TikTok and taught about, oh, the devil, blah blah blah. I saw the devil in the eyes of the woman, and now I have the feeling he is inside me. Do you feel it too? And it's stuff like this shit. And I think this is psyop, and it almost feels like a psyop with this flat earth. It's like, oh, do you see, they are lying to us? Well, it's fear, right? And fear control is the biggest. But I don't know.
That's a part.
How do you get out of your? Wait, my question is. My question for you.
How do you get out of this mind control? Right, you're trying to get. How do you get out of this mindset where you have this dichotomy? Whether how do you know? Okay. In other words, how do you know what is true and what is a lie? Because we've been told a lot of things, right? So how can, in this world of, a myriad of different things you can think about being a possible way that what the Earth is, how do you know which is the right one? What path do I take? It's kind of like what you're asking right now. Because how do you know what mind control is? If you're skeptical, that what they told you is a lie, and the thing that you think is the truth, which is flat Earth, what if that's a lie? Like how are you trying to settle on what is true? Isn't that what you're asking?
No, I mean, the question would kind of be. The question would kind of be, how do I don't even know what I wanted to question, but I, for example, know that they are lying. I know that lying is the main product of our society and of our time, but I think flat Earth is just something that doesn't really bring me anything in reality.
You know, we're just talking about observable, measurable reality, which is a flat Earth. You believe that the government is telling the truth when they say, "Oh, it just looks flat." But it's not actually. But yeah, that's just the mind control, like Miggy's told you. But let's put a pause on that because there was another guy. Is it Wimpy Duck? You were asking a question.
I mean, the only thing that really stuck with me in the idea that how's it called? Yeah, I personally never have believed that the Earth is flat. Just gonna say this, right? Never believed it. Never thought it is. But all I'm gonna say, the thing that really stuck with me wasn't the fact that we can show that the Earth is like spherical in the set, like a globe. Whenever you see like a boat going to the distance and going like disappearing, do you know what I mean, going downward? But in reality, it's because it's so far away, it starts going around the curve. However, the thing that truly stuck with me was the I think Newton's gravitational thing. What was called that theory that the equations, right? Like for force, gravitational potential, and how they connect to Coulomb's equations, which are for charge, and they're basically equivalent to each other. Hence, we can kind of prove to like if you don't believe me, say if you don't believe the gravitational theory, or whatever, and say, oh wait, but we can't really observe it right here. We can observe planets, but we can't observe it here with our own eyes. Well, something that we can observe with our own eyes is Coulomb's theory, which is with the the fact that charges attract or repel each other, right? And all we need to say is that the fact that all we need to assume is that gravity is a purely attractive force. Hence, it cannot be repelling. But so it's just a version of Coulomb's theory or formulas, but instead it uses mass. Not charge, and it uses the gravitational constant, universal gravitational constant. Not I forgot what was it. It was something. It was just a k something 4 pi times permittivity. But yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, you said a few things there, but to start with, your question was, or when you came in, was something about people believing that the Earth is flat. Well,
my bad. Yeah, I accidentally said that.
That's not really the case. It's the belief would be the globe. We already directly experience the Earth, the physical surface that we live on, to be flat and motionless.
That's right? to a minute scale, yes, to like a minuscule scale.
That is the only scale that you have ever known. You don't know it.
That's why I'm saying. That's why I said that the
belief comes in. Hold on, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. So the belief comes in when the government steps in and tells you, yeah, we know it looks and seems flat and motionless, but it's actually, we've gone to a place where you can't go, and we can see that it's actually a spinning ball in space. And you believe that story. That's the belief. So what's going on here is that we don't have that belief. We don't have the belief that observable reality is wrong, and that it's actually what the government's showing us on TV. That's the belief.
Okay.
And gravity is a requirement of that belief. The only reason they've told a story about an attractive force towards the center of a ball is because logically we know that if something is on the exterior of a spinning object, it's going to go flying off. Which is why they have to come up with a story about how things are attracted towards.
But it's not a story though. It's not a story. The thing is, it was first like through observation they noticed that basically anything has got the how can I say it? Originally, the first thing that came was Newton's theories, right? Like like forces, laws and whatever. Then we observed it physically.
Those were wrong, right? Those were incorrect. Newton's theories, they were incorrect.
Like which theories? That's my bad.
Theory of gravitation.
But how is that wrong, though? We've got Coulomb's laws too. We have
over
Coulomb's
100 years
laws.
ago. So Newton was superseded over 100 years ago.
Oh yeah, right, yeah, yeah. You're right about that. But
Because it was incorrect.
no, but it still acts to some degree like what we expect. F equals minus GMM over R squared.
That's what they'll teach children in school. But when you actually get the quote unquote scientists, the authorities, the universities, they'll tell you no, Newton's theory was incorrect. We use Einstein now. Not to say that that's correct, but that's what they are using, not Newton. So you shouldn't even be talking about Newton if you're talking about gravity. You should be talking about Einstein if you're a globe believer. So, and that is the
You're right. It wasn't like definitively correct. Yeah, you're right.
I was totally wrong. It's incompatible with Einstein's theory, which is what they say is the current theory.
No, I mean, no. All it did, it just provided a more accurate description, especially especially situations involving strong gravity or high speeds. That's all I'm saying. Listen, Newton's law, right?
You're mistaken.
But it was accurate for most situations. It was accurate in the sense that you could get an excellent approximation of gravity's effects in everyday life.
Not according to the globe theory. It's not.
Can you listen to my side instead of just denying everything I'm saying?
Well, you're not listening. You're not paying attention. You're not representing.
Listen, I agree that Newton's laws were completely correct.
Dude, pump the brakes. You're not accurately representing the globe side. That's the problem. You think you are.
Okay, then my bad.
Yeah, you think you're representing what the globe side is saying, but you're wrong. That's the problem. So that's
I have to ask something, guys. Sorry.
Hold on, Zeno.
Yeah, just real quick.
Wimpy's up.
Yeah, that's all I had. I thought you wanted I just wanted to jump in for a real quick thing there. That
okay.
Yeah. Well, that was it, Wimpy. So we can
I please ask something? It's so important.
We can post citations for you from university papers and everything. Not saying that, Newton was only partially correct, but not completely. Saying, no, Newton's entire theory is thrown out. It is incompatible with Einstein's theory, which is the current favored theory. And it is a story. It's a concept from Einstein's mind. The bending and warping of space-time. That is conceptual. So when I say it's a story, and you say, no, it's not a story, it is a story. Things falling to the ground, that's not a story. We agree on that. If you drop a rock, it will fall. But claiming that that's due to the bending and warping of space-time, that is purely conceptual theory. That's the difference. Okay, and it's not Newton. Newton's not involved. That was discarded. Okay, so you understand that?
Okay.
Okay. Zeno, you were wanting to chip in with another question?
Yeah, he's been pretty patient. I think we should get him in real quick.
Guys, I think it's important. My question is really important. Really important. Okay. So what do you guys think about this? It's like a sentence like you did before. Is this sentence true? So the US government and Satanism work with mind control. Is that true? Yeah, so would you say that is true, that the US government uses Satanism for mind control? Do you believe in this?
That's not really the argument we're making here, but you.
Yeah, I know. It's just important. It's just right now important, and I will tell you why.
Sure, it's okay.
You're doing like a litmus
we won't go
test,
into it. We won't go into it, but yes, you could make that argument.
All right. Sure. So you believe that? All right. And so the second question is: do you believe that the occult is a real field of study? Do you think that occult is as true as science?
That's a broad, that doesn't really make sense as a question. You have to be more specific. Do occult beliefs exist? Like, do occult beliefs exist? Is that what you're asking?
Do you think that occult beliefs are shaping our society on a big scale?
You could argue that as well, yeah.
Okay, right. So occult-wise,
hold on, just quickly. Let me add to that. You could argue that the heliocentric globe idea has its roots in occult doctrine and philosophy. Yeah.
And why would they do that then? Why do they want to
do that? Maybe they're a bunch of occultists.
Right, but why would they do that? I mean, the occultists. I know why you would do stuff in occult terms, but I don't know if you flat earthers know that. So I want to know that.
Knowledge and power. Yeah, we know all about the elites and the occult and what they're interested in. This is partly why we know exactly that they have lied about all this. They understand that the Earth and all of this is happening in what you could call a spiritual realm, but they are feeding the public a materialist paradigm using heliocentric globe philosophy, an accidental creation story where there is no spiritual, there's nothing beyond the material, there is no good and evil. It is all chemical processes and interactions, random, mindless. So in the public education system, that's what they put to the normies, and that's what you currently accept. But behind closed doors, they are operating on a spiritual realm level because they actually understand this the flat, motionless Earth that was created, not a spinning ball in outer space that exploded from nothing for no reason.
Just as a small reminder and maybe attention for you, just to know, right? There are, let's say, quote unquote, like doors into the human mind when, for example, people are in fear and stuff like this. We know that they are more prone to believing stuff. And so the most important thing about the occult is that if you really have people that think for themselves, maybe like flat earthers think they do or do, and then you have them going into the occult, you will have people that try to keep people away from this knowledge. And now, if you would have, for example, the idea of the flat plane, which is the body, and after this comes out of the mind steps, which are the heavens and stuff like this, then that would just explain the body and the mind and how to use that. But if you would have people and want to deceive them, they try to understand this and then they believe in, no, it's called, here they speak about the flat earth, they speak around round earth. It's not about the earth. Most of these old maps are just occult, speaking about the body and the mind.
Yeah. Okay. Well, listen. The fact that you've looked into and should understand propaganda and mind control could mean that once you look into this topic properly, you will understand it. You will understand and see how the globe is entirely propaganda and mind control. It's very
I'm writing about this topic for over 10 years, bro.
Is power. You haven't been looking into this.
Wait, no, I mean, I know because flat Earth is for me.
But you haven't been looking into the Earth. You haven't been looking into the Earth. I can already tell. Right. So knowledge is power.
I have, but
that's just the case. That's just the case. Knowledge is power. Why would people who want power want to hold knowledge? Because they want power. So the people who actually know what's going on in this Earth, they have power over you because they have knowledge that you don't, and they give you the globe to confuse
they
you.
Actually don't have power over me because I have knowledge that they have.
If you're believing the globe story that and the space images that they're showing you on YouTube and on TV and in textbooks, they're telling you, hey, that flat Earth that you experience when you go outside, that's not real. These images that I'm giving you, that's real, and you believe it. That is power over your mind.
Right.
That is exactly what that is.
But it doesn't limit my potential.
Well, how would you know? Because that's all you've been operating under, this misapprehension given to you by them. You don't know your full potential because you're currently thinking that you exist in this government space ball cartoon paradigm. Sorry, so 2 seconds, you know. Wimpy Duck, you want to get in there?
I just want to ask, what are your views on low polar orbit satellites?
Low polar orbit satellites. What do you mean by that?
Search it up first. Like what they are.
Be specific. If your
my bad.
point.
No, it's not the definite. Because they're machines that we use on a daily. So basically, low polar orbits, orbit satellites, or satellites, right? Man-made satellites that are designed.
What do you think a satellite is? What do you think a satellite is?
I mean, a satellite is just an object that orbits a planet. I don't know what you
How does it when you say orbit?
orbit
What
a
do you mean?
mass.
What do you mean when you say orbit?
What do you think that means? Like, what do you think that means?
Well,
I'm
you
asking.
said it. Well, you said it.
When I say orbit, I mean what I mean. It has
what do you mean?
the definition of an orbit.
Yeah. What do you think that is?
Can you search it up, maybe?
Well, no, it's your argument. You have to be able to define it.
But I'm saying that's how can I say it? The definition I'm using is the one that you find on Google. I don't need to give you the entire definition.
What does it say on Google then?
Okay, then let's see.
Yeah, see, when you're having a discussion like this, you need to be very specific.
Okay, the curved path of a celestial object or spacecraft around a star, planet, or moon, especially a periodic elliptical revolution.
Okay, yeah, see, all of that would assume the heliocentric spaceball idea, so consequently that can't be true.
But then how would you describe how, like, a lot of communications then?
Well, if you look it up, over 99.9% of Earth's communications are handled by ground technologies, undersea cables, towers, things like that. So you're saying there's like a 0.001% where it's these floating metal boxes flying around in a vacuum? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's what I mean. I'm saying, how would we map the world? How would we map many forests, oceans, deserts, glaciers, cities, detecting deforestation, wildfires, floods, and stuff like that?
Well, they were making maps before. Well, they've been making maps for hundreds of years. They didn't have satellites back then.
We use it for weather forecasting.
You use it for weather forecasting. Okay, well, you can, for the sake of argument, I mean, there's plenty of high altitude technologies that exist, right?
Yes, but one that scans the entire Earth.
So, have you ever heard of Satelloons?
Satelloons, what was it? Let me see.
Yeah, Satelloons. So these are basically what they show us on TV of these floating metal boxes in a vacuum that we call satellites. It's basically those, but they're on
Balloons
giant
and planes cannot maintain the consistent, predictable paths polar orbit satellites follow. I'm just going to say this. Polar orbits.
How do you know that?
Polar orbits
who told you that?
Precise revisit times. Huh?
Okay, who told you that? What you just said?
Because I do physics, I literally do it as my stuff I do in school. Yes,
so
you're gonna give me the you're gonna
your claim. You said balloons couldn't possibly hold up communications technology.
Let me give an example. You know the NOAA polar satellites. You know those? You can search them up if you want. The NOAA polar satellites provide global weather forecasts using data that balloons and planes couldn't possibly collect every 100 without collecting. They can't possibly collect every 100 minutes. That's what I'm saying. They cannot collect this data every 100 minutes.
But we know for a fact that they are launching communication technology on balloons every day around the Earth.
But I just said they cannot, though, because it won't collect.
No. Well, you saying they cannot. You saying they cannot. That just means. I mean, you're just
sorry for denying. Yes, my bad.
What a Satelloon is? Yeah. So if you just Google Satelloon, you can read the papers. This isn't hidden. This is like publicly acknowledged technology. So we know that exists, but we know that you can't have floating metal boxes in a vacuum flying around. That's just a cartoon that you've been told about. So if you go on Google and you type in,
how do we know your thing is in a cartoon? That's the thing.
Well, because you can see actual footage, real footage on Earth of these.
Footage of a flat Earth, of a horizontal Earth. What?
Well, we're talking about satellites, but yeah, if you want to see a flat Earth, yeah, just look at any actual footage or photographs of the Earth, and it's flat. Yeah, the horizon is flat. So yeah, that's obviously the case. But if you go onto Google and you type in photo of the satellite in space, and then you go onto images, you'll just see cartoons.
Actually, the thing I want to ask you, what do you think of the idea that you can get on one point on the Earth, travel in one direction, and end up at that same point? How do you describe displacement?
Well, you could travel in a circle and end up back where you started.
But that wouldn't be possible because we have a sense that you're saying that directions exist. If up and down exist, that wouldn't be possible. up and down wouldn't have
Why would
definitions
what would
based
up
on
and
your
down have
logic.
to do with- Well, actually, you don't have up and down. You can't say up and down because up and down would mean vertical in reference to horizontal. You don't believe in up and down. You believe in towards the center of a ball and out from the center of a ball. You have no up and down. So actually, you can't have up and down. But yeah, you can travel in a circle on a flat surface. Simple.
And end up on the same location, even though you're
Yeah,
traveling
like if
in
you
a,
walk
in
around
a
your house
straight
in a
direction.
circle,
You're
you walk
traveling
around your house
straight.
in a circle, you'll end up back where you started. No, you're not traveling in a straight. No one's doing that. And you couldn't travel on a straight line, could you?
What'd you say? Sorry, I didn't hear.
How could you couldn't travel in a straight line on a globe? Anyway, so if you're saying we're traveling in straight lines, then
Oh, no, straight line. I mean in a single vector.
So
Technically,
you mean
technically at a larger scale, your acceleration is not actually constant. I mean, no, I mean, how's it called? You're always accelerating. No, I'm just no, in
you're
the
talking
sense
about
that
traveling
you're
in a
right.
straight line.
You're right. No, you're right in the sense that we are not traveling in straight line per se, but we're traveling in a single vector. That's
All
what
right,
I'm trying to say.
so what kind of line would we be traveling in?
I mean, you could say you wouldn't describe it as a line. We're saying vector. Do you know what a vector is? In a
circle.
Relative. We're saying relative to the thing moving. That is the direction they're moving in. That's what I'm trying to say.
Thing moving. Right, well, your whole argument was we can travel in a straight line
My
and
bad.
end up
Yeah,
back.
my bad for that. My bad for saying that. Yes, but I meant in the sense that you can travel in a single direction and you end up where you are.
Right, and what if you travel in one direction? What shape is that going to make? Is that going to be a straight line? What kind of line is that going to be?
Wait, sorry, my sister was talking. Can you repeat?
What kind of line is that going to be if you travel in one direction, according to you?
I mean, yeah, based on my logic, it'll just be circular, wouldn't it?
All right, so it would be a circle, just like I said then.
Yeah, not a flat circle.
So this is the thing. Well, a circle is flat by definition.
Okay, then you could say it's just.
So either way, right? This whole thing works the same way on either one. On either one, you're traveling in a circle and ending up back where you started. The difference is, in reality, you're just on a flat surface and you're traveling in a circle on it. Whereas you think you're going like down and around and upside down from where you started on a ball, which is just a fantasy that you've been told. And the main way you can know this is just by understanding that the physical nature of water is that a body of water will find its level at rest. And there's no curvature to a body of water, like a lake or an ocean. It doesn't curve, it's flat.
I mean, can you explain how it would function, though? How you could go in a single direction, right, in relative to the thing moving, right? In a single direction, in a single vector, and end up on the same spot on this flat Earth, like which you state, not flat.
Well, it's not as simple. It's not as simple like that. You're thinking about that in like the conceptual way. You're just imagining like a map and then drawing a line on it. In reality, that's not how it works. That's not how people travel.
But can you describe it? That's what I'm asking you. Can you please explain it if I want to understand what you're trying to explain to me, rather than just.
Well, it would just be if you're on a flat surface, you can travel in roughly a circular pattern and end up back where you started.
But
no one's traveling in a straight line.
But how would you know? But that's the thing. You're assuming I would be, but that means I'll be
People are traveling in reference to north, so people are using north as the reference to travel, and then they're correcting for it as they're going east and west. So they're essentially just going in a circle around north.
But you're saying north, but doesn't north and south literally assume a globe? You're assuming a dipolar thing.
You would be assuming a globe.
That's a dipolar thing. Have you seen magnets? This world has a magnetic field. Like what?
Have you ever heard of a ring magnet?
You're right about that, but it wouldn't. How would you?
Yeah,
wait,
so there you
in
go.
a ring magnet,
So
in a ring magnet, how would it work?
That's got a north and a south, and it's not a ball, is it? So there you go. Your point is disproven again.
Disprove it. Yeah, so you're saying my thing is false always. Okay.
No. I'm not just saying your thing is false always. I'm demonstrating when you say something false, why it's false. It's very specific. I will take each claim as you say it. I'm not saying everything you think is wrong and everything you say is wrong, but we're talking specifically about the Earth. And we happen to have spent a lot of time researching the Earth, so we understand it. And we know it's not the ball that they've told us.
But I mean, from that, can't you just go into mysticism? Something. I mean, now you got everything right. And
well, listen, no, because that's not what we're doing here. What we're doing here is we're trying to let other people know who do believe in the globe still, because we all used to believe in it. We're letting them know that it's not that, and we're demonstrating to them how it's not that. After you figure that all out, yeah, you can go and speculate onto the nature of things as you like. But here we are focusing on the empirical, the scientific, the natural.
I know. It's a little bit like this. If you want to have peace, for example, you have war, right? And so people are like, yeah, let's create weapons to have peace. And it's like, no, that's dumb. Why don't you try to start with peace in the first place? And so this is the same here. It's like, yeah, you start within the war to it's a good example. You start within the war trying to get people then into the other thought waves or something. Why don't you start with something like, okay, look, they are lying to us, and so here is now what you could psychologically do, and if people now understand the psychology of it, maybe then you can start explaining them even the flat earth stuff.
Because it's not sufficient to say they're lying to you. We need to explain to them and show them how we know that they're lying about this. If you're convinced just by us saying they've lied about the globe, then you're still not thinking. This is why we get into measurement of the surface, empirical evidence, scientific evidence. So it's not.
Listen, I'm not a flat earther, bro. I will not believe in it, but I can.
It's not a belief. You don't have to believe in it, dude. You experience it every day.
But how can you listen? How can you make people? How can you make people be more interested about it? Because I think I care actually about people that try to explain something out of the norm. I think that's cool.
I don't have to do anything to make people interested. If you are not interested in your natural environment on the earth where you live, where everything you care about takes place, if you're not interested in that, then I don't care to speak to you. Your brain is not functioning. If you are interested, and we are here to provide information and talk about it.
But I would say the problem is rather that, for example, I would call myself brain. Actually, my life work is to make people use their brain, and not only their brain, but their soul to understand themselves. That's my life goal. I understand this, but so now I see the passion that you have with this, and it's okay. It's okay. Listen. Let me just finish it. My thing that I see, and I would support this passion, is when you say, okay, let's now see what they hide from us on metaphysical plane. I think that is way more important than because it changes nothing for me.
I understand. But you can't, on the one hand, say, I don't accept that this is a realm that we're living in. This is a flat created earth. And say, hey, tell me about what that means. And at the same time say, it's not that. It's a spinning ball in a vacuum. We're not going to have a conversation about speculation about something that you say you don't believe is even possible. Right? That's why we hammer on, this is the fact. The fact is, it's observed, measured, and practically used as flat and motionless. In every instance, that is a fact. Now, if you want to debate that, we can debate it, but there's not really a debate. That just is what it is. Now, after that,
problem is
there's a lot of questions after that. What does that mean? What are the impacts? What are the implications?
You see, the problem is there are way bigger delusions. There are way bigger delusions that even you are under, and we are under, even money and stuff like this. And there are such great delusions. And of course, it's like I think actually that man is only what he believes.
Do you know why they get away with creating a world of illusion? Because they have convinced you that your literal earth that you live on is an illusion. The flat, motionless Earth that you experience, they've convinced you that that's an illusion. So how would it be difficult for them to convince you of every other illusion, of money, of whatever else that you want to talk about, right? So yeah, you're making our argument for us. You just haven't realized that the root of all this is the globe. It's an occult doctrine, and you're in it. So listen, forgive us if we're not gonna take necessarily too seriously your advice on how we can speak to people about this, because you don't understand your situation currently. You don't know where you are. You think you're on a globe in space. So you don't know. But anyway, we're not getting into...
The problem of the interaction is that you think I don't know, and that's the problem. The problem is that you are free thinkers, but you stop free thinking by limiting your own self through the limits of others, right? You just don't accept
and you don't.
others people's beliefs.
This is just meaningless nonsense. No, we're not talking about beliefs here. This is again where you are confused. You are operating in the realm of belief and concept. We are operating on the empirical level. Do you know what empirical means? EMPIRICAL. Do you know what that means?
Evidence. I know what that is. That is non-falsifiable information. So I know all of this. I'm writing about this topic. The interest.
It means it's observed, measured, and tested in the natural world. Is fact.
Yes.
Right. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about, and it's far more persuasive than what you think we should be doing, which is saying, "Oh, let's just tell all the normies that the elites are a bunch of Satanists, and they're just lying to them." That's not going to convince anyone. If you want to do that, go and create your own channel and go and try it out.
Right.
We're talking about reality.
Talk about reality now. I come in with my stuff. I say reality, and they they make you believe that. No, reality doesn't exist. That is actually the truth. Reality needs someone to realize it. The one who realizes is a subjective mind. We all make our and the truth and reality. Listen.
So nothing is real.
No reality.
There is no truth.
No, reality is the most agreed upon lie. That is it.
Oh, reality is the most... This is why you're confused. And this is the perfect example. Why would they lie? To make people think like you. Reality is
people don't think like me at all.
Lie. Reality is not an agreed upon lie. Reality is what is observed, measured, and experienced.
Can you tell me anything
on Earth every day? No, Zeno.
Tell me 100% right fact right now.
By that logic, you don't even know if you're on Discord right now.
And who made this logic up? No. Who serves this logic?
Do you know that you're on Discord right now? Do you know that you're on Discord right now?
Yes.
You're definitely sure, 100% you're on Discord.
Yes. That's what you say. I mean, that's what you say, right?
So there is objective truth then?
No.
So you don't
yes,
know that you're
there is, but it's non-explained. Oh, okay, so let me explain that. Objective truth is being itself. That is true. Being itself is there. So now you have being observed by an observer, which is subjective. So what is truth? Truth.
So is it true
listen.
That you're on Discord?
Try to understand.
No, I can't understand you. If you don't think reality is knowable, then I can't talk to you, because then you're not in reality. That's by definition delusional.
No, then you don't understand science or anything. Never tell me a straight fact right now. Tell me something that is 100% true in 1 million years. Tell me that. No.
If you put your hand in a fire, it'll burn.
Okay. Do you really think so?
Is that true? You put your hand in fire, you're going to get burned? Is that not true?
No.
No, it's not true. Okay, so
do you give me $1 million? Do you give me $1 million if I disprove it? No, of course.
Fire isn't hot.
No, I can do that. Okay, so let me say that you just said that. So because
hot? Is fire hot?
Yeah, depends on who is observing it. There are animals that can actually sustain.
This is the mind control that they've got on you. See, you deny reality. You deny reality. You deny that fire is hot. Why would you
No.
deny that?
We speak about
deny
fire. You could have said, "Is fire hot?" Yes, right? True.
Oh, so fire is hot. Now you agree.
Yes, because you have to use the words correctly. Is
so
fire hot
will
for
burn your hand
humans?
if you put your hand in fire. So if fire is hot, that's true. Objective.
No, it will not burn my hand if I put it into fire because
No,
you
it
use
will not
words.
burn your hand. It will not burn your
No,
hand.
you
so when
use
did you put
words
your hand in
incorrectly.
fire? When did you put your hand in fire and not get burned?
I was a child, just for 1
you were a
millisecond
child,
and just put it.
Put your hand in
Yeah,
fire.
listen. You don't use words correctly, and that's your
You're
problem.
making up
Okay, you
bullshit
don't.
to sidestep it. Stop it, please. You're not
Yeah,
talking
No,
to
why
a
can't
child.
I didn't say you wave your hand through fire. I said you put your hand in fire.
Yes, for 1 millisecond, and then I put it out.
You're using words incorrectly. For 1 millisecond.
No, your word.
Okay.
If you
so
really
you put
want
it
to
in for
go
5
into.
seconds. Okay, so if you put it in for 5 seconds, is it going to burn?
Maybe if I've prepared myself, maybe not. Maybe I put some oil on it that
Maybe if
doesn't
I've
burn,
done
not
that.
oil, but
See how
some
you
things.
try and deny reality. See how you try and deny reality.
No.
desperately.
Listen, can I not tell you to?
Put your bare hand
No.
into a fire for 5 seconds. Your bare hand into a fire for 5 seconds. Is it going to burn?
I say no. Am I a magician if I can do it?
Okay. We'll just put you on mute then. Wow. Where do you go with that? Any suggestions?
Wow, I've got nothing, mate. That one's broken.
Yeah, that one is broken. He's been here like so many times. We talked to him. I would say hours and hours already. He's still stuck on stupid. You can't help that one.
I would say no. If I put my hand in the fire for 5 seconds and just let it burn, I'd say no, it is not burning. Because I'm so intellectual. You don't understand. This is how you should talk to people. You should tell them that you can put your hand in fire and it won't burn. Therefore, the government is lying and there's a metaphysical realm. Yeah, amazing stuff. Imagine these people trying to tell us how we should speak to people.
What's he toast put up here? If you believe something to be true, those who can manipulate it have an easy play. This is not about beliefs, Xenos. This is about
amazing.
Measurements.
I mean, he says reality is the most agreed upon lie, and then asks us why they would lie. Why would they try and convince me of this insane idea?
Because you agreed on it.
Yeah, to make you think the dumb shit that you think, but reality is actually just an agreed upon lie, a subjective notion. Reality is whatever the government tell me it is. Why would they lie about that? Amazing. Yeah, just another brain in a jar. Doesn't know he's in a jar. Like it's more like just talking balls in a jar. There wouldn't be any brain floating there. Just a foot or something. An elbow. A knee in a jar. I think the brain is giving them too much credit. No, why would we let you talk, Zito? You don't understand that fire is hot. What are you possibly going to impart? If anything, you're just going to make the channel sound dumb whenever you talk. Can't have that. There's a minimum standard here, I'm afraid, and you're not meeting it. Come back when you understand that fire is hot. Maybe you can go out into the woods, put some sticks together, light some fire, and then test out your theory. I would say no. I'm going to put my hand in the fire.
And then when you pull your stupid hand out of the fire, ask yourself, why did you do that?
That was right. Reality burns.
Bro, you did that to that Australian dude earlier. Man, that was funny. I would say that was number one.
Oh yeah, my Australian's not bad. Oh man, I swear, it's like the last 5 guys I've spoken to in here have all been like this. Just cannot discuss reality, cannot discuss the Earth. Are there any Globers in here who can discuss reality and understand that fire is hot?
Yeah, let's give it a try with the duck. Yeah, we talked to him a couple of times too, but maybe you can smack some sense into him.
Well, we'll see. I've never had much luck with ducks, but we'll see. What's up, ducks?
Quack. I know nothing else.
Man.
What do you want?
Well, you're still ahead of most globe believers then. What do you think, Duck? Are we on a giant spinning ball of water and gas in a vacuum, like they're showing on TV?
I don't know. Last time I asked a person in here to give me an example of their idea of vacuum, it was just an argument that went nowhere. So basically, talking in here, I don't really talk in here as much.
Well, that's a shame. Why'd you come in then?
Just to listen. It's nice, like listening to the radio.
If the radio was debunking the globe heliocentric cosmology every single day for 24 hours a day. I guess so. I just wonder why you would like that if you just think it's totally crazy. Do you think it's crazy or do you think it's not crazy? Is it reasonable that we're in here questioning the globe dogma or no?
And it's none of my business what a bunch of people want to do 24/7.
Well, yeah, we know it's not. We know we can do whatever we want regardless of what you think. I'm just asking what's your opinion. Do you think it's crazy that we're out here saying that lakes aren't bending? Or do you think that's reasonable?
It's fine. Do whatever you want. I don't think it's crazy. I've seen a lot of crazy.
Cool.
Wait, so can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
If it's on topic.
Yeah, on topic. How much evidence would you need to possibly disprove on your side that the Earth is not flat? Like, how much would you say you would want? In what?
Well, I would want to see consistent, like measurement and observation with the globe model, right? So where we observe long distance, where we measure with laser, things like that, the surface of the Earth. I would like to see those measurements comporting, agreeing with the globe model. The problem is, these measurements and these observations have been getting done for years now, and they disagree with the globe model. So now, you can't really get back.
Are there literal videos which show that if you shine a light at one end, and then you look at the other end, if it doesn't show up, that proves a globe model. What?
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily.
No,
but that.
So you're
but
saying that photons don't follow.
If you want to take that principle, then yeah, that's what people are doing. So let's say we've got a lake that's 10 miles long, right? Is that lake curved? Do you think that lake's curved?
It's 10 miles long. I don't think that is enough.
Okay, so that lake is flat.
To our observation, yes, because we are at a very minuscule scale.
Well, not just
we are minuscule.
But what we know that we observe the lakes to be flat oceans.
We think it's flat on our perspective.
But the question is that what it physically is? That's what I'm asking.
No, it isn't flat.
Okay, so how much curvature is there over that 10-mile lake, do you think?
Oh, less than even less than a degree, like way too little. It's because think about this: the scale of the Earth compared to you.
Let's talk about it in terms of like drop over a distance, right? So the They're saying that the lake is dropping away from you, down, like curving down and away from you. Yeah. So from point A on one side of the lake to point B, how much has it dropped? Do you think, like a centimeter or
greater
less?
than a centimeter? Yeah. Not like not extreme measurements, but like wave function. Would you agree? I'm just gonna add this guy to the conversation because he's chill. Would you agree to some degree that there wouldn't really be a big change, would there?
Well, this would be your argument because you're the one saying it does curve, so you would have to know how much you're saying it curves.
Yeah, no, I don't have exact value because I haven't done it myself right now. But it
Okay,
probably
well, have a guess.
would.
Have a guess. Do you think it's 1 foot, 10 foot, 20 foot, more or less? What do you think?
Not feet. It wouldn't be that much. It'll be less than a meter. It would be less than a meter.
Less than a meter. Well, a meter would be 3 feet. So what, you're saying between 0 and 2 feet?
A bit, actually, just a bit less. Yeah, just a bit less. Or even no, that's way too much. Let me just look at a ruler. My bad. I'm so silly. I'd say at maximum about 10 centimeters. Yeah, no, that's way less than a meter. No.
Okay. So over 10 miles over this lake, there's going to be 10 centimeters of drop to the other side.
Possibly, yeah.
Possibly, yeah. Okay, what would you say if I told you that what you should actually be believing is that the drop would be over 66 feet?
66 feet? In what way? What do you mean?
As in, that's the supposed amount of drop due to curvature over 10 miles.
Like, you're saying that it should bend in that much?
Yeah, 66 feet of vertical drop from A to B. So how is it that you thought it was like...
No, my bad. I just made a very terrible guess. You can't really say it.
So what do you think?
That's cool. Okay, then that's cool. If it's 66 feet, then that still shows curvature. I wouldn't mind that.
Okay. So let's say I'm standing on one side of this lake and you're standing at another side of this lake. If we have like a pair of binoculars or a telescope or something, will we be able to see each other across that lake?
Wait, 10 miles, 66 feet. Like, are you assuming? Wait, let me just see that quickly. Let's see. What is the let's just see circumference of the Earth. I'm just gonna check this. My bad. Of the Earth.
Really
it isn't exact.
If that's what
so it's no, because I don't have it at the top of my head. My bad.
All right.
40,000. Like, you don't have to do science. You don't need to have everything at the top of your head. You just need understanding of it,
you just have to believe. You just have to believe.
No, you just need understanding.
Well, you don't
so apparently it's 40,000 kilometers. Yes. So
40,000 kilometers. Okay. We'll get to who measured that after this.
So 10 miles in kilometers. That is about 16 kilometers. Yeah. So
So 66 feet of drop.
Let me see the percent. Let me just see. How's it called?
So you can go on to Google. I'll help you out. You can go on to Google and type in curvature
it is about
calculator.
16 kilometers, right? 16 kilometers is about, let me just multiply that by 100 as well so I get a percentage. It's about 0.06% of the Earth's circumference.
Right. And what's the vertical drop between point A to point B?
Due to curvature, let's see.
Due to curvature. I just told you, remember?
Yeah, it's it. Just check it. It says apparently the Earth's curvature approximation. So it says it would be about 8 inches per mile squared. So it would be 800 inches. 800 inches in feet. That is, yeah, you're right. 66.7 feet. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so if I'm standing at one side of that lake and you're standing at the other side, could we be able to see each other? Are you 67 feet tall?
I mean, theoretically you could, but
theoretically,
you would only be able to do it with binoculars. You would only be able to do it with binoculars.
I thought theoretically, they're saying that you're 67 feet below the other person.
Not literally, but.
Oh, not literally. So it's just, so it's just math. Just
You
theoretical
wouldn't.
math.
The curvature doesn't work like that. We aren't like literally.
Curvature doesn't curve down at 67 feet.
Okay.
Like they say.
Do you assume that, based on your logic, right, that I would be standing? Yeah.
That's what I'm
No,
asking.
that's what I mean. That was oh my god.
Can I see you? Can I see you on the other side of the 10-mile lake?
You probably can. Yes.
Okay,
To some
but then
degree,
where's that
very small.
So where's that 67 feet of curvature gone then? How can I see you?
Well, it's very
You're
I
supposed
mean,
to
it's
be
not.
below,
It's not.
like, 50 feet of curve.
Hey man, it's not a sudden drop, is it?
No, it's gradual, but at your point, you're 67 feet
That's the thing. It's so good. Never mind.
lower due to the
I'm not gonna
curvature.
argue with this.
So you're supposed to be behind a curve of water. Oh, did he run away?
Huh? What?
No, he's still
Oh, I thought someone else.
He's
ran.
still there.
Okay, but you're supposed to have like 50 odd feet of water blocking you. So how would I be able to see you?
Let me just think. It's stupid, but I'm gonna listen to it. I'm not gonna laugh.
Well, I agree. 67 feet of curvature of a body of water is very stupid because we know that the natural physics of water is that it finds its level. Yeah, but since you guys believe in this fantasy globe cartoon that the government shoved down your throat, why don't you tell us how we can we see each other from this?
I mean, have you heard of atmospheric refraction?
Ooh, tell me about
Oh, that's a big word.
That's a couple of
So basically, if we sorry that I am assuming this, right? Just gonna since you're against this, if it does follow the idea of like if the world does follow gravity and stuff like that, the planet, right? And we are on a globe. We're saying this, right?
All right. So if we just assume that
the idea is that how's it called? You know, the air and stuff like that. Any molecules in the air and stuff like that. They are,
right?
Yeah, they're being pulled downwards as well. The thing is, there is something called Snell's law. There's something there's something called refractive index. Have you heard of that?
Okay. Yeah, so Snell's law would require multiple mediums.
Yeah, and the thing is, how's it called?
Yeah, we're just looking through the air though, so you don't have multiple media. So it's not
Actually, air is multiple mediums.
No, air is air. That's a gas, right? So Snell's law.
Actually, it's not exactly. No, I mean,
so
the thing is, it's not exactly
an example of Snell's law would be like if you're observing, if you put a pencil in a glass of water and you see that pencil shifted to the side because it's traveling through air, glass, and water, multiple media. But you're just looking through the air, so that wouldn't apply in this case.
No, but the thing is, it's based on the density and the temperature of the air. That's it. It's
All right, well, that wouldn't be Snell's law, but Snell's law requires multiple media, so that wouldn't be Snell's law.
Yeah, so no, but to some degree, it does count as a different medium. It doesn't,
and also, when you say atmospheric, you're already assuming a ball. You're already begging the question of the curvature.
I literally said that. I didn't assume it. My bad. I literally
haven't
stated that.
demonstrated yet. Yeah. So it's not an argument. It would be like, okay, if we assume the Earth is flat, then the Earth is flat.
You assume the Earth is flat as well, don't you?
No. We're just talking. No, we observe that the Earth is flat for starters, and then it's measured and practically used as flat. There's no assumption required. That's just reality. The assumption is required when you observe it to be flat, but you think, oh, well, I'm just going to assume and believe it's actually curved, which is what you're doing. That's the belief. But we're still on this 10-mile lake thing, remember? So how could I see you on the other side of the 10-mile lake if you're supposed to have 60 feet of curve between us? You're not that tall, bro.
Never said you were, but that's
right.
only that's the only point.
In the way.
Refraction exists. That's really all I'm gonna say.
According to the globe model, there should be curvature blocking you from seeing.
Wait. Does the flat Earth model deny the idea of different densities of air in specific locations?
You don't know what you're talking about when it comes to refraction. We already know.
Okay, then. So, what would you describe as a medium?
Something that the light is traveling through. Could be air, could be a gas,
Something.
could be
Yeah.
water, could be a solid. Yeah. So Snell's law requires multiple media, different media. That's what
That's
Snell's law
density
requires.
affected.
Well, yeah, the refractive index of these materials will vary the path of light as it's traveling and changing through those at a horizontal boundary point, which is required in Snell's law, which we do not have in the air. That's not to say
need
that
a
light
surface
is
normal.
a funny thing. That's not to say that there isn't distortion as you're looking through
God.
long distances. Of course there is. But distortion is not, oh, the light is bending around this cartoon ball that I believe in. That's a baseless, begging the question fallacy. You don't have the curve yet. You're not seeing any, remember? And actually, you're seeing your friend across the 10-mile lake, which is telling you that there is no curvature. So, yeah, you don't have a ball, so you don't have refraction, light curving around a ball. You've just got a flat 10-mile lake, no 66 feet. But if you do want to argue that you live on a ball, you're going to have to show us some measurement of this 66 feet of drop. That's what we're interested in. Because no one's ever measured that. Do you know that? No one's ever measured 66 feet of drop over 10 miles in all human history. You know that? Isn't that surprising? Wouldn't you think someone would have measured that? They say they can put robots on Mars, drive around, but they can't measure 60 feet of drop over 10 miles. You can
You know what
measure...
else? Infrared filters are pretty cheap nowadays.
Because you've always denied it.
Oh, which measurement do we deny of 66 feet of drop over 10 miles?
That's what I'm saying. You deny any possible measurement. That
which
just because
measurement?
someone else said it, you will deny it.
Which measurement do we deny? You haven't told us any.
I look up on YouTube. Like you've literally told me you've seen these.
We've looked it up.
Look
We've
at
looked it up.
videos.
There's none.
Yes.
We've looked it up. There's none. We've looked up. No 66 feet over 10 miles. Sorry. Doesn't exist. But you thought it did. Actually, you thought it was less than 10 centimeters. You only learned that it was supposed to be 66 feet because us flat earthers just made you